Your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Probably like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys, where we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk from your favorite sports fam. I'm Big Q. I'm up in this thing. Much love to the great Saints Day Tank. And the Who That Nation, man. We up in this thing. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. So, with that being said, family, let's get it popping. Let's get it snapping. Let's get it cooking as we move on with the stream. So, here we go. Starting it off, the Saints make a few announcements yesterday as well. We're going to cover it on the show. They announced several roster moves on Saturday. The Saints general manager, Mickey Loomis, announced several roster moves on Saturday. Saints have signed defensive back Bryce Thompson. Good move to the active roster. We love Bryce Thompson. He's a playmaker, a ball. He's always around the ball. He makes plays. So it's good to see that brother back on the team. And then they added him to the active roster, which is another plus. Elevated standard practice squad cornerback Chris Harris Jr., the veteran, seen a lot of play from the cornerback position, is elevated standard practice squad cornerback and wide receiver Keith Kirkwood. Activated defensive tackle Malcolm Roach from the IR. Malcolm will provide a push for the Saints. Good to see him. And the Saints waived. That's right, waived running back Tony Jones Jr. Put the axe on him. And defensive back PJ was placed on injury reserve. So once again, the Saints signed defensive back Bryce Thompson to the active roster from the practice squad, elevated as a standard practice squad cornerback Chris Harris Jr. So 2 DBs into the Saints secondary on the active roster, and wide receiver Keith Kirkwood. We always love Keith Kirkwood. Good to see him back on the squad. Saints brought him back from the Panthers. He's a guy that knows how to catch the ball. His issue has always been staying healthy, and also they activated very active, strong, and fast Malcolm Roach to help out in the interior defense for the Saints. So that's all good. And waiving Tony Jones Jr. They put him in the street and placed PJ Williams on IR. So there's some of the moves that were made yesterday. And of course, we have the let's see where I had that at. And of course, the non-active players today, we know that according to John Hendricks, Jarvis Landry or Marcus May for the Saints today. No Jarvis Landry. None of these guys will be available for the Saints today. So much love to the fan. We appreciate you guys being in the stream on this one. So the Saints activating a few players from yesterday, getting them involved. And of course, we know that the inactives for this game for the black and gold taking them on is no Jarvis Landry. Here we go. No Jarvis Landry. No Marcus May again. Marcus May again. Marcus May is not active for another game. Michael Thomas is shut down. Kelvin Throckmorton, Peyton Turner, Nick Vanette, not a surprise there. Jameis Winston are all inactive. For Seattle is wide receiver Marquise Goodwin, cornerback Sidney Jones, cornerback Justin Coleman, safety Tease Tabor, the former Gator, tackle Jake Curhan, and receiver Derek Young are all inactive for their squads. But the Saints, some heavy hitters on that inactive list for the black and gold: Jarvis Landry, Marcus May, Mike Thomas, Kelvin Throckmorton, Peyton Turner, Nick Vanette, and of course, Jameis Winston, as Andy Dalton will get an opportunity to take it, the reins of the team once again. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in this episode of the Coma. We're getting ready, family. Once again, it's another Saints Sunday, 12 o'clock noon game, back from the early matchup from what happened last week when we went to London and couldn't make it happen. Now, listen, I've said this before. Coming up in this game against the the Seahawks, is the fact that the black and gold must win this game. This is a desperation game of sorts. The Saints are 1-3 right now. They're 0-2 at home, including the loss. They consider the London game a home game there. So the Saints got to make it shake. They got to make it pop. And listen, Seattle is a team that I do believe, and I'm not overlooking the Seattle Seahawks. I'm thinking that the Seattle Seahawks is a team that the Saints really need to match up against. Their defense is not good. Their offense is doing a good job. So the Saints will have to handle the business. So if the Saints are anywhere where we think they should, this should be a win by at least 2 scores. Now, I've given out the score. I said 27-17 was my score prediction from Saturday's stream, Saturday morning stream. And I think that's what it'll be. Now, they have Geno Smith. Rashad Penny had a $150 last matchup against the Detroit Lions, but we are not the Detroit Lions on defense. I think the Saints have to understand they had a gut check last week. Things have to change in the city of New Orleans to take into the game-by-game approach. And listen, The Saints need to win this contest, and I think that they do. So I don't think that they lose this game against Seattle. I think this Seattle team is a team that the Saints need to see. I think we need to change their name from the Seattle Seahawks to the Seattle Tylenol, because they should make the Saints feel a lot better offensively speaking. So shout out to the fan. Appreciate y'all being up in this thing. Shout out to Brother Gundam. He says 31-15. Saints doing that thing. Shout out to all the family members. Appreciate y'all. What up, Boomin, Tori, Tyra, Swag, Pelicans, Nola, Brother Eric, my dog Scoob, Hold'em Hook TV, my dog Mike, Mr. Hoodat, Purple Marcus, Solomon, shout out to you, Melissa, Zandel, Carlton, DJ Twigger, Joseph Duran, shout out to you, Brother Robert. All the family members, appreciate y'all for being up in this thing. Please feel free to hit the point of like, brother. My dog Marlon Maul Tremal's in the building. Shout out to Jermaine Quavadius. Shout out to you two fam. Apply pressure. All Mr. Fire D Josh Goat 23. What's up, Josh? Antoinette. Shout out to you, Queen. Good to see all y'all, man. Happy afternoon to you guys as we get going. Bobby Space Ghost. Michaels, Nelson, shout out to you. Don Duck 44 is in the building. Brother Larry, Brother Troy, all you guys, man. Shout out to you. B Will, I see you, fam. Much love to you as well. Good to see you in the chat as well. All right. Shout out. Thank you, Antoinette. Appreciate you, Queen. Shout out to you. And all the family members that's listening or watching the Comas play-by-play of this matchup who can't see it from wherever corner of the world that they're coming back from. Snake Bite, shout out to you, my brother. Appreciate you being in the stream. So, Brother Taynu, I see you, fam. Brother Kevin, GM Kev, Keldrick, Avis, shout out to y'all, man. Much love to the fam. Appreciate each and every last one of y'all. Please feel free to do me a service or a favor. Hit the like button if you hadn't hit the like button. Feel free to hit the like button. Hit the share button and share the show on your social media feed with the rest of the diehard Who-Dats. Let them know that we up in this thing. Real deal, Holyfield. And also feel free to hit the notification bell as well for future show content. So with that being said, let's get it snapping and popping as the game is about to start momentarily in this thing. So let's get some earlier analyzation, what the Saints have to do to get the win against this team. Now, we know Alvin Kamara is back, so it's good to have AK-41 back in the building for the black and gold. It's good to have him back in that thing, but let's see if the Saints can learn offensively speaking. When we know from a defensive standpoint, we know the Saints what they can do, but can the Saints in terms of the defense personnel, because we think that the defense will, crystallize. I think the offense will too once they find out what their identity is. But really, we got to handle the business against this Seattle team. Now, Seattle's 2-2, and this is a team, don't make no mistakes about it. The Seattle Seahawks team is preparing. They're going about it, even though they're 2-2. At the end of the season, this team is looking at a playoff spot. They got rid of a lot of their talent. A lot of those guys they got rid of. We talking about KJ Wright. We're talking about Russell Wilson. Those guys are no longer there. So a lot of what we see that happens in the building with the Seattle the Seahawks, is a team that kind of overachieving a bit. So it's up to us to kind of smack them down and make them remember who they are in the matchup. Now, of course, Jameis is out. Andy Dalton, this is the Saints depth chart here. Alvin Kamara steps in. Mike's out. So we'll see Chris Olave. Jarvis is out. So we'll see some Chris Olave. We see some Marquez Callaway. We'll see some Deontay Harty, who has to step up. Traquan Smith and Keith Kirkwood was added on to it because of the fact that both Mike and Jarvis are out of this contest. So we have to watch out for that. Also realize that Taysom Hill will have an impact in the running room as the Saints have 3 active running backs. So we talked about, why do the Saints have 4 active running backs and they only use 2? And the next thing you know, the next week they get rid of one of the running backs, and Tony Jones Jr. said, well, yeah, that makes a point. We could use the extra running. That's not what I was kind of hitting on. I wasn't hitting on cutting the guy because you got 4 and you're only using 2. I was saying, listen, use the other guy, sprinkle him in there to kind of keep the rest of them fresh. And therefore, you don't always have to use Alvin Kamara as a running back. You can line him up as a wide receiver. He's effective and impactful there. And you can still have a north-south runner in the backfield, decoy Alvin Kamara every now and again. Use some offensive imagination. I wasn't saying get rid of the 4th running back because you don't use them, because you're probably not going to use Dwayne Washington either. So Anyway, Troutman and Jawan Johnson, you know that Jawan Johnson, they use him like a wide receiver at times. So you have Troutman, Jawan Johnson. Taysom Hill is going to be in the mix as a running back as well, mixed in with the tight end or wide receiver position. So we got Andrus, we got Hurst, Pete, McCoy, Ruiz, and Ramczyk. And then defense for the black and gold, you see Cam, Shai Tuttle, David Onyemata, Davenport, Pete Werner, Demario Davis, Paulson Adebo, Laddie Daddy. You know, May is out again. So no PJ Williams either. So more than likely it'll be Justin Evans operating the other safety spot with Bradley Roby in the nickel position. So we're going to see Justin Evans get that start for the black and gold at that other safety position because Marcus May is not there. So, I mean, it'll be intriguing and interesting at the same time as we get ready to get this thing popping and snapping as he getting chimed up. So the Seattle Seahawks are getting ready to kick the ball off to the black and gold from left to right. The Saints are returning. Deontay Harris get the kick from the 1 and returns it up until the 21-yard line. Not much blocking going on once again. As soon as he gets around the crowd, he gets clipped down just over the 20-yard line. And remember, we talked about the fact that the Saints have the shitty kick return team. They can't block to save their life. That's why you don't see Deontay Harris or Harty, have these extended runs where he can get to the 40 or the Saints 45 or kind of shorten the field a bit for the offense. The blockers, the kick return blockers suck. He go to Saints from the 22-yard line. Dalton under center hands the ball to Alvin Kamara. He gets the ball, runs right up the center, and Kamara picks up at least about 7 yards, maybe 6 or 7 yards for the Saints, running directly up the center of the line as Andy Dalton gets to start. Completed 71% of his passes last week, 236 on the pass. He had 1 touchdown in his first start as the Saints quarterback. So hopefully the Saints lean on that rushing attack. 2nd and 4 as Elvin picks up 6 yards on the run up the center of the line. They should be able to run on this team. All right, Dalton Anderson, they got wide receivers to the right. Man in motion is Deontay Harris moving from right to left. Have Elvin Kamara. Kamara runs and picks up an additional 4 or 5 yards as he gets the first down and then some for the black and gold. So Saints doing a good job of starting off by back-to-back running. So let's see if they can keep that going. Hurst, Pete, McCoy, Ruiz, and Ramczyk is the line. Kamara, J.P. Holtz, Troutman, Callaway, and Chris Olave are the starters according to the depth chart or the graphics on the screen. Andy Dalton walks up to the line of scrimmage. Saints have 2 positive rushing plays. They put them at their own 34. Okay, there's a snap. It's a play action. The ball is thrown to number 12 is Chris Olave, who makes the grab for another Saints first down. So the Saints run 2 running plays to set up the play action for the pass. How about that? The run sets up the pass. Positive sign set for the black and gold to start the game. As Dalton finds Chris Olave for the catch. The Saints move the ball up to their own 45-yard line. Looking pretty good. The Saints bring out the power wide formation now. Dalton under center. You got the fullback and running back tossed to Kamara. He's running to the left and picks up at least 3 or 4 yards on the gains. The Saints offensive line is resituating that Seattle team. All right, they're running a 3-4. You got Harris, L. Woods in the middle with Poona Ford as the other end. Linebackers, Nadushu, Brooks, Barton, and Taylor. And the secondary guys are Michael Jackson Sr., Josh Jones, Quadri Diggs, and Wooten. So with that being said, 2nd and 6 as the Saints pick up 4 yards on the toss play to Alvin Kamara running to the left side. And here, let's see what the Saints do. 2nd and 6 as they get over into Seattle territory. Actually, they're at their own 49-yard line right now. Dalton under center again. Alvin Kamara in the backfield. Saints play action to him to the right, and Dalton scrambles to the right and dives down for the first down. And Andy Dalton, and the referee is going to say he was sharp. So it's going to be a 3rd and 1 as he scrambles to the right side and dives at the first down. But it appeared to be a first down to me, but the referee, if you won't call him that, runs up and spots him 1 yard shy. So to be 3rd and 1 for the Saints, which shouldn't be a problem because the Saints are resituating that Seattle 3-4 team. They're moving them around. Not a good defense. 3rd and 1 for the Saints as they are at center field or middle of the field right there. And like I said, the Saints defense are not a good, the Seattle defense is not a very good defense. A lot of young players, they got to learn. 3rd and 1 as the clock is running down and look like the play action clock is what's going on here is the clock goes all the way down. The Saints use a timeout. So they look like with some confusion going on with the Saints and we got terrible. These Fox people camera angles kept it on the Seattle defense the whole damn way. They didn't put it on the Saints until after the timeout was called. So the Saints had some I guess some timing issues or some confusion on offense and they had to burn the timeout early. Get your stuff straight, Saints. Come on now. That should have been an easy one, just to call to get the first down, but they're going to stop it as opposed to allow the clock to tick down. So obviously Andy Dalton now is on the sideline, which means Taysom Hill is in the game. And when Taysom Hill's in the game, that usually means Taysom's going to run. All right, let's see if Seattle can figure it out. 3rd and 1 for the Saints. They're at the Seahawks 44. And Taysom Hill is going to turn into a running back, and he outruns. It looked like he does. He gets the first down. Taysom Hill outruns them. The whole damn defense, it appeared 5 defenders knew the Saints was going to run, and he runs off to the left and beats them to get to the first down. When Taysom Hill is in there and he's running the ball, and I don't know what Adam Troutman, is that Troutman? Was that Troutman? I think that's JP Holtz. Holtz didn't block any damn body. He didn't block anybody on that play. All right, so anyway, the Saints still pick up the first down. They're at the Seattle 42-yard line. Dalton under center, turns, hands the ball off. Alvin Kamara runs to the right, and Kamara gets stopped for a gain of 3 yards, look like. So it'll be 2nd and maybe 7 or maybe 6. So we'll see momentarily. As Alvin Kamara, the Saints are using the run to set up the pass. They are invoking the spirit of the play action, which is a positive thing in this thing. So Kamara only gets 2. The refs say 2. So it's 2nd and 8 for the Saints with the run up to the right side by Kamara. All right, here the Saints lining up again. Dalton is in a shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Dalton looking for the ball. No, I'm sorry. That's Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill gets the ball and is run and see. And then the big guy, I think that's Woods. Was it Woods? One of the big defenders were able to wrap up Taysom Hill and slam him down. And see, that's what I'm talking about. That play right there, the Saints had when they had Taysom Hill lined up like he was a quarterback about to throw. See, that makes no sense to me that you would put Taysom in a shotgun as opposed to put him close to the line of scrimmage so he wouldn't have to run extra yardage to pick up the first down. That's stupid. Then that play, Taysom should have threw the damn ball. Andy Dalton back out there. Bunch formation to the left, wide receivers, 3 of them to the left, 1 to the right, and he's in a shotgun with Kamara back there. Dalton, the pressure coming, the ball's out, and is not caught by Chris Olave. The ball was thrown and kind of a bad looking pass there. It went incomplete. 4th and 5. And see, that's a bad play by the Saints with a not imaginative play. Everybody in the world know when Taysom Hill is back there as a quarterback that he's going to run the damn ball. That was a clear example that the Saints should learn to use Taysom as a quarterback. Let him throw the ball right there. Let him throw it. All right, here we go. 4th and 5 for it as a botch. The Saints had a botched opportunity to move the ball on this team with a dumbass play. Now here's Will Lutz kicking it from 56 yards out, and he puts it right down the center. Saints up 3-0 to start the game. So listen, that was a dumb play by Taysom Hill. We've got to do a better job with Taysom Hill's. I mean, listen, it's just so freaking frustrating, man, with the Taysom Hill plays. Everybody in the world knows when Taysom Hill lines up as the quarterback, he's going to turn into a runner. Everybody. It's up to the Saints to utilize that, to take advantage of that by letting them throw the ball sometimes. God damn. Let them throw the ball. It don't make no sense for me, and I'm gonna get up off of this, but that dumbass play contributed to the Saints and then of course, the bad pass by Andy Dalton to Chris Olave that fell incomplete. We had a good thing going right here. You know what I'm saying? It's just, why set them up in a shotgun if you're gonna turn them into a runner? Why you see what I'm saying? I'm just throwing this out there. Why set Taysom Hill up, family, as a rushing quarterback if you put him in a shotgun and he's 4 to 5 yards away from the line of scrimmage and say, okay, now go get me a yard? I mean, that don't make any sense. How about a direct snap? And then he goes, why position him 4 or 5 yards away from the line of scrimmage and say, go give me a first down as a runner? I just don't get that. I'm sorry. All right. So anyway, man, let's keep it moving and grooming on this thing as we on commercial break right now. Right now, the Saints up 3-0 on it. We had a good drive going. I think it just fell apart toward the end. I think we need to keep pushing on that thing. They had to stop, and it was a kind of a they figured that out. That was real easy on the back end. We got to do better with our play calling with that. Yeah, we need some more imagination with them Taysom Hill plays. That's really suspect ass play calling right there. But anyway, Ken says, I don't understand how they don't know how to utilize Tay yet. When you know better, you do better. I'm right. Am I right, bro? Yeah. You have to, with any player or any person, period. Like if you have on a field, Ken, you've got to be able to have some balance to what he's doing. That's what I'm saying. You've got to have some balance there. And that's not just with Taysom Hill, but if they took the time and taught the goddamn man 5 passing plays, and then circulated the plays, they will have success, because Taysom's a weapon, but he's not only a weapon running, he can also throw the ball a little for you. So I agree with you on that. They need to balance that off. That's a big problem, man. That is a big problem, because that could have been something positive. All right, so anyway, let's keep it going, man. Shout out to the fam, man. Y'all know that was not a good pass there, fam. Anyway. So here we go as the Saints getting ready to kick the ball off to the Seattle Seahawks for the first time. This should be a situation where the Saints defense shows dominance. Let me put that. 10 plays, 41 yards for 526 for the Saints. Saints ran 10 plays, 41 yards, 526 was the time possession on that last series of drive, and equated into a 56-yard field goal. Saints got to do better, man. This defense is not good, man. It's not a good defense. So anyway, Geno Smith comes out. He's completing over 77% of his passes. That's the highest, and according to what Geno Smith has done, and he's looked pretty good in the Seattle Seahawks offense. And remember, when the Saints played them last year, he was the quarterback. He had early success to DK Metcalf. After that, it fell apart once the Saints made the adjustments. Here comes Geno Smith under center. He got Penny back there. They got one wide receiver to the left, 2 to the right. And Geno looks like he's pointing to the right. Maybe he's trying to point out a protection here. He goes back under center, and he's waiting, and there he is, turns and hands the ball off to Penny, and the Saints get to him, but he gets 3 yards or maybe 4 yards on the run by Penny. God damn, the Saints shoving him and shoved the man down. So he kind of tripped forward anyway, but Cross, Lewis, Blight, Gabe Jackson, and Abe Lucas are their offensive line. They got 2 bookend rookie tackles, Rashard Penny, Bellore, Noah Fant, DK Metcalf, and Tyler Lockett. They got very respectable wide receivers, and Penny's a good running back. So Geno Smith's having success because, any decent quarterback will have success with Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf, to be honest with you. All right, here they go. All right, they kind of setting up, look like a double tight end situation, a blocking situation, but Geno Smith balls out and thrown, and it's completed. Nice throw by Geno Smith as he finds, who's that, Noah Fant, the big tight end, former Denver guy. I want to say it's former Denver guy. He was able to find him with the ball, so Geno connects with his tight end there, and they get the first down. Saints defense ranked 12th overall. Davenport, Tuttle, Onyemata, and Campbell, Pete Werner, Demario Davis. Kate Nellis comes in if they need an extra linebacker. Adebo, got JT Gray, Matthew, and Marshawn Lattimore. So here we go. Geno Smith once again getting the ball there at the Saints 45-yard line. They throw it to the running back, Penny. He gets stopped at the line of scrimmage. At the Saints ruffling. Boy, they're really rough with Penny. They're treating Penny really rough right now. That's pretty rough. All right, so let's keep it going in the buck, man. Let's keep it going in the buck. The Saints, and remember the Seattle Seahawks family offense. Last year they did the same thing. They had a drive, a score on the first drive. Okay, here they go. They got 4 wide receivers, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Geno Smith, the shotgun with his running back to his left, and he's in a shotgun waiting for the ball. Let's see what the Saints do, and let's see if they can get pressure on Geno Smith early and often. All right, there's the snap. The Saints only send 4, and they hand the ball off to the running back. He trips he gets to the midfield to the 50-yard line as the Saints get him down. So he gets to the 50, and Seattle is moving the ball against the Saints defense early right now. So it just went to a little draw play, and then he was clipped down right there. He kind of lost his feet, actually. He kind of tripped down himself trying to make a cut. And when he cut back, his feet he tried to drag that feet. You got to lift them feet, buddy. And he got caught down. He would have had a lot more yardage than that. All right, 3rd and 5 there at midfield. Geno Smith in the shotgun. He got 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left, running back next to him in the shotgun. All right, DK Metcalf kind of goes in motion closer to the slot. Then there's 3 wide receivers. They run to the right. Geno Smith steps out and throws the ball and is caught by that's DK Metcalf, and he runs right into the end zone. Saints don't even try to tackle him. I don't understand how they did that. That was so poorish and so terrible how the Saints defenders let DK Metcalf and just Geno Smith just tossed it right to DK Metcalf, and he just simply just outran those guys, and the Saints just didn't appear to even attempt to try to tackle a guy. He was beat over the top anyway. That Paulson Adebo was beat off, took a Porsche angle, and then he just goes into the end zone. So DK Metcalf do it to the Saints. Remember, he did this to the Saints the first drive last year when the Seattle Seahawks went into it. So that drive was 5 plays, 75 yards. Took him less than 3 minutes to march 75 yards on the Saints defense, which ranked 12th in the NFL. Doesn't seem like it, as Adebo was in a trailing position. It got up to him, then just didn't get it. Just took poor angles, a shitty effort job by Adebo of trying to tackle him. And Seattle gets on the board. Is this something to look at first and foremost? They did this last year. They scored on the first possession last year, and then the Saints made the adjustment. So let's see if this kind of repeats itself. So bad angle right there. Adebo beat out, then took a Porsche angle to get at him, then did a shitty job of trying to tackle him on the back end. All right, so let's keep it going. The Saints still a lot of time to go in the game. Seattle gets up on the Saints 7-3. Geno Smith to DK Metcalf. So there you go. All right, so shout out to the fam. Much love to the family up in this thing. Saints trail 7-3. It's still early on. Let's just get that straight. 6:41 still remains in the first quarter. All right, shout out to the fam, man. St. John Butler, big ups to you and the rest of the fam. Appreciate y'all being up in this thing. Shout out to Swag Fan. Says we got a formidable front line on defense, but our secondary is he got toilet paper there. I wouldn't say they trash, but we're dealing with some injuries. Remember, Marcus Mayer's not there. PJ Williams, who usually sub in for him, he's not there. He's on IR. And they saying JT Gray was starting. Remember, I told y'all about JT Gray. JT Gray is not a good safety to bring in. That's why I was saying Justin Evans would be a better fit there, because JT Gray is not a guy that you won't have playing safety for you. And that's what I was telling you about, guys that can play not only special teams, but also when injuries occur, they can come into whatever position they come from and make an impact there in a positive fashion, not a negative one. Ken says the Sea Mermaids look like they're gassed already. It's not going to take long for Saints defense to figure out the offense. No, remember this happened last year. They got a score early. They felt good. The Saints then changed and they made an adjustment, and then they struggled for the rest of the game. The only problem was the Saints struggled too to get things popping and shaking. Zadell says DK went into motion and told Geno what he's going to do. Like, come on. Yeah, you see, anytime we say that, anytime DK, and this happened last week in London, when their best player goes into motion, he's going to get the ball. That happened on the penalty-laden drive that the referees gave the Minnesota Vikings to get them in position for that touchdown. They scored on that touchdown when Jordan Jefferson went into motion, and they simply gave him the ball, and he went in from the left side of the offensive line, standing up with nobody touching him from the Saints defense. Totally blown coverage. When their best player goes into motion, more than likely he's going to end up getting the ball. So we got to step this thing up. So the Saints are going to step up, and I do think they'll take the lead back and start pushing on this thing. All right, so just be cool, family. We're going to keep it going. All right, so anyway, here we go. As the Adebo gives up that touchdown, Deontay Harty is in the end zone waiting for the kick from the Seattle Seahawks. And once again, here comes the Seattle kicker. He's going to kick the ball right there and from left to right, and Deontay Harty at the Saints 1 retrieves it, fumbles the ball, drops it a little bit, but picks it back up, and he gets chopped down right at the 10-yard line. And once again, him running to the right, and I just hate the Saints blockers, man. They're not shit. They ain't shit on kick returns. Even though Deontay kind of bobbled that thing, and the Saints will have a long field to work with, but you got a shitty defense, so they should be able to do something with this defense as opposed to just kick 50-yard field goals. We need touchdowns to demoralize them early. All right, so just a poor play by they replaying the DK Metcalf touchdown on Paulson Adebo, but I'll assure you that'll be the last one to get for the rest of the game. All right, the Saints from their own 11-yard line, Dalton under center. They got 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and they got the tight end kind of stepping out there. And they handed the play action to Kamara. The ball is out, and he finds Chris Olave at the Saints 29. So the Saints get a nice chunk of change as they move from the 11 to the 29-yard line. Saints pick up the first down with the nice pass from Dalton to Chris Olave. And as you see right there, Olave, they playing zone. He just fell right on into that thing, got to the 29-yard line. So, all right, here we go. Saints moving the ball on the players. They kind of peer to the sideline to Pete Carmichael as he's looking on. Dalton's under center. You got a man in motion from right to left as Juwan Johnson. Look like a running play with Evan Kamara back there. And it is. Kamara's going to run. And he gets thrown down by, is that Big L Woods? That is Big L Woods. Comes through and grabs, and he splits the line and gets in there. And Big L Woods, the nose tackle right there, gets right on in there. And he just throws out. Who was that? Was that Ruiz? Yes, indeed. Big L Woods just threw Ruiz out the way like he was made of cardboard and just threw Elvin Kamara down on the ground. I mean, Ruiz got beat like a drum just right quick against L Woods. Just threw him out of the way. All right, so second down for the Saints. 2nd and 10, no gain. Dalton in the shotgun, got wide receivers to the right and left, and Kamara is to his left in the shotgun. Kamara steps up a little bit. Look like he's going to block a bit. They come with the pressure. Dalton throws the ball, and it's thrown incomplete around the feet of Juwan Johnson because the Seattle Seahawks sent the pressure, and they got to Andy Dalton and knocked him down. So not before Dalton was astute enough to get it. So, boy, they zeroed in on them and then just drove Andy Dalton into the ground. And looked like Ruiz once again got beat by, once again on back-to-back plays. Cesar Ruiz got beat again. Damn, Cesar and Andrews Pete got beat. God damn. All right, so hit the Saints at the 20. They're on 29. They're in the shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Kamara, and the false start against encroachment against the Seattle Sea Chickens as they invoke the Saints lineman to jump, and it should be encroachment against the Seahawks. And it is. So that'll give the Saints 3rd and 5 now on that play. So they'll repeat, they say repeat second down. So it'll be, he said second, I think. He put 2 up. I think he made a bit mistake. So, yeah. So, yep, he jumped up and invoked the Saints to start, and then he knew he was the problem, but he points at the guy. But the guy be lying their ass off. 3rd and 5 for the Saints as Seattle donates 5 yards for the Saints to help them out. So, once again, Andy Dalton walks up to the line of scrimmage. He's 2 of 4 for 20, I think 9 yards right now. He's in the shotgun with Kamara to his right. We got wide receivers to the left and right of the formation. There's the snap. Pressure coming from Seattle. The ball is punt faked, and he throws it, but there is nothing shaking as he finds Callaway, and it's a gain of 2 yards. The Seattle defense, once again, comes with the pressure. Dalton looks shaky, and he goes to the check down, or actually he throws it to Marquez Callaway, and right there, the Saints only gain 1 yard, and they're off, and they kicks them off. So 4th and 4, the Saints punt again. My goodness, man. Good Lord. Good Lord, Saints offense. What you know what? Black preacher man, sports fan, Khalid, thank you for your super chat, man. Ruiz is a bust. He's hot garbage. All right, so shout out to you, bro. Thank you for that. Saints gonna punt. So 2. Okay, we got a flag down now. We're gonna see, and this false start is gonna be against the Saints. So Saints false starting in their own damn building. This is just undisciplined right now. It's not looking good, man. The Seattle Seahawks defense is not a good defense. The Saints should be able to move the ball against this team. They shouldn't be getting beat by some of the Seattle's. This is ridiculous. Early on, they got to make the adjustments. 4th and 9 now after the false start penalty. All right, Blake Gillikin is in there at the punt for the Saints. All right, he's waiting for the snap. There's the snap. Gillikin gets it and boots it, son of a gun. And it'll be received and a fair catch around the Seattle Seahawks 25-yard line. So the Seattle Seahawks get another opportunity to get the ball as the defense for Seattle is doing a pretty good job against the Saints early. The Saints must make adjustments, and they got to make it fast. All right, so shout out to the fam. 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter. 2 drives. 1 drive looked positive until it stalled out. Then the Saints had to kick a 56-yard field goal to get points. And then the second drive was laughable. The Seattle Seahawks defense came with the pressure. The Saints didn't look good. Andy Dalton looked shaky a little bit early. His feet was rattling. That don't look good. So at some point, the Saints gonna have to gain something. They're gonna have to gain something. Andrews Pete getting beat. Ruiz got beat several times. It's early on. They got to make these adjustments, man. So let's keep it popping this sake. And Jeremy says, do you think we should win if we had if Drew Brees was in there, would we win? I think I would say Drew Brees definitely would give you a better outcome than Andy Dalton would, because Drew knows the system inside and out. He knows that the Saints need tempo. They need to speed it up. And I think he would have the presence of mind and the control of the offense to spark the Saints with his understanding of the Saints and ratchet up the rhythm. And, of course, his accuracy is a plus as well. So I don't think it's a fair comparison. Drew Brees been here for years. Andy Dalton just getting to his second start here. So, I mean, yeah, you definitely have a better outcome if Drew Brees was there. So I'm just answering your question, but of course he's not. All right, so shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all being here. Yeah, EMAC, shout out to you, my brother. He says undisciplined football coaches sucks. Yeah, this is not good, bro. This is not good. Listen, you have a team, the Seattle Seahawks brung in here. They're a tailor-made team for the Saints to beat up on. Now, I'm not disrespecting Seattle, mind you. I'm not disrespecting them at all. What I'm saying is, based on the defense that they have, the Saints offense, based on what type of offense the Saints have, they should be able to push the Seattle defense around on the field is what I'm saying. We're simply not seeing that. I've also documented several times in previous streams that the Saints suck. The defensive line for the Saints have problems, big problems dealing with no-name offensive lines. Well, you have a no-name offensive line in here today with two offensive linemen. Both of their tackles are rookies. You should be able to get pressure on Geno Smith and put his ass on the ground. You got two rookie tackles in this game. What could you do with that? So the Saints will have to deal up the pressure. They're going to have to handle the business. Bottom line, that's what it is. All right, so it looked like it's about to come back. What's up, Baraka? Shout out to you, fam. Much love to you. The Saints got to pull it together, man. The game is not over with. We still got a lot of time left and a lot of time to make adjustments. All right, so here we go, fam. And the Seattle picks up the ball right there. Geno Smith out throws the ball and knocked away as a Debo is closely affixed to Noah. I think that was Fant. He was trying to throw at Fant, and the Debo was in there, reached in there and knocked it out. I think that was Noah Fant he was trying to throw to. Geno Smith not getting any pressure. Saints put no pressure on. Yeah, that was the big tight end right there. And boy, that ball was almost picked off by Paulson and Debo on the play. Paulson need to do them interception drills, man. He had both hands on. He should have been a pick. All right, Seattle from their own 26-yard line. Geno Smith under center. Got three guys in the backfield for the Seattle Sea Chickens or Seahawks offense. They go to the guy up the middle, and look at that. They're going to get Penny gets around the corner, gets a good gain, and he gets all the way to the 50, still on his feet, and he gets pushed out at the Saints 45 as Penny gets all the way down to the Saints 45-yard line on a long run on the play. My goodness, Saints defense looking kind of stupid early on. Now watch, you see the play comes out, and he comes out, and he just outruns those guys to the edges, man. Laddie Daddy, Paulson and Debo included, as it was up to looked like Demario Davis was able to force him out. But boy, Penny got around to the edges and got to the Saints. They got up to the Saints 40, I want to say 41. And of course, they go back to the running back, and boom, he gets a play. Demario Davis chops him down for maybe a gain of 1 or 2 yards on the play as they go to the backup running back on the play. All right, 3 minutes and counting down on the play. The Saints got gashed on the play, but the backup running back comes in and try to get him a little something. Kenneth Walker, he tried to over hurdles in a play, but Demario Davis got him midair. It could have been a nastier hit than that, but Demario, I guess he wasn't trying to punish him like that because he could have drove his ass into the ground. A 3-yard pickup on the run by Seattle, running to the right on that play. 2nd and 7. Geno Smith is under center. They're doing the same formation again. 3 guys in the backfield. Two fullbacks or whatever you want to call them, 2 blockers along with the running back there. Geno Smith goes into the play. Saints come with the pressure. Ball is out. They're taking the shot downfield, and it's an obvious pass interference because DK Metcalf pushed Lattimore, and the referee was there, and he made the correct call. That's what DK Metcalf, that's what he does. He pushed off on him, and the referee says pass interference, offensive variety of get DK Metcalf because he's trying to create space to catch the ball. It's a good call by the official on that one. All right, offensive pass. And it was so blatant because DK pushes him and he goes flying. So it's offensive pass interference, and they say it's holding, and it nullifies. So you saying it was first? So they do two penalties. They said Lattimore was holding and DK Metcalf had passing, so it nullifies it. So it's a 2nd and 7. So they hit him with, even though they were supposed to make the play, said DK Metcalf pushed him. And where was the holding at? Where was the holding? These bastards here. 2nd and 7, terrible call on the officials. Geno Smith in the shotgun. It's a draw play to the running back. He dives forward, Walker, and picks up maybe 2 or 3 yards. That was a bullshit call by the officials. What a batch of bastards. That's right, a batch, like a batch of bastards. That was a terrible call to neutralize the pass interference that would have backed them up. And out of field goal range, he called this bullshit holding penalty against the Saints to neutralize it. What a batch of bastards these guys are. 3rd and 5 as the Saints prepare to stop the Seattle Seahawks right there. All right, Geno Smith, the shotgun. You got wide receiver to the right, 2 to the left, and the running back to his right. Man in motion from the left to right, and and then Geno's there. He feels the pressure, goes down in the backfield. Saints get the sack. It's DeMario. It appears to be DeMario. No, it's Cam Jordan on the sack. So Cam gets the sack, brings up the 4th down. Seattle Chickens, the Sea Chickens will send in their kicker to kick the field goal. So there it goes. All right, so it broke. Whatever they were trying to do broke down, and Geno Smith was trying to find something to do with it. And Cam said, "Man, what do you think you're doing? You don't have no speed." And Cam just went and got at him, and brung him down. So, all right, here they go from the 56-yard line, another long-ass field goal. This is the attempt, and he kicks it, and it hit right down the center. Seattle go up 10-3 on the Saints. Now, the Saints need to stop playing, offensively speaking, and they need to handle the business of getting touchdowns. Now, I want to see no more field goals. We need to punish this team defensively because they're not that good defensively. Saints got to come up with answers, and they need to get in the end zone on this next drive, man. Enough of this foolishness. All right. 10-3 as the Saints defense get the Seattle Seahawks offense off the field, and we need to keep it shaking and popping and moving and grooving. So here we go. Excellent, man. Saints get the sack, and they prevent them. Now the Saints offense need to get online expeditiously. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being here in the stream. Shout out to all the family members for being up in this thing. I appreciate y'all being up in this thing for this episode of The Coma. There's over 400 of us in the stream. Please feel free to hit the like button. Please feel free to hit the share button. Share the show's links with the rest of the Hoodads or the Seattle people who can't see the stream. We up in this thing. Also, feel free to hit the notification bell and shout out to Coma. Let us know how you feel about the game. Who do you think will win the contest? Let us know. Holla at us. Iceman says, why do we think the Saints should beat up on even team if they're not beating these teams? Maybe the Saints aren't as good as we think they are. As we say it, he says let me say that again. Why do we think the Saints should beat up on even team? Any team, I guess you're saying. If they not beating these teams, maybe the Saints aren't as good as we think they are. We can say it all we want. But what are they showing us? They're showing us an undisciplined offensive team with no identity. They don't know if they can run the ball, they can pass the ball. They're trying to pass the ball. They're totally inept. They call a series of unbalanced plays at times that they'll get several good plays, then a dumb play comes in there. I don't understand the mentality, and this dated back to Sean Payton when he had Taysom Hill, where he would use Taysom Hill as a runner, even as a quarterback, and would not use his ability to throw the ball. Now, many people don't think Taysom Hill can't throw the ball, but Taysom Hill can throw the ball. But they don't use Taysom Hill in that capacity. Now, if you're going to do it, use him as a quarterback, at least try to fool people sometimes by letting them learn 5 plays so he can throw the ball to create balance to the play sheet. So, right, you got a point there, Iceman. You're dropping some game right there. The Saints are not showing us nothing consistently, and that is the issue offensively. Saints need to make those adjustments. We are over a month into the NFL season, and what you seeing on the field is what the Saints are. And if you're struggling offensively and it's been you had a month worth of games, there's deeper underlying issues at play right here. I called it out weeks ago when we started the season. It's no longer rust right here. These are underlying issues, offensively speaking, that the Saints have yet to iron out. Shout out. All right, keep it real. What's up, brother Dolph? Randolph says needed to hold them to a field goal. Now offense needs to drive down, score TD. Now, I agree, bro. I'm with that. I'm like J.G. Wentworth yelling out to the people, I want my money and I want it now. I'm saying that for touchdowns. All right, so here go the Saints with the ball getting kicked back to him. It looked like another fumble, man. My goodness, man. Did they get the ball back? Deontay Harty looked like he might have fumbled the ball again. He had a botched one that he recovered, and then he gets tackled around the 31-yard line of the Saints. 31-yard line. Looked like he lost the ball, but the Saints are saying that he retrieved it. And that's JP Holt standing over, and the referee then gives it the way and said the Saints picked it up. So Deontay Harty, no, I'm sorry, that's not Harty, that's Taysom Hill back there. Taysom goes there and fumbles. He's running with one arm, and then simply the ball gets poked out by DJ Dallas, and almost I'm sorry, I'm gonna retract that. It wasn't Deontay Harty, that was Taysom Hill with the fumble, but he recovered the fumble. The Saints recovered. So damn. They took Deontay out because he botched it and then picked it up and then put Taysom in there, and Taysom almost fumbles it. Goddamn. Saints from their own 31-yard line. The quarterback under center puts the man in motion, which is Taysom Hill from right to left, turns and hands the ball off to Mark Ingram, and Ingram picks up about 5 yards on the pickup. So not a bad run up the center of the offensive line. And Saints get, it looks like 5 yards to me. They say it's 4, so it'll be 2nd and 6 for the black and gold. Can they hasten their speed and move with a sense of picking up their offense? No, the Saints are still huddling up. They're still doing the same thing. Every now and again, just jump into the no-huddle offense to kind of scare some people every now and again, get some rhythm. All right, here we go. The Saints from their own 35-yard line. Dalton under center. He hands it to Mark Ingram again. Ingram tries to run to the right side, runs into a mass of defenders, and then jumps to the left and doesn't get much of a gain as the Saints go to do back-to-back running plays. Ingram runs to the right, nothing there, then cuts to the left and picks up a few extra yards, but nothing shaken as it's 3rd and 5. So maybe a gain of 1. So it's 3rd and 5. The Saints just don't look like they have anything. From a rhythm standpoint, they just look like they're walking around on the field. The body, I'm just looking at I'm studying the body language of these guys. Right now, it's this weird, nonchalant body language as the quarter comes to an end. And they just, a month worth of games into the season, the Saints still looking like they're disheveled. They're just not like body language, nothing. I mean, good grief. All right, let's keep it going, man. All right, shout out to the fam. Oathbreaker says, man, DA in trouble. If they lose this game, the bags are coming out. Yeah, I hear you, bro. I'm not putting on no damn bag. I'm sorry. I mean, a lot of family members going to start putting the bags on, and that's the last time we've seen that. But listen, 1 and 3 is difficult. That's difficult in its own right. But if you 1 and 4, and I'm not saying that'll be the case this game. I think the Saints win the game. I think they'll ultimately figure out a way to win the game. But it is incredibly distasteful as a person to watch as much Saints football as I've been watching for years. Die hard for way back. Let me tell you something. And I don't want to talk like Reverend Saint. I don't want to put Reverend Saint on up in here, but man, listen. Man. It's just a month where I'm just putting it in contrast, fam. You got a month worth of Saint football. A month worth. That's a lot of football. That's a lot of snaps. That's a lot of reps. And in between a month worth of football, I'm including practice and all that up in there, along with the active football in itself. That's a lot of football. Offense, defense, and special teams. And listen, the Saints offense and the special teams are hurting us bad. They're hurting us bad. The special teams can't field punts, guys dropping the punts, almost fumbling the ball away. They can't block. They can't block to set up the kick returns and punt returns so they can have decent field position, even though the last one actually was pretty decent blocking on that play as Taysom Hill at least got up to the 40 and fumbled the damn thing. But god damn. Then you talk about the offense. The offense has been just so inconsistent. It's maddening. And it's the fact that the Saints they won't find something and stick with it. Like if you using a rushing attack, they had some success with the rushing attack early on in this game, and then it's just not looking good. Ingram as a running back is not looking good to me. It's just they look disheveled right now. And of course, this could change as the game goes on because they need rhythm here. They need some rhythm. And these people are so stupid. They're not even using no huddle offense to give themselves even a rhythm edge or even just to tire out the Seattle defense. I just don't understand. Anyway, here we go. It's back on from commercial break. The Saints sitting up here on my screen right here. It's 3rd and 5. It's right now for the Saints. And there's a penalty down for the Saints, and it's going to be, what is it going to be against the Saints? My goodness. And the Saints, and it's against the Saints. Is it delay a game? My goodness. My goodness. It's saying it's against the Saints. Is that against the Saints? I just think, man, starting the second quarter off, man, the Saints need to do something, man. It's against Seattle. I'm sorry, y'all. It's against Seattle. It's against Seattle. That charge is against Seattle. So it gives the Saints a first down. L. Woods comes back out there for the Seattle team. Now, the Saints really need to get things going. All right. Here, Andy Dalton under center. The Saints have wide receivers to the left and one to the right. They play action it to Alvin Kamara. And they make a complete. That's a completion. Okay, the throw and catch to Alvin Kamara. He's almost close to the first down for the Black Gold. So it'll be second and what is it? It'll be short because the pressure comes and look like somebody got beat on the play. And L stops up too, but boy, Andrews Pete just got thrown out of the way. Good thing he got rid of the ball to Alvin Kamara. So it looked like it'll be short on the first down right there as he was able to find Alvin Kamara on the play. So let's keep it going for the Saints. 2nd and 2 for the Black and Gold. Dalton is in the shotgun. Saints have 4 wide receivers, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. And they have Alvin Kamara in the shotgun with Dalton to the left. There's a snap, pressure coming. Dalton gets lamb-basted. And as he gets strong, why would you need to even throw it right there? Why not run the ball? Why are we going into a shotgun on 2nd and 2? Good Lord. I mean, my goodness. Oh, my Lord. Why are we in a shotgun on 2nd and 2? Why won't then the guy shoots right through and blasts his ass. Now Taysom Hill is in there. Guess what Taysom Hill gonna do? Taysom's gonna they hands it off to Alvin Kamara, and Kamara beats the guy to the left side, gets slammed out of bounds. And the Saints do get the first down on the play. So they get the couple of yards, they get the 2 yards they need for the first down. It'll be first down instead of yards as Taysom Hill's in the game, and he fools the defense by handling the ball off to Alvin Kamara, who was going into motion from right to left. So they get the ball and get out of that little trick bag. All right, 13:40 and counting down on the clock. The Saints get the first down. Andy Dalton is back out there at the center position. The Saints at the Seahawks 49-yard line. Ingram is in the contest now. The Saints have a bunch formation to the right. There's a play action. Man coming through, and he dumps it off right here to Jawan Johnson, who picks up the first down and gets all the way down to the Seahawks 35. So a nice pitch and catch by Andy Dalton as he was kind of moving on the run. Andy Dalton showing some mobility here because he was in trouble, man. Guys are getting free runs at Andy Dalton, and Dalton was astute enough to slide over and keep his eyes down the field on the play because Adam Troutman looked like that was a guy Troutman was supposed to block. He came through basically for free. So they get down to Seattle's 35-yard line. Taysom Hill is in the shotgun. Guess what kind of play this is? He got 4 wide receivers to Taysom in the shotgun. Taysom runs the ball right up the center. Saints blocking, and he gets all about 15 yards down to the 15 to the 20-yard line. So Taysom's in a shotgun. And everybody, except for obviously the Seattle Seahawks defense, knew that Taysom was going to run the ball. Ran right up the center of the he dropped back like he was going to throw. And who knows, that might have been a passing play, but Taysom seen that hole open up. He's like, oh, man, I'm taking this. Because it looked like he was dropping back to throw the ball, but looked like that might have been a passing play. Just keeping it a buck. All right, so Dalton at the 20. So Taysom gets it down to the Seattle Seahawks 20-yard line. Andy Dalton under center. Alvin Kamara back in the game. They hand it off. Kamara is running to the left, running behind fullback, and Kamara gets turned down. He gets about 8 or 9 yards on the pickup. So the Saints are driving as they get close to the 10-yard line for the Seattle Seahawks. Saints are driving to score. All right, so let's keep it going. Kamara right now looking pretty good, man. Saints, the offensive line are doing a pretty decent job of run blocking. So that was a good run. They gave Kamara a fullback, it appeared, on that run. So let's keep it going, baby, shall we? Can the Saints get a touchdown here? Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. All right, here we go. Andy Dalton under center from the Seahawks 12. He hands it to Elvin Kamara, dances around, and Kamara picks up the first down as he gets twisted down to the 8-yard line. So once again, the Saints getting ever so close to a first, getting close to a touchdown. Let's keep it going in buck 15. Let's keep it going as the Saints keep moving this thing. All right. All right, hold on. Let's keep it going. All right. So anyway, Saints call it out again. Saints watch up to the line. Seattle Seahawks look like they're a bit winded. The Saints have some rhythm this drive. All right, you got wide receiver to the left, right. Kamara is moving. Taysom Hill's back out there. Taysom is running, and Taysom into the end zone for the Saints. So Taysom is the spark plug for the black and gold defense as he gets in the end zone. And a great contribution to Taysom Hill on this drive helps the Saints get in the end zone as the Saints score the touchdown, and we get the score and turn on the touchdown music of the Who Dat Nation. All right, Taysom. Taysom, great contribution from Taysom Hill on the drive as a runner, makes it pop. Will Lutz out there to kick the extra points for the black and gold to make it 10. The 10 guy almost blocks it, and he gets in there, but he gets it through for the field goal. The extra point, 10-10 Saints. All right, we made it a game again. Let's march on. Let's get this going. All right. All right. All right. So we in the building. Shout out to the fam, man. We up in this thing, doing it, do. All right. Shout out to the fam, man. Could y'all hear the music all right, fam? Oh, it's choppy. Okay. I don't know why it'd be choppy, man. Usually it sounds pretty good. Okay. All right. How it sound now? Is that better? Is that better?
On town, who that? Sports coma, this is where we do that. Welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt.
How that sound?
Go to YouTube live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Fucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck it.
All right, good. All right, out of the bathtub. Thank you, Bob. All right, so anyway, Taysom Hill piles into the touchdown for the Saints. They used Taysom Hill, the weapon. On that drive, pretty much Taysom was the man on that drive. Andy Dalton was able to do some stuff there as well to keep the stuff positive. So can the Saints now continue on the momentum? Now, this is a big part of the game where the Saints have had a positive drive and then they'll disappear for several drives and before they come back with it. So will it be a drive, maybe 2 drives before they score again? The Saints need to keep the momentum off. So here we go. 2:54 on the second quarter clock. Gino and the rest of the Seattle Seahawks defense, offense runs out on the field. So Seattle's offense out there running out to the field. The Saints go to touchdown. Let's see what Seattle's response is, or better yet, what the Saints defense do against Geno Smith as they pick up from their own 25-yard line. He's in a shotgun with the running back behind him, 3 wide receivers to the left side of the formation. The Saints showing pressure with 4. Saints come with the pressure. Smith stays composed, checks it down to the and throws it to the tight end, and he takes what the Saints gives him and picks up maybe about 6 yards on the pickup. Geno Smith is taking his time, and so Geno looking pretty poised in the pocket. The Saints have to get to him. They sent 4, and the Seattle team had enough offensive wise, kept Geno upright. So the pocket is protecting him. So it's 2nd and 4. Geno Smith's under center, and he's going to make an adjustment on the offensive line, calling out the adjustment, the audible right there, and gets back under center. Running back's there, and he's going to hand it off to the running back. Running back is stopped for a gain of maybe 2 yards. So the Saints defense making it 3rd down, and maybe let's see how much he picked up on it as Penny gets to carry off to the right side. Not much, but it'll be 3rd down and short. It'll be 3rd and 2, according to the screen. 3rd and 2. As the Saints stop them that time. Let's see if the Saints can keep the pressure up. Come on, they need to turn up the pressure right here. Do they send somebody in after them more than 4 on the 3rd down? Well, we shall see. All right, 3rd and 2. Geno in the shotgun. He got his running back there. He got 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right here. Let's see what Geno Smith does. He's waiting for the snap. And there is the snap. Saints come with pressure of 4 only. And there he goes down. It's Cam Jordan. Cam Jordan puts him on the ground. That's 2 sacks for Cam as he gets Geno Smith down on the ground. The Saints defense is waking up. And, of course, they got a flag down. It should be holding on Seattle, man, because that's what the hell it was. It was definitely holding. So, and Cam beats out the rookie. And listen, that's what I'm saying. Cross and Lucas, these are 2 rookie offensive tackles. And Cam beats the rookie for a sack. That's 2 sacks by the Saints defense. And they force the Seattle Seahawks to punt. So there's Seattle punting back from the back in their own territory. And there's the return. This time it's by Marquez Callaway. So Deontay Harty's not there. The Taysom Hill's not there. And they put Callaway in there. And guess what? The blockers can't block for them either. Not much on that. So the Saints defense bring down Geno Smith. They beat the rookie, and Cam beats the rookie. And really that needs to be happening all game long. Both of those offensive linemen are rookies. Them 2 tackles, those 2 tackles are rookies. The Saints should take well advantage of that and get Geno on the ground. So let that be the first of many sacks for the rest of the game. Now that the Saints defense had a positive response to what happened with the Saints' positive response, can the Saints have a triple positive response here and get another touchdown here and kind of build on that thing? Let's build. Let's use this momentum that we've gathered. Let's build on this this energy, on this momentum, and push forward, get another touchdown, and let the defense really pin its ears back and get after Geno Smith, and you're going to see some sports. All right, so there you go. Yeah, he's saying Harty is hurt. Is that right, kid? Saying that Deontay is hurt. Okay. I hear you, brother. So yeah, we know that Deontay he bobbled the kick return, he dropped it, picked it up, and after that, the next play they put in Taysom Hill, who fumbled and recovered it, and then now Marquez Callaway is in there. So I don't know if they're saying is Deontay Harty hurt. I'm not certain of that. Is he hurt? So maybe they're just doing something different. I don't know. But that's not a good look for Deontay Harty on top of everything that's been going. Remember, he's been having a real difficult time this past season. Deontay Harty been having a real difficult time. Remember all the stuff he was talking? A lot of the Who Dats was lighting him up. A lot of the Who Dat family members was lighting Deontay Harty up because of his performance last week with the fumble. So, and now this game he botched it. So, I don't know, man. We got to get it figured out on the special teams, man. It's really stinking. It's stinking right now. But still in all, whether it's Deontay or Taysom or Marquez back there, they still got to work on the blocking. All right. L Dub says Hardy hurt his foot. Okay. All right. Thank you, bro. All right. Shout out. All right. So big ups to the fan. 504 says we should have traded Harty and got something for him. He is so small, he's going to stay hurt. I don't know about that, bro. I think Deontay Harty is a good dude. I think a lot of it's not just him. I think our just kick return and punt return teams stink. They're garbage. And I'm saying Blake Gilligan is a stud, and so is Will Lutz when his head is screwed on straight. But the Saints punt blockers and the kick blockers, they shitty. Nobody gives smoke on them. All right, so here the Saints go from their own 36-yard line. And then there's a flag down, and look like a flag's down, and Andy Dalton just threw the damn ball away. And with the flag, he holds on to the ball. The guy rips him down and slams him on the pavement. So you got a flag down, and Dalton stupidly holds on to just throw the damn ball away. Why would you? I don't get that. So the guy grabs him and rips him down and slams him onto the turf. So it's going to be against the Saints, man. It's a flag against the Saints, and it'll be second down on the play. So yeah, it's pointing at Chris Olave. So Saints, these pre-snap penalties, man. It's just undisciplined footballs type stuff, bro. Come on, man. In your own building, come on, bro. 2nd and 16 on the play. Backs the Saints up there now at their own 29-yard line. Andy Dalton is under center. You got Mark Ingram as the running back. He hands it to Mark running left, and nothing going at all on the play as he gets maybe 2 yards running to the left side of the formation. Nothing, maybe 2. 3rd and 14 now on the play. Maybe the Saints could have tried to throw the ball on that play to try to get at least half the yardage back. Now they know they're gonna throw the ball. So I mean, I don't get that. You know, that was a turn, and second down was when you're supposed to try to throw it. But anyway, Dalton's in the shotgun right there. You got 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left from the Saints. 31. There's a snap. Guy comes right up the center. Oh, and missed him, and Dalton throws the ball to Troutman, and Troutman on his back catching it. He couldn't get up. He's 4 yards shy of the first down. It'll be 4th down and 4. The pressure coming, man. The pressure's coming, and the guys just the Seattle pressure came in there. They blitzed, and the guys that Seattle's defense just dumb. They missed them. Number 8 and actually it was Mark Ingram that picked up the block, and then the guy hits Andy Dalton in the helmet. Troutman slides down. I don't know what Troutman was doing. Troutman slid down on the ground and was looking around like, Troutman, get your ass up and try to get the first down. Anyway, the Saints will be 4 yards shy of the first down. As you can see the coaches yelling at Troutman to get up off the ground. All right, here's the punt by Blake Gilligan. So the offense does nothing after the Saints get them off there. And once again, they starting to stink it up a bit. So they punt the ball. Gilligan punts it to him, and they'll fair catch it at the Seattle. What is appeared? It looked like it'll bounce out the sideline. It appeared to bounce out the sideline there. So, man, let me tell you something, bro. This game is so disgusting, man, because you look at what the Saints are doing, and it just stinks, man. It's like it's mad, and you figure something out, and then they go right back to the stinking. And I'm like, man, you know, at some point we got to do something, man. We got to do something, dude. We got to do something. People with the I don't know what's going on emoji. I feel you on that. Robert says Dalton offense and special teams plan sloppy. B Will says already knew they was going to try a deep ball on first, but you had the 2nd and long. Why would you try to hand the ball to Mark Ingram when you sit up there 2nd and 16? Wouldn't you at least trying to rationalize this stuff so that we don't repeat these stupid decisions? All right, Saints for life say this offensive line is garbage. No way to put it. Youngblood said the Saints offensive line is a huge problem this year. They can't keep defenders out of. Yeah, they running in on them pretty bad. Blessed King said Mark Ingram had a big. He had too big. His head too big because he fall down. So Blessed King, he top heavy is what you're saying, right, brother? You said Mark Ingram's top heavy. That's why he keep falling forward there. Oh man, you crazy. Emax says 15. He says 15th, 3rd and out most in the league. Good Lord. Jermaine says Troutman can't get back on his feet. Yeah, I seen that, bro. Ro, what's up? Ro says looking out my project window. I feel uninspired. Okay, thank you, bro. Robert says need to bring in Taysom and the running game. Yes. This is, and the thing is, what's up, Gundam? The thing is, this sloppy brand of football that's going on, man. It's just, this is some listen, this is problematic. The Saints offense have some big problems. This is what is it? The fifth game of the year. We played a month worth of football and we had a lot of reps. We had a lot of football, and the Saints offense still looks like this. It's big problems going on right now, fam. No doubt about it. Can't hide it. A TEAMJAMEIS said, I have to root for the other team. The Saints play. Saints play to not hurt my heart. Yes. Christopher says, you heard the announcer Troutman could have got back up, but he looked like a trout. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's funny. All right, so here we go. From their own 20-yard line, Seattle. Jennings is in a shotgun. He has his running back and looks like a fullback back there. With him looks like a running play. Let's see what happens. And it is a running play. They're going to hand it off to Penny. Penny tries to run left, then right, then runs back left, and he gets right to the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard, depending on where they get to it, as Malcolm Roach is on the play to stop it out. All right, yes. Yeah, the Saints' defense is hardening up. So I expect to anticipate the Saints defense to continue to do what they've been doing to solidify, because they're kind of figuring the same pattern that it happened last year when Seattle got the touchdown, and then the Saints defense hardened up and started sacking Geno Smith and knocked them out of there. So it's happening. 2nd and 9 for Seattle. They're at their own 21-yard line. Geno Smith in the shotgun. It's another handoff play to Penny. Penny twists his parallels his way and picks up maybe 2 yards, and it'll be 3rd and maybe 7 in the play as he kind of spun around and met Saints defenders, not much shaking on a small gain. So it'll be 3rd and maybe 6 as Malcolm Roach is on the play to stump out that. So he picks up maybe a couple yards, and it's 3rd and 6 as the Saints defense are starting to crystallize to what's going on with that Seattle's offense. They're looking at it. They made the adjustment. Let's see what Geno Smith does now. He's in a shotgun there. The Seattle Seahawks have wide receivers to the left and right of the formation, but mostly a bunch formation to the left. 3 of them are put to the left. Let's see what happens there. Geno in the shotgun. He's going to look to the left. Saints pressure comes, and boom, nice play. He ducks it off. And is that Demario Davis? No, that's Paulson Adebo with the stick on the defender as he dumps it off or checks it off to the receiver, and Adebo comes up and pops him, and he'll be shy of the 1st down for Seattle. 4th down. And Fant comes, and he did a nice shot by Adebo. They dumps it off to Fant, the tight end, and Adebo gets there, and they're 4 yards shy of the 1st down, which means Seattle will have to punt it. But look like, Seattle will have to punt the ball. So 4th and 4, they send out their punting units, and we have to be mindful of fake punts. Remember what happened in London? We have to keep our wits about us. All right, and there's a penalty down. All kind of craziness can happen. A botch play of epic proportions, and it looked like it'll be it's a false start against the Seattle Sea Chickens, and that'll push them back even further, and that'll ensure that they punt the ball. So whatever they were trying to do, it was totally laughable, and it'll force them 5 more yards on them. It'll be 4th and 9 now, as they'll have to reassure that they'll have to punt the ball. So we'll see who's on the return for the Saints. Would it be Marquez Callaway or is it Taysom? More than likely it'll be Callaway back there. 4:28 and counting down. And these people are trying to, in a fumble. Are you kidding me? What was that? The Saints special teams unit recovered what appeared to be, they try to run another what the hell was that? Oh, they tried to run. No, they tried to pass, and the Saints were prepared. They didn't block. The damn punter got knocked down. He fumbles the ball. The Saints, it was the dumbest. I don't know what he was running like he was trying to punt it. And I was like, dude, you got busted out the 1st time. Don't do it. Just punt it. And Seattle does with the stupidest play of the game. They give the Saints the ball inside their own 20-yard line. That was dumb. Fire the special teams coordinator expeditiously. All right, so anyway, the Saints retrieved the ball, man, after a dumbass play by the Seattle Seahawks. They wasn't thinking on that play. They just donated 7 points to the Saints. I'm just going to keep it a buck. What a dumbass play call that was. Oh, you get the dumbass of the day award on that one. That was stupid. All right, so anyway, I don't know what the punter was doing. He was running with the ball, man. Come on now. All right, so anyway, man, thank you, Seattle, man. We got to send the Seahawks people some gifts during the Christmas season, like they just gave us a Christmas gift early. All right, so the Saints get the ball inside the 15-yard line. They're at the 13-yard line. Andy Dalton on the center hands the ball off to Elvin Dalton. Elvin Kamara twists and turns his way down to the Saints' 8-yard line right there, and he picks up more than a few. So, man, that was dumb. That was dumb. All right, anyway. All right, so the Saints are doing what they do. He picks up 4 yards. Elvin trots off the field. The Seahawks people standing up there with their hands on their hips like, man, what the hell we going to do with this here? You know, L. Woods looked like he wants to just go to the buffet, and just him and Puna looking like they just want to head on over to the Chinese buffet, man, and get their grub on. All right, Taysom Hill is in the game. He got wide receivers to the left and right. Taysom turns into a running back and goes in standing up again. Boy, Seattle is low-Q football today, man.
Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. Some shade on the Saints, you can probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that at. Where we do that at. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that at. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. About to kick that extra point, puts it right on through, and makes it 17-10 right now in this joint, man. Taysom Hill, 2 touchdowns. He went in standing up, nobody touched him, and somebody should let the Seattle Sea Chickens know that when Taysom Hill gets the ball, 9 times out of 10, he's going to run the ball, really 10 out of 10, until he shows me any better. So that's excellent, excellent play right there, the Saints. But listen, I just want to give a shout out to the Great Saint Think Tank family. Look, thank y'all for being in here. Thank you and appreciate all of you guys. And listen, I want to give a special big time shout out to our brothers and sisters who sent us a present all the way from Seattle, the Seattle Seahawks. Thank you guys, the Seattle Seahawks special teams. I want to say thank you guys. You guys have been to this game right here. I know you don't like what's going on with Seattle. I know you guys are big advocates for the Seattle Seahawks getting the first round draft pick this year. And listen, I want to say thank you for donating this game to us by that touchdown and potentially for giving us that touchdown. So shout out to the special teams. Shout out to you guys. And thank you. The whole Who Dat Nation will send you guys some comeuppance in Christmas. We're not going to send you shit right now. We're going to take this game from you. Thank you for doing that. But I promise you in Christmas, we're going to send you some seasoning to sprinkle on the chickens out there and some Cajun injectors. If you never heard of Cajun injector, look it up. We're going to send that to you. Because right now, the only Cajun injector we're going to give you is a foot up your ass right now. My goodness. That was a dumb play. That was dumb. All right, shout out to the fam, man. Thank y'all for being in this. Nate says, how many points we have to score to win, Big Q? Say, bro, the way the defense is starting to tear it up, bro. I had a 27 to, what was it, family, 17 situation. But listen, bro, when somebody gives you the ball that stupidly inside their own 15-yard line, the Saints easily get it. That's a demoralizing situation because the Saints, notice what the Saints defense is doing right now. They're sacking Geno Smith. They're getting pressure on him. This is reminiscent of last year's game, right? When Seattle got that first touchdown and DK pushed off on that first one and they didn't call it. He got that one. This time around, he got it the right way. He caught it and just burnt the guy. But the Saints made the adjustments after that first series, and then it's been incredibly difficult for the Seattle Seahawks offense to score. Now the Saints are starting to put some points on the board. The pressure is mounting for Seattle. The Saints can pin back their ears and go after Seattle and make it happen. Cam already has 2 sacks on him. I expect more to come. So I say like 27 points should be good enough to get these team out of here. So much love. All right. Thank you. Shout out L Dub. Shout out to you, bro.
All right. Yeah. So this is that buck 15 we need, bro. This is what we're talking about. All right. So here we go, family. As the Saints getting ready to kick off to the Seattle Seahawks from left to right. Will Lutz kicking the ball now. And they're waiting to return that thing. Got a return man at the 2. No, they're gonna let it bounce out the back of the end zone. They'll retrieve it at the 25-yard line. So really, shout out to Taysom Hill, family. This has been the Taysom Hill affair. Taysom scored both touchdowns, and they've using Taysom Hill's athleticism and his physicality and to spark the Saints offense. But if Taysom's not there, how do we score the ball? Taysom is everything right now. So we have to be able to figure out a way to kind of galvanize and move our offense. I think we need to pick up the pace outside of that. So we'll see what we do here. Anyway, here they're picking up from their own 25-yard line. Geno Smith's in the shotgun with a running back behind him. 3 wide receivers to the left of their formation. There's the snap. Saints come with the pressure. The ball is out and thrown early as he tries to find the tight end because there was Demario Davis running right up the center of the defense heading at Geno Smith, and Geno Smith got rid of that goddamn ball like it was packed with radiation. I mean, he threw it clean out of the way because Demario Davis was coming for him. Let me tell you something. So that'll bring up a quick second down as the Saints bring the pressure with Demario right up the center. All right. All right. So Geno Smith in the shotgun again, trying to give him opportunity to look all the way around that thing. All right, let's see what the formations. You got wide receivers to the left and guys back there. The Saints come with the pressure, and there's a throw right there as they find the tight end who makes the grab and gets all the way up to the to the Seattle Seahawks 40-yard line. It's their tight end. He makes the grab. So a nice pitch and catch from Geno Smith to his tight end right there. Just, boy, he was just wide open, man. You know, he was wide open up the center, and that was a pitch and catch scenario with Justin Evans and the Debo on the stoppage. It gets to the 40-yard line of Seattle. They got 2 blockers in the backfield with Geno Smith. Well, actually, they move over to the left side, which means they could be running to the left. And they play action to the right, and Geno scrambles to the left, throws the ball across his body, and it's connected to the tight end upfield and looked like he was in. So not a bad play as Geno Smith busts a rollout play, and they're trying to do a little something like what the Falcons would do. And they hit him with the play action. The Saints defense fell for it. And Geno kind of threw it across his body and went upfield and made the catch to Noah Fant upfield. So not a bad throw by Geno Smith to Noah Fant, who gets upfield into Saints territory all the way down to the Saints 28-yard line. Nice pitch and catch by Smith. All right, here he goes. He's in the shotgun now. There's the snap. Saints coming with pressure. And Geno's unsettled. He throws the ball ahead and into the ground incomplete as he just got rid of. He felt the pressure of the Saints coming for him, and he just throws an incompletion. So 2nd and 10, as the Seattle Seahawks did get into Saint territory. So this will give an opportunity at least to kick another field goal to try to add some points there. All right, so Seattle doing just enough, man, to move the ball, man. And Geno Smith, man, rolling out, showing that, hey, man, I'm not done. I'm still a young guy in this thing. All right, so here goes Geno in the shotgun. He got his running back to the left, 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. And there's the snap. Geno looking. Saints come with pressure. Geno, no, they open up, and Geno just takes off. An easy stroll gets on down to the 15-yard line because what happened was the Saints undisciplinedly allowed a C like the Red Sea to part. And Geno Smith seen that shit and said, boom, I'm running up the middle. Saints, where you gap discipline. They left a huge freaking hole for Geno Smith to just run right up the center, and Geno just scampers up to the Saints 15-yard line. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. All right, easy peasy as we're approaching the 2-minute warning. Easy peasy. Easy peasy for Geno Smith on that play. Easy peasy. All right, Saints gap discipline break down on the play, and that's what happened, man. All right, shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all being up in the building for this one, man, as we are watching the black and gold in the matchup here handle some business, man. And right now the defense, they need to ratchet up the pressure, man. The Saints are trying to generate pressure with the 4, and the C opened up. The Saints defensive line created a great space, and Geno Smith just took off with there. Come on, bro. We got to do better than that. All right, so anyway, let's keep it rolling on that one, man. Let's keep it going. All right, Ricardo said Davenport is going against a rookie, and he still can't get home. Yeah, that's been the story of the season up to this point, man, was that You look at what we've played some no-name offensive linemen, and they made a name for themselves stopping the Saints. I mean, they're two offensive. They got two rookies as blindside tacklers, and he's struggling with that one. So hopefully Davenport can find a way to be. He's a first round talent. The other guy I think is a third rounder. We know Cross is a first rounder. The other guy's a third rounder. But hell, he playing like a first rounder against Davenport. So hey, man, it is what it is. Let's see. I still think the defense. Hopefully they can stop him and make him kick a field goal here. Corvada says Gino looking like Gino from West Virginia. Yeah, because he's doing the correct things. The Saints, they're not bringing the supreme pressure you need to rattle a guy like Geno Smith. He's still very comfortable in there, and the game coming to him, and he's making the correct check downs, and he's sliding around in the pocket. And he had a big old hole open up. The defense opened up a big ass hole for him, and he just ran right on through them. So anyway, all right, let's keep it going, fam. We're almost there to the halftime right now. We'll see what's shaking and popping. All right, we got brother Jeremy Carter says Seahawks, it's a Seahawks man in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you being here. Much love to you, and appreciate the Seahawks for donating what's going to be a win for us today. So thank you in advance, sir. Thank you. All right, so shout out. Alpha says, man, the name on the dome is suspect. All right, so let's see what the Saints do as we're back from commercial on my feed, and let's see what the Saints can do. I mean, what Seattle's going to do right here. We got Geno Smith is under center. Running back is in the backfield. He turns and play actions it to him, and Geno scrambling to the right. Nothing's going on. He just throws it at the feet of the tight end, and he'll live to fight another day. So it'll be 2nd and 10 now for Seattle, as Geno's doing the smart stuff. He's taking what they're giving him. He's not forcing anything. He's throwing the ball away on the play, and it's not shaking and baking for him. And he's doing what smart quarterbacks do. He's not turning it over. He's giving it taking what the defense is giving him. And he's doing a pretty decent job of not turning the ball over. All right, Geno Smith's under center from the Saints 15-yard line. Got a running back in the backfield behind him there. 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Man in motion. They're going to run this thing to the right. Saints defense look like they're there, and they cut him down and maybe picks up 2 yards. So it'll be 3rd and maybe 8. Perhaps didn't look like much or nothing as the Saints defense ran. It was a toss to the right, and the Saints defense was fast enough to get home there with the backup running back Walker. So it might be 3rd and maybe a pickup of 2. Not much shaking on the play by Seattle. All right, so it'll bring up a 3rd and 8 situation. So the Saints defense is still very much holding in a game as my feed goes into in a goddamn in-game commercial. I hate those things. All right, so anyway, here goes the Geno Smith talking to Pete Carroll. He comes out and walking up with his hips to the offensive line to talk and see what they're going to do. All right, so anyway, shout out to the fam, man. Shout out, thank y'all for being here in the game. 3rd and 8 now with the Saints defense looking at Geno Smith to see what they're going to do. The Saints defense are crystallizing, just like I said they are, and they're holding this team out. You got 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Geno in the shotgun with a running back to his right. He lifts his foot. There's the snap. Pressure comes. Geno throws the ball out the back of the end zone. Well, he's trying to find DK Metcalf. He threw a dart, man, and it was a very tough completion to make because Geno put too much hot pepper on that ball, and DK had to reach fully out to see if he can pull it in and could not pull it in as it goes incomplete. So, yeah, the ball was thrown, and it was on a rope. Geno put it on a rope, and DK had both hands on it, man. And that's if he's a superstar wide receiver, he should have caught it. But Geno put it to him, and it's a drop. 31-yard field goal by their field goal kicker. He comes out, and he's going to kick it through, and the lead is 17-13 of black and gold. All right, 1:42 remaining on the clock, man. So we're going to see exactly if the Saints can respond and add to this lead. The Saints need to add to this lead before halftime. We need to add to the lead. We need to add to the lead. All right. Yes, indeed. Roll, you're right. 2-minute drill. Come on, man. 2-minute offense. Will the Saints run a 2-minute offense? I think the Saints offensive coordinator, Pete Carmichael, thinks that if the Saints run a 2-minute offense, that a black hole will open up on the North Pole over the planet and suck the planet into a vortex and send us way out to the out to the Andromeda universe or something. I mean, it's just ridiculous. The Saints refuse to operate a 2-minute offense. I don't know why. I just don't get that. Even when it's a 2-minute situation, let's see if they forego those superstitions and see if they involve themselves in operating a 2-minute offense. It's a $1:42 on the clock. Saints have to get down the field and score a touchdown before half. It'll really benefit us if we did do that. All right, wait for the guy to kick off to Taysom Hill, Taysom's doing everything. Taysom's is quarterback and he's running back and he's kick returning. The whole damn game is in Taysom Hill's hands. And the ball is kicked out the back of the end zone. The Saints will retrieve it at the 25-yard line. A $1:42 on the clock as the Saints offense pick up at the 25-yard line. Now let's see what they can do as Andy Dalton trots out there. Marquez Callaway trots out there. Several other Saints offensive skill players out there along with the offensive line. Let's see, and even you see Traquan Smith's out there now. Jawan Johnson is out there right now. And AK-41 joins them. So let's see if the Saints can operate an effective 2-minute offense. Let's get it popping. Let's get it shaking. All right, so here it is. Saints at their own 25-yard line. Andy Dalton is in the shotgun. Kamara to his left. 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. All right, there's the snap. And the Saints looking. He checks it down to Alvin Kamara. Kamara gets to the first down, then steps out of bounds at the 35-yard line and stops the clock. Good, smart play by Alvin Kamara. And the Saints get a bunch of new downs. They get first and 10 and the stop clock as the Saints have, one timeout remaining before halftime. All right, so let's see what the black and gold do now. Okay, they run up to the line of scrimmage right now. No 2-minute offense. They still do a bit of a huddle. And you got Dalton goes into a shotgun. You got wide receivers, 3 of them to the right, 2 of them to the right. They do a draw to Alvin Kamara. Kamara runs right up the center of the Seahawks defense and gets all the way down to the Saints 49-yard line at midfield. Now that the clock is running, the Saints let's see if they can run a 2-minute offense. All right, so the Saints are going to do a 2-minute offense. Okay, here we go now. All right, there's the snap right there. There's pressure's coming. The ball's out by Dalton. He throws it, and he finds Chris Olave, who gets another set of downs into Seattle territory. Saints operating a 2-minute offense. It don't look as crisp as we would like to see, but it's still a 2-minute offense. All right, shotgun. Here we go. There's the pressure coming, and Dalton's with the ball out, and it's a bad pass through and incomplete, and that'll stop the clock. It'll be 2nd and actually 3rd and 1 now as he goes to Chris Olave, but it is thrown to kind of low, and it's an incompletion there to Chris Olave. So 17-13 Saints right now. They stop the clock. They still have a timeout there. Let's see if the Saints can get that first down. And Andy Dalton says, yes, we're going to get the first down on the quarterback sneak. Saints get a new set of downs. 50 seconds remaining. Do the Saints keep it going with the 2-minute offense? All right, the Saints, and Andy Dalton gets up. He's yelling out plays to them. They're lining up kind of slow. It's not as crisp as I would like to see the 2-minute offense ran. They're letting a lot of time tick down. There's a snap, and of course, there's going to be a timeout called by the Seattle Seahawks on the play. So they'll stop it right there. And we seeing why the Saints don't run a 2-minute offense, bro. It's not crisp. Boy, this is a very non-crisp 2-minute offense, man. You know, they're not really, we can see they need to practice that 2-minute offense, family. I can see why they're not running it as well as they're supposed to. They need to work on that 2-minute offense, man. They need to work on that shit. That shit, they letting minutes tick by, man. You're supposed to be efficient on that. Come on. All right, so here they go after the timeout. Andy Dalton and walking up to the line of scrimmage. The Saints, man, just and Big L Wood shaking his head on the side, man. L looking just so disheveled. Hey, let's send L a box of Popeye's chicken. Then again, maybe not, man. We don't want nothing to happen to Big L. We want him to be around for a while. All right, so here's Andy Dalton from the Seahawks 40-yard line. 2 wide receivers to the left and right. He's in the shotgun with Kamara to his left. There's a snap. All right, Dalton looking. He throws the ball, and it is caught by Traquan Smith around the 26-yard line, I want to say, for the Saints as they get closer. And then a flag comes out. The flag is out, and let's see who it's against. All right, it's against the black and gold of the black to back them up. So penalty against the Saints. They'll replay the first down as it's illegal hands to the face. And let's see if it's a hands to the face. Can you give me, when the referees start talking about hands to the face, I get curious. Can we get a replay? All right, so they're saying against Hurst. Is it a hands to the face? Yes, it is. He pushed his damn helmet off. Yes, indeed. I would say it's a hands to the face. He stiff armed his damn helmet off. That's a hands to the face. All right. All right. So anyway, here we go. That backs the Saints up to midfield. 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. There's a shotgun. Dalton gets the snap. He looking and checks it down to Alvin Kamara. And Kamara runs, and the ball comes loose, and it's picked up by the Seattle defense. So Kamara once again with another fumble. And that is going to be a fumble. Seattle retreat, and once again, the Saints do what undisciplined teams do. They turn the ball over at the wrong time. Alvin Kamara trying to make a play, doesn't secure the ball, turns the ball over again. That's Kamara, another fumble by Kamara. The Saints can't stop fumbling the football. Alvin Kamara on the play trying to do a little too much, and then the ball comes out on the play, and Seattle gets the ball. So once again, I guess those fumble drills are not working, as because that one came out. The guy put the helmet right on the ball right there, and Kamara was trying to make a play and braces, kind of keep the other guy off him with his right hand, and he gives the ball up. So another turnover as Seattle retrieves the ball at the Saints 40, 7-yard line. Terrible, 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 dumbass offensive play. Once again, terrible, undisciplined team with the turnovers, drive killers. Saints could have scored something to help them out, but let's see what happens on the back end. Turnovers, man. Turnovers. Every damn game is a turnover by the Saints' undisciplined offense. All right, so let's see what happens. Defense have to pick up for their mistakes again. Cam and the defense have to take the test and stop the Seattle offense, because the offense keeps screwing it up. So let's see if they can force them to punt the ball, or we ain't got that much time. 20 seconds remaining for us to uphold and not allow them to do anything. So let's see what the Saints can do. Once again, man. Once again, shotgun. Geno Smith with a running back to him. They got 2 wide receivers to the right and left of the formation. Geno lifts his leg and waiting for the snap. There's a snap right there. Geno throws the ball. It's a dart, and he gets it to the wide receiver. He falls down around the Saints 40-yard line. And look like Seattle tries to call a timeout. They do, and it stops the clock at 14 seconds. And Geno Smith was able to find Tyler Lockett, who gets the catch and brings it to the Saints 40-yard line. That gives him a first down. So he picks up about 10 yards on the play. And just like that, just gets it and gets him in position right there as a Debo makes the stop or just touches him down. All right, so the Seahawks stop the clock right there, and let's see what they're going to do. Geno Smith runs off the field, and they go into another formation where they're putting another guy out there. So let's see what happens. As Geno Smith goes onto the sideline, and then they bring another guy in there at the quarterback position. So let's see what happens here. I'm sorry, that is Geno. I'm sorry. So Geno's back there. He's in the shotgun. Let's see what happens here. The Saints come out with the pressure, and they try to run the ball, and the guy is caught. And he did pick up about 3 or 4 yards, but they're trying to play for a field goal. They're not trying to score a touchdown. They're trying to kick a field goal to get in position. So let's see what happens here. So the Saints undisciplinedly had the Seahawks and turned the ball over to them. My goodness. My goodness. My goodness, man. My goodness. My goodness. With the my goodness. 2nd and 6 right now for them. Is right now there's 14 seconds remaining on the clock for the Saints right now. Let's see what can happen here. As the Seahawks have no more timeouts. The Saints do have one. Geno Smith's in a shotgun. You got 2 wide receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Let's see what Geno's looking for. His running back is back there by him to his right side. Lifts his leg, and he's ready for the snap. There's a snap. Pressure comes. 4 guys comes. Geno Smith slides into the pocket, throws the ball upfield, and touchdown. Just like that over the Tyler Lockett smokes the hell out of Debo for a touchdown. So they sneak the Saints right over the top and get the touchdown and take the lead. So the defense surrenders a touchdown. The offense fumbles the ball, and the Saints defense give up a touchdown. So thanks for doing what you do. And I mean, my goodness, the Debo was in trail position, and the safeties was back there. And is that JT Gray back there? Is that JT Gray? JT Gray, get him. JT Gray, my goodness. He smoked a Debo, ran past a Debo, And the safety reacted slow too because he was in a trailing pattern. And the Saints give up a touchdown. And of course, they missed. The good thing is Myers missed the extra point, which could have made it a 3-point score. Now it's 19-17. So Saints defense get toasted on a pass to Tyler Lockett. Debo just gets smoked on the play. The safety just got over there way too late. And I'm saying, when you see Tyler Lockett cutting in and you're the safety and you see that happen, you see him running free. I mean, but I don't expect much out of JT Gray. JT Gray is a special teams player. He's not a good safety. I've said that before. He's not a good safety. You know, he needs work back there, and he didn't come over. But then again, I'm not going to put it all on the Saints defense. Gave up the touchdown after the fumble by the Saints offense. So it's all working bad. I'm choked up here. I really am, man. This team, really, the Saints offense is just 5 games into the season. They turn the ball over every damn game. And I mean, turnovers that convert to touchdowns. Let it be known for the record that Alvin Kamara's touchdown, his turnover went for a touchdown. I mean, these turnovers that they have, they all lead to touchdowns or scores that ultimately come back to hurt us. So it's just so dysfunctional. It's sad. Yes, indeed. Gardner says sad. Yes, indeed, bro. It is what it is. The Saints take the knee and they're just going to go into the halftime. Yeah, this is terrible, man. This is awful, man. Because really, you look at the Saints offense, and as we hit our halftime, fam, and I'm going to say this before I touch the stats, but if you look at the Saints offense, the only reason why the Saints have an offense is because of Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill scored 2 touchdowns for the Saints. You take his contribution away, the Saints are losing the game 19-3? You take Taysom's 2 touchdowns away, the Saints losing the game 19-3. I mean, this is not good. The thing that hurts us is these dumbass turnovers. And it's Kamara, is Ingram. It's this offense, man. They can't stop turning the ball over to the adversary. They can't stop doing it. Anyway, let's get some halftime stuff popping and shaking here, fam. We had halftime here. Man, bro. It's just terrible. 19-17. The Seahawks shocked the Saints right before halftime. Them people got a touchdown on the Saints' ass. And if Metcalf would have caught the other one, they would be up even higher than that. 15 first down for the Saints versus 8. Almost less than half these people have, but still have the lead. Saints are 2-5 on third down versus 1-5 by Seattle. Total plays 35-28. Total yards 220 to 186 Seattle. 7-6 on the drives for the Saints. And the truth be known, the Seattle's moving the ball pretty good. They're averaging 8 yards per play against the Saints defense. 5.3 by the Saints. 157 passing yards by Geno Smith in this matchup versus 83 by Andy Dalton. All right, so in the rushing statistics, the Saints have 103 yards rushing against the Seattle 63 yards. But look at what they're doing. The Saints have ran the ball, and a lot of that's Taysom Hill too. And we'll show you on the individual statistics. 21 rush attempts for the Saints. They're averaging 5 yards per rush. They have 103 rushing attempts right here, which it's just to me, man, it's unfathomable, man, to think about it. Saints twice in the red zone, 2 for 2. Seattle 0 for 1. Penalties 3 for 15 for Seattle. Saints only 2 for 15 in the game. Turnovers, the one that they lost, Alvin Kamara, that was converted to a touchdown. The possession time, 17 minutes and 30 seconds versus 12 minutes and 30 seconds by Seattle. Individual statistics going into this thing. As you see, Andy Dalton, 19 of 13 for 88 yards. He was sacked one time. His rating is 88 flat. Alvin Kamara, 10 carries for 50 yards. Kamara's averaging 5 yards per carry, but he didn't fumble on the rush attempt. He fumbled on the pass attempt. Did he? Was it? It was a pass, I think it was. I mean, I'm just messed up on this whole thing. Taysom Hill is averaging 8 yards per carries, 5 rushes for 39 yards. Ingram, less than 2.5 per rush. Saints 21 carries for 103 yards for 5 yards per rush, and they're 2 touchdowns thanks to Taysom Hill. He has both of those scores. Chris Olave is the top man, 3 catches for 38 yards off of 5 targets. He's averaging almost 13 yards per catch. Alvin Kamara, 3 catches for 26 yards here. So, I mean, it's just, oh, man. It's just one of those things, family. It's just, I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, good Lord, man. 3 catches, 26 yards off of 3 targets. Juwan Johnson thrown that twice for 1 catch for 13 yards. Troutman, 1 catch, 1 target, 10 yards. Marquez Callaway thrown that twice, 1 catch, 1 yard. The fumble, Kamara fumbled 1. He lost 1. Taysom fumbled and recovered. So, and of course, you look at the top men defensive wise, Pete Werner and Paulson Adebo, the top tacklers right now. Sacks involved right now. They said 1. I thought it was 2 for Cam Jordan. I thought there were 2 sacks in the game. They got the Saints down for 1. I thought it was 2. Anyway, let's go on to the other side, to the Seattle Seahawks side. And they're doing what they're supposed to do. 8 of 13 for Geno Smith for 166. He's averaging 13 yards every time he throws the ball. Come on, we can't let that happen, man. And we know a couple of those on the deep shots that he took. The Tyler Lockett number got him up in the air. But he has 2 touchdowns back then. He's only, they saying he was sacked once in the game. I thought it was twice, but anyway, they're saying 1 time for 9 yards. And his rating is 145 flat. That's too good for Geno Smith. Geno Smith needs to be roughed up a lot more than that. Rashard Penny, 7 carries for 48 yards. He's averaging 7 yards per carry. Remember, I showed you in the preview, the man was averaging 6 yards per carry. Well, he done went up almost a full yard, 7 yards a carry, and a long run of 32 yards to help spike that. So right now they had 14 for 63 on the ground, but Rashard Penny, expect a dose of Rashard Penny to keep going because Penny's doing just enough to keep them on schedule. They're balanced. Penny's averaging 7 yards per rush on 7 carries for 48 yards, and Geno Smith's taking advantage of that. They're using the play action. The Saints got fooled out on the play action several times. The rollout play action even, when Geno Smith was able to make throws downfield against the Saints. So they sneaking a little of that mobile quarterback stuff the Saints have issues with in the game plan with the rollout with old ass Geno Smith. I ain't gonna knock Geno. Geno doing a good job. And of course, 3 targets for on DK Metcalf. 1 was 50 yards for a score, which he just ran all the way in. Nobody touched him. And of course, he had an opportunity to catch one he dropped in the end zone, which would have made the lead even higher. 5 targets is his favorite guys throwing to the tight end. 5 of those for 349. The tight end's averaging 16 yards per catch. So no matter who Geno's throwing to, they're averaging more than a first down every time he throws the ball. The backup tight end is averaging 10.5. Tyler Lockett, 2 catches, 46 yards, 23 yards per catch, and a score on just the 2 times that he threw to him. And Noah Fant, 5 targets, 3 catches, 49 yards, averaging 16.3. So no matter who Geno's thrown to, they're averaging every time he throws the ball, he is getting a first down. That has to stop. That cannot go. And of course, their top guys, Cody Barton, the linebacker, Ryan Neal is behind him, and the sack came from L. Woods, is the only thing. So the Saints have to improve here. Most certainly, they have to improve and do a lot better job here against Seattle, and hopefully they can make the adjustments. So, but for the Saints to be struggling, no disrespect, man. I don't want to disrespect the Seattle Seahawks people. No disrespect to your squad, but you know this squad is not a squad that's a playoff team. So it's really no disrespect to your squad. It's really a disrespect to my squad because my squad is playing this pathetically and struggling against Seattle. How are you supposed to beat the Rams? How are you supposed to beat the Rams or the, any of these teams that got, balanced teams, teams that have offense, defense, and special teams. How are you supposed to beat them if you're struggling no disrespect to Seattle. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm not casting shade on you, but I'm saying your defense stinks. Your defense stinks, and the Saints can't manufacture consistent offense against a stanky defense is beyond me. It's like that floors me. That really floors me. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to disparage the Seattle people, but I'm saying, your defense is a bottom 5 ass defense. The Saints should be able to right now have at least 24 points against this, at least 24 on the way to 30s on this defense. It's just amazing, man, how pathetic they are. All right. Seems like Gray is lost on. He is lost, black man, a black preacher man, sports fan, brother Khalid. He is lost. I've been saying that. That's why the Saints got rid of these defensive backs that it can only do one thing, and they can only play special teams. That's why they got rid of Chris Banjo. He was sorry as a safety. He was a great special teamer, but he can't play the safety position. You gets out of here. Same thing with Justin Hardy. Hardy was a good special team guy, but he couldn't cover to save his life, And it's the same thing with JT Gray. You got to do more than be able to play special teams, because when they call upon you to play, you got to be able to play. And them guys be out there lost. So, yeah, he looking at, JT Gray, and that he had a factor on it, but the Saints secondary period is looking very suspect in this game. Geno Smith looks like a top 5 quarterback in this game, for real. Jamal said Geno is decent, but the Saints making him look. No, that's what I just said. He looks like a Pro Bowler out there, and that's, to me, that's the Saints. They got to take care of business, man. Brother Randolph says, not the play calling, it's the players' family. They cannot get out their own way. Coaching is not fumbling. Coaching is not executing. All on players today. Yeah, Brother Randolph, you might have a point on that, bro. Trey says, no way we losing, defense coming out, getting this stop, and we're going to score on our next drive. Jeff says Saints are struggling. KK says DA is 9-31. What you expect? CeeLo, shout out to you, my brother, says, ironically, even with this sucker season performance, we will not get an early first round pick because they have to, he says, but they gave it to Seattle for a first round in 2020 draft. Draft all the Saints will be number 3 pick. I don't think we plan for that. I think they ultimately, they'll get it together. I can't agree on that, Corey. He's having a difficult game. Adebo's not trash. He's having a tough game. That's for certain. All right, so shout out to the fam. Kelvin says we are not a playoff team either, Big Q. Oh, well, brother, you got me there. You got me there, bro. The way they playing right now, man, listen, bro, this is not playoff. This ain't going to get you to playoffs. Playing down to a team that is basically a team that's, looking for a first-round playoff situation. You can't compete against some of the top echelon teams in the NFC if you can't stump down a Seattle team. I'm just saying. Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf are studs. I was big ups to those brothers. Even Penny when he's healthy, he's a force. But if you're the Saints defense, you got 2 rookie offensive tackles. You're supposed to be able to get after them. Why not? Geno Smith sliding around in the pocket, looking real comfortable. You might as well roll out a goddamn mattress out there for him to sleep on, because the Saints are not making it uncomfortable for Geno Smith at all out there. And it shows as he's averaging over almost 11. What is it? What was he averaging? Geno Smith. I mean, whatever it is, every time he throws the ball, it's a first down. So that has to change. Thank you, Brother Kenny. Says, Q, we are ass backwards. We make good teams look bad and bad teams look good. We have to come on. He says, we have to overcome, bro, from Baton Rouge. Respect the podcast, bro. Shout out to you, Brother Kenny. Thank you, man, for your super chat, bro. Appreciate the commentary, bro. Yeah, we don't look good, bro. You're absolutely right on that. We looking pretty trifling right now. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. We looking pretty bad. Wow. Big Sean, what's up, bro? Said, I just came from church a little while ago. Who gets the ball in the second half? Man, I forgot, bro. I think it's the I think the Seahawks get the ball back with all the foolishness is going on, bro. I had almost forgot that. I think the Seahawks are the ones that get the ball back in the second half, man. All right. Randolph says Saints not a playoff team either, Q. Okay. Not playing how we plan. They don't stink today. He said they don't stink today. We do, big brother. It's all on the players, coaches. these players, coaches have been harping on protecting the ball, and they still turning the ball over. When people saying, and Dennis Allen saying for several weeks, we played it in the stream, where the guys sit up here talking about, hey, we focusing on not turning the football over, turn it off and turn it over. We working on the drills. We working on the drills. We working on the drills. And then them people get up there and still turn the ball over. Every game is a turnover. Every damn game, the Saints are turning the football over to these people. Every game is a turnover. That's systemic. Okay, bro. Here we get ready to get back into the game, man. And Seattle Seahawks getting the ball back, man. And they make a complaint. And there's a fumble now, family. A fumble unhappened. Let me get my screen up here. Right here, look like we got a fumble that didn't happen right here as the half is starting off, and look like the Saints have recovered a fumble to start off the quarter. And the Saints recover a fumble on defense, and look like it's David Onyemata. So the Seattle Seahawks start the quarter off, and the Saints get a turnover on defense, and that gets that short in the field. So the Saints give another gift of a short field to the Saints offense. Hopefully we can score. So it's a throw. DK Metcalf makes the ball. He catches the ball, and it comes out, and he fumbles it out after getting plastered by Justin Evans and Pete Werner. And let's see if they challenge that thing, but they say it's a fumble. They said the referees called it as a fumble, and the Saints offense is going to come out there and do their thing. So Metcalf fumbles the ball away, and he definitely caught it and put both his feet on the ground. So it's definitely a fumble. It's definitely a fumble because DK caught the ball and put both his feet down, and look like they're challenging it to see if it's a fumble here. So we'll see what the call is. On both feet down, he got the ball. That's a fumble, man. Then he fumbles, the ball comes out before, and look, it's close, man. Actually, if you look at that elbow, it's close, man. His hand comes down, and his elbow's down, and the ball is still in his arm. They might reverse that one. Look like, but you can't tell though. You can't tell. Look like it is, but it's not a clear angle on it. It has to be very clear and concise, but it didn't look clear, that angle right here. You couldn't tell with him holding the ball, did it come out or not? So if you can't tell, you got to stick with the original call. So we'll see exactly what they're going to do. So they're going to wait on that thing. So let's see what the family members think. What do y'all think, family? Is it a fumble? Is it a fumble? All right, so we'll see. It is under review. It is close. It is close. It is close, Christopher. Real close. All right. Matthias says, not a fumble. Let's be real. Refs decide. Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. Mithra says, the refs hate us. We lose. Yeah, we shall see what the refs come up with, man. So, and Rose says it's going to be Seattle's ball. Okay, Seahawks ball. All right. All right. Colby says not a fumble. All right. All right. All right. So we'll see. All right. We shall see. All right. Yeah, it's one of those situations when you look at with the Saints, man, and it's, man, the Saints, and I'm not trying to span ahead, but my goodness, it's just from an offensive standpoint, if it wasn't for Taysom Hill's contribution from an offensive standpoint, where would we be? All right. Frank says, I think he says it's a fumble. All right. Shout out to you. All right. All right. Ken said, let him check his lottery tickets. All right. So it's not back on my feet. Okay. Randolph says not a fumble. All right. Yep. If it don't fit, you must have quit. All right. Chandler and Johnny Cochran. I got you, brother. I got you. All right. All right. Mitra says they called it Saints ball on the field, but yep. You know how that roll, family. Y'all know how that roll. What's up, brother Dame? He said Big QT Lane 5-1. That's what I'm talking about, bro. 5-1. Shout out to the Greenies, man. They're not ranked, are they? The Greenies are not ranked. Hopefully are they ranked? I doubt it. They're probably not ranked. They're probably not ranked. They're probably not ranked. Yeah, I don't think they beat a big team, so that's probably gonna keep them from ranking them. But congratulations to the Tulane Green Wave, man. They doing a stellar job, man. This shit, they really are, man. All right, so the booth review is on, and you can't tell where the ball is, man, to be honest with you, because Pete Werner's arm is obscuring the vision of the ball. So you got to stick with the ruling if that's the case. All right, JG says it stands. Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, DK Metcalf put the ball on the ground, and the referee talking to the people in the front office to tell them which call to make. And there you go. So they'll give it to the Saints. The Saints keep the ball, and DK Metcalf will run off the field as the Saints get the defense. So don't say the refs never gave us nothing. They gave us, well, they couldn't refute that one because you couldn't get a good angle on it, but they tried though. They tried. All right, so DK Metcalf sits down. He fumbles the ball away. The Saints get a short field. Can they capitalize? That's what it comes down to. Can the Saints capitalize by scoring a touchdown here? Can they do it? All right, let's see what happens. All right, so the Saints running out the power wide formation. They're from the Seahawks 31-yard line, the power wide. They toss it to Alvin Kamara to the right side, and Alvin doesn't get anything, maybe a yard, man. Not much shaking on that side of things. And I often wonder, they run into that it was running to the right side of the line there. With Ramczyk side, they didn't get anything popping and shaking there. Maybe a gain of 1, so it'd be 2nd down and 9. Alvin Kamara has 11 rushes for 52 yards, 4.7 on the carry for Alvin Kamara right now. All right, the Saints are now at the 29-yard line. Andy Dalton under center. You got a bunch formation of wide receivers to the left, one to the right. Kamara in the backfield. All right, and let's see what happens here for the Saints. Hold on here, fam. All right, let's see what happens. And hold on just a second, family. Yeah, it's amazing to me, how the Saints look, man, to be quite honest with you. We got to be able to do a little bit better than this situation with the black and gold on offense here. I mean, it's just the energy. It just looks sad to me, their energy. All right, and Dalton goes under center again. It's like the body language is wrong. He goes under center from the 28-yard line, and Kamara's in the backfield. Bunch for wide receiver. Taysom Hill goes in motion from left to right to join Callaway on the other side. They hand the ball over to Alvin Kamara again, and Alvin runs and picks up at least about 6 or 7 yards on the game, maybe 8, and the Saints will be a yard shy of the first down. So let's see. The Saints are going to be 3rd and short on the drive. So let's see how they kind of get that together. So Taysom Hill, man, has been shout out to Taysom Hill, man. Taysom Hill has been just really helpful for the Saints offense this game. Man. He's been really a helpful player for them in this game alone. I can only imagine where we would be without Taysom, to be quite real with your family. I can only imagine. All right, the Saints with the first down. There's Andy Dalton with the play action, the throw and completion to Troutman, and Troutman drops the goddamn ball, man. Come on, Troutman. Come on, Troutman. Troutman drops the ball in the touchdown, bro. Come on, Troutman. And there was a punt fake. He froze the defenders. The ball was out front, right in his damn hands, and Troutman drops the goddamn ball. How do you drop the ball and you have on them goddamn sticky gloves? Right in the bad place, right in his hands. And he drops a touchdown pass. Troutman, good grief, man. When people try to speak up for you, bro, you always let them down. Saints from the Seahawks 18, and there's a toss play to Alvin Kamara off to the left side, and Seattle is going to snuff that out. Nothing on the play. I mean, good grief, man. I mean, come on, bro. You get hit in the hands. Troutman, get him off the field, man. Get him off the field. You had a clear touchdown and you dropped it. My goodness. This dude had the touchdown, man, and dropped the ball. Good Lord, man. I just don't, just damn, man. The Saints offense, just no pizzazz. All right. They're just terrible. 16 from the 16-yard line in the shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Dalton in the shotgun with the running back to his left. Here come the pressure. The ball is thrown and caught, and the ball comes out of Chris Olave as he slammed to the ground and he's slow getting up. Looked like he took a hell of a fall in the end zone, and the guy slammed him on the ground. The ball came out. So, my goodness. The ball went out to Olave. He made a difficult grab, and the guy just slammed him on the ground, face forward. And yeah, he just grabbed him and just slammed him on the ground hard, and slammed Chris Olave's head to the ground first. And he's concussed the way he went down. Yeah, he that's a concussion there. The guy grabbed him and wrapped him. I don't think it was intentional, but he just slammed him down, and right when his head touched that turf, that ball came out. That's a concussion. So Chris Olave, man, that's gonna see when you don't catch the touchdown pass. This kind of bullshit happened where you don't seize the day. If Troutman dumbass would have caught the touchdown, this would have never happened. So they slam. So he goes down, but it's the ball down. He had the ball and lands down. His helmet hit, and the way he bounced up, he looks concussed. He got both of his hands up, and he's showing it. But yes, Chris Olave's concussed, man. He's walking with both his hands up in the air. The way he went down, man, he was concussed, man. And it's 4th and 9, and right now the Saints gonna just, my goodness, man. 4th and 9 for the black and gold, and they got a challenge going on. So the Saints are going to challenge whether or not it's a catch or not. Is that what's going on here? So they're going to challenge it whether it's a catch or not. As they're going to send Chris Olave and have him checked out, man. Yeah. Well, we'll see if it's a catch. They're saying it's a catch, and the ground forced it out, but. Once again, I don't think it's going to be a catch. I think it'll probably end up being to the opposite effect, to watch that happen there. Unfortunate, because, it's that thing about seizing the day. You know what I'm saying, family, when you do what you're supposed to do? It's that thing. Troutman catches the ball in the end zone. That didn't even happen. None of this happens. So, it's just one of those things, man. You got shabby ass bastards out there operating who can't even do their job. So I mean, this is something that is just horrible. It's pitch and catch, man. Anyway, let's keep it going, man. Shout out to the fam, man. Thank y'all for being with me watching this trash. What do you guys think? You think that's a touchdown grab that was thrown to Chris Olave before he was slammed to the turf by the Seattle defender? What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Put in the chat what you guys think it was. Up in this thing. Let me know how you feel about it. Man. Goodness gracious, man. Goodness gracious. It's just pathetic, man. Pathetic, pathetic, pathetic. All right. Ken says it's no different when the player run the ball in for a touchdown than they throw the ball down with 1 foot in zone. As I always say, it's good. His elbow hit the ground. Well, we had control. Well, yeah, that's that gray area, bro. Kevin says and that's why that's done, bro. They got that little gray area involved there, bro. And that's a part of the game, man. So at some point we just have to see. All right, yeah. Debbie says fishy hands. Yeah, that Troutman, bro. That Troutman situation was not good. King Chosen One says a touchdown. All right. Mitra says Olave signaling 6 as he walked off. Olave is out for the rest of the game. New rules on concussions now. Thank you, Carla. Yeah, that was a tough one, man. Him getting slammed face forward like that. Saints down 3 starters at the wide position. Mike Thomas. And now Chris Olave. Jarvis Landry didn't suit up for the matchup. Mitra says touchdown. Put 6 on the board. Joe, what's up? Joe says TD. Shout out to you, bro. Breezy says Breeze and Sky says it's incomplete. Sincere says it's a touchdown. Big Smoke Dog said that's a TD. He caught it before It went out of bounds. All right. Brother Howard says karma gonna come back around. I'm still mad as you know what about that. They can't call this a touchdown. The same, you know what literally just happened to DK. Exactly call overturned. All right, Scoop. Shout out to you and Howard. Cheap shot, slam, tackle, TD. Quivadius says that they're not gonna give that to us. I would say they won't either. I don't think it goes to us. I think that is not going to be a touchdown, and look like that'll be the case. Look like they're going to rule in favor of it not being a touchdown. So there you go. All right, they're saying it's touchdown. OG says touchdown, 24-19. All right, so they do give it to us. They do give it to us. There it is. It's a touchdown. So the Saints go up now. It's 23, and they kick the extra point and make it 24. Damn, Will Lutz almost barely got that in there. So 24-19 right now for the black and gold as they get the score. And so the referees had 2 positive calls in. So I'm not going to lambaste the referees like I usually do. They actually gave the Saints a break on that because usually they could have went the other way with that. And they made another call for the Saints early in the matchup. So there you go. So the Saints are up 24-19. So there you go. I expect says good drive, good turnover. NY the D. All right, Kitten. So I'm going to need my little bro to get in the weight room after this. Yeah, he slammed him down pretty good on the play, man. I don't think it was intentional. 504 says, who the hell Andy gonna throw the ball to? Throw the ball to now, run the ball, Dennis work the clock. All right, shout out. Kobe says, should we mix more blitzes on defenses? We struggling in the secondary. I definitely that helps out your secondary, bro. No doubt about it. But Chris Olave, and they're showing the play right here as Bryant slams him down. I don't think he meant to slam him down face first, but yeah, Chris Olave went down in the way his body flopped around after he hit the ground. Yeah, you got to take him out the game. So I ain't mad at him for doing that, man. His players help first. So anyway, 24-19 as it stands right now for the black and gold. Let me reset this, refresh my thing right here. For the team as we keep this game and keep the game going as the Saints kick off to the Seahawks and goes out the back of the end zone, 12:03 on my clock. And Geno Smith comes out to orchestrate the Seattle offense. Shout out to Geno Smith. He's been looking real smooth in this Seattle's offense, finding the guys, it's his top guys like DK and Lockett and making stuff happen. The Saints going to have to dial up the pressure to get at Geno. Now, he has a rhythm now, so you have to watch out with blitzing him, but the Saints have to dial up the pressure. They can't allow him to keep doing what he's doing. So the Saints showing some motion around the line, and there's the Geno under center, man in motion from left to right. He stares down the receiver. The ball is out, and he finds number 16 right away, and Lockett is there. And I don't know what kind of play call that was, but boy, Adebo was way off of him, and that was an easy pitch and catch for a good gain. And he picked up at least 7 to 8 yards on the play. Well, 9 yards on one throw right there, playing way off of him. The suspect defense here. What's going on, Saints? Come on. Suspect. That was too easy. All right, Geno Smith under center again. He got a running back behind him. Look like it's going to be a running play. We got 2 wide receivers to the left side, 1 to the right. Man in motion from left to right. They toss it to Penny to the opposite side, and he was able to get through the initial tackle and pick up another 4 or 5 yards. A flag down. It should be holding on the play against the Seattle Seahawks, and Penny is down again. Once again, like I said about Penny is a dude that's a good player, but that dude always hurt. And they say holding against the Saints. So that'll be first down right there. So it's holding against Shy Tuttle. They hit Shy Tuttle with holding. You thinking it'd be holding against Seattle. So I guess the refs got to come and get some of that love they gave us back. So Shy Tuttle gets caught with holding. Penny is hurt. He's favoring his left leg, and he scoots his way off the field. He's holding that left leg, saying something wrong with that leg. And that's the thing about Penny. Penny is good when he's there, but boy, that guy always hurt. So, I mean, he is off the field right now, and they're going to roll in their backup running back. I think it's Walker who's their backup running back, but Penny is down on his backside on the sideline there. And something happened. I don't know, but he's favoring his left leg. Looked like somebody might have. Yeah, he went down kind of funny on it. That's what happened. He actually fumbled the ball out of bounds, too. He actually fumbled that ball out of bounds. So I don't know if they need to look at that. But then again, it don't matter because they called the penalty. And look like he can't even get up on his leg. He keeps scooting himself back. and on that Penny. So hopefully Penny's all right. He's a good player, man. I had him in fantasy league a couple of times, but the dude, man, he always hurt, man. Always hurt. All right. So anyway, 1st and 10 after the penalty of holding against Shy Tuttle gives the Seahawks a new set of downs. Geno Smith is in the shotgun with the new running back back there. Walker is behind him, and they got 2 wide receivers to the left and right. They're going to give it to Walker. No, Geno keeps it and throws the ball up the field. It's broken up by Marshawn Lattimore as he tries to find DK Metcalf. It'll be 2nd and 10. Good play by Lattimore as he stops DK Metcalf. All right, on the play, breaking it up. Now, Metcalf kind of pushed his arm out there. DK Metcalf with the push off, but Lattimore with the quick response on the play on DK Metcalf. So Lattimore, great coverage on that play. All right, Geno Smith here from their own 44-yard line. He's in the shotgun with the running back. You got wide receivers, 2 of them to the right and 1 to the left there. He's lifting his leg. The Saints showing blitz. They come with the blitz. And Geno Smith taking a shot downfield, and it's thrown out of bounds. Uncatchable ball as Geno Smith ends up on his backside. The referee helps him up off the ground. So it's 3rd and 10 as he takes a shot to Tyler Lockett, but the only problem is it was uncatchable, thrown out of bounds. 3rd and 10 now as the Saints show pressure, and they knock Geno Smith on his ass. So that's what needs to happen for the Saints to keep up. They're dialing up the pressure for Geno Smith. You can't let him sit back there and be comfortable. Seattle is 1 for 5 on 3rd down conversions, and now the Saints need to come with the pain. They need to bring the pain. All right, here we go. All right, as the Saints doing, Geno in the shotgun, got 3 wide receivers to the right and 2 to the left there, and a false start against Lucas. The right tackle's false start will back the Seattle Seahawks up 5 yards, and that'll give the Saints put some more tack on them. So it'll be 3rd and 15 now for Geno Smith as Abe Lucas, the rookie right tackle, false starts. And so that'll add some more yards on. So 3rd and 15 now for the Seahawks right now as they're looking to kind of do that. So that helps out the Saints defense big time on the play. So the Saints, let's see what they dial up for Seattle right now. It's 3 wide receivers to the right, 2 to the left. In that formation, Geno in the backfield by himself in the shotgun. There's a snap. Saints come with pressure and the defense, and right there, and Geno Smith's tripped up by Pete Werner, but he gets a couple yards past the line of scrimmage, so it won't be a sack. But the Saints do stop Geno Smith. The secondary, the defensive line collapsed. The offensive line forced Geno's to kind of squirt out, and Pete Werner gets him, but he got a yard or 2 beyond the line of scrimmage. So I don't know. I don't think that's a sack. So yeah, he drags him down right there. So the Saints defense on that play gets the Seattle Seahawks offense off the field. And here comes the special teams unit to punt the ball to the Saints. Hopefully it's a fake punt. No, it's not. He's going to actually punt it. Almost was blocked. Okay, there's the punt by the Seattle punter, and it's going to take a bounce, and it's received by Marquez Callaway at the Saints 10-yard line. A penalty is down. So we'll see what the flag is for. And the flag is down on the play, and the penalty, we'll see what it is. So the Saints defense crystallizing on the last drive to help get Seattle off the field. Now the Saints offense need to step to it and start scoring some touchdowns here. So you got holding against the kicking team right there. And that'll give them a first down there. So anyway, a holding against Seattle. All right, so Andy Dalton walks out there on the field, and the Saints really need, from an offensive standpoint, really need to pick it up. We need another score to get kind of put this game out of the way for the Seattle's a little too close to comfort as the Saints offense still looks despondent. All right, shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. Please feel free to hit the like button, family. If you hadn't hit the like button, hit the like button. Please feel free to hit the like button as we roll in this thing. Shout out. All right, Big Smoke says offense need to score 40. Ken says, hey, let go my ego. Colby says, got to get him off the field. Shout out. All right, B. Will says, Pete looks undersized, but is a beast. He's everywhere, man. And there were the comparisons to Pete Werner, considering him or calling him, our version of what's the guy who used to play for the Panthers? Luke Kuechly. That's what the Saints versions of Luke Kuechly. So that's what I'm getting from the black and gold. A lot of people. I'm not mad at that comparison, to be honest with you, fam. I'm not mad at that at all. The Luke Kuechly comparisons, man, because he looks ferocious. He's everywhere, man. He's everywhere, and he's making plays, man. I'm gonna have to check and see where his tackles at, but I think he's the top tackle on the team as it stands. All right, Scoop, what's up, bro? Says Pete Werner finna get. All right, well, shout out, fam. Say who that? Let's go. Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you. Larry says run screen game. I hear you, fam. Carla says Quan who Pete's in beast mode, and Pete Carmichael's all. I mean Pete Carmichael. Pete Werner is awesome, bro. He's an awesome player. All right, shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all. All right, Coach Tab, what's popping? What's happening? Traquan Smith time. How about that? Yeah, you know it with what happening with Chris Olave. He's out of the game. So indeed, we got it looked like Pull Penny, man. He can't even put any weight on his left leg, and he needs help. Poor Penny, man. Poor Penny, man. Feel so bad for that dude. That dude can't catch a break. All right, the Saints at their own 21-yard line. They hand the ball off to Mark Ingram, who gets blasted, but he gets about 5 yards on the pickup after getting knocked off by number 95, the linebacker. But it's been the Saints look like they're trying to run the football and create some balance right there. Try to get that play action going. It would be a good idea. Eat clock, get the passing game, kind of get that play action going. Seemed like the Saints defense is ready to kind of stuff out what's going on with what Seattle's doing offensively. All right, at the 25-yard line, Dalton's in the snap, a shotgun. No, that's Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill's running the ball, and Taysom gets the first down again. Taysom Hill gets in the game. He takes the ball and he runs and picks up a first down. And Taysom Hill, my goodness, is the bright spot in this game right now. And of course, another game, the Buccaneers are beating the Falcons 21-0 right now in Tampa. Just to let y'all know, as they kind of flashed the game break on 21-0 Atlanta right now. What's going on? So 24-19 Saints in this thing, 9:02 on my clock. Dalton under center, man in motion, handoff to, oh my goodness, it's a jailbreak, but the Seattle defense seen it coming, and boy, about 5 of them was chasing Mark Ingram to the left side of the field, and he maybe picked up a yard if he's lucky. So it'll be Taysom Hill is by all accounts right now the player of the game for the Saints. I mean, he's doing it all for the team. He's doing everything. Thank you, Ben. He's doing everything for the team right now. Yeah, I'm so sorry for Rashad Penny, man. The brother had a bad break, and he can't put tough for that brother. All right, Saints from their own 33-yard line. Dalton under center play actions to Elvin Kamara, and Kamara just checks it back down as he's tackled by Brooks. Maybe a gain of 4 or 5 yards on the play right there. So 8 minutes and counting down on my clock as the Saints are trying to move the ball. So it's third down for the black and gold, maybe 3rd and 6, I want to say, after the Elvin Kamara check down catch from Andy Dalton. 750 something and counting down on the play. And they haven't put it up. 3rd and 4. So he made like 6 yards on the play. So let's see if the Saints can get those 4 yards for first down. Dalton in the shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Kamara is back there by him in the left. And they sending the pressure, sending the house. Dalton sees it, throws the ball out. It is caught by Traquan. No, it's over the hands of Traquan Smith. He couldn't get it. Tough catch over the outstretched hands of Traquan Smith. It'll bring up 4th down as the blitz came for him. And my goodness, man. Traquan Smith, Traquan Smith had the ball. And it did that. No, he had it. Traquan had both hands on it, turns, and then when he hits the ground, the ball bounce. It's Traquan. He had it. Then he hit the ground and it bounced out of his chest. So no catch. So Traquan with the drop. Saints punting the ball now, and Blake Gillikin with the punt. So once again, we just bought the Saints offense stink. And of course, the ball, Blake Gillikin punts it and it bounces into the end zone. And there's a flag down there's a flag down. The referee throws the flag for whatever reason. There's a flag down there. And what's the flag for? Let's see what's the flag for. The refs just drew a flag, and let's see what the flag is for. His dumb ass might have thought that the guy caught the ball, perhaps, and he threw a flag. They might want to pick it up. Let's see what the flag is about. The Saints offense simply, it sucks, man. It stinks. And at this point, look like they're going to pick it up. But anyway, it's just terrible, man. The offense for the Saints is awful. And they were stagnant even when they had all of the best wide receivers out there. Now we missing all three of our starting wide receivers. We got to go to the backup guys. So it's just the Saints. It looked like it's now on the Saints defense and really Taysom Hill. All we have offensively is Taysom Hill, to be honest with you. He's the only spark we have in this game. So anyway, let's keep it going, man. Shout out to the fam. For him. Yeah, Dalton threw the catch, and then Traquan Smith made it, turned over, and landed on the ground. The ball pops out. You know, it's just stupidness like that, man. Guys like that and Troutman, man, these guys need to be benched. You got to show people, man, that you can't just drop balls and drop touchdown passes without any ramifications. There got to be penalties for you dropping passes out here. Can't be you, slap you on your back and go and get them next time. No, it got to be something. There got to be some type of punishment for drop passes, especially ones that's supposed to be touchdowns or third downs that convert to first downs. Thank you, man. So it got to be something like that, man. My goodness. Yeah, they picked it up. I seen it, bro. They picked it up. Thank you. All right. So shout out to the fam, man. I'm up in this thing, man. Doing it. Oh, that's for you, huh? Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all for being up in this thing. Nelson said this offense remind me of 1990s. Good Lord, man. Is that the same year, bro? We had Billy Joe Holbert and Billy Joe Tolliver. Remind me, Nelson. Put that in the chat, bro. That's what man. This and really this is not it didn't got to the point where this is beyond rust. This is a month, more than a month into the season. This is 5 games into the season, and the Saints still haven't found an offensive consistency yet. This is very troublesome. The fact that they have found some consistency of the negative variety by turning the ball over consistently every game. Every game the Saints turn the ball over. They cannot stop or cannot help themselves. They got to turn the ball over. What's up, brother KT? Shout out to you, bro. Good to see you, bro. Hope everything going all right with you, man. Shout out. All right, so here we come back to action right here, family, as we get back to the game. And look like the Saints, Geno Smith's out there from their own 20-yard line. All right. And Geno's under center. You got 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Running backs back there. They hand it off to Kenneth, and he goes nowhere as he stopped up. And I doubt they'll have an ability to rush the ball for the rest of the contest with Penny out. And my goodness, Penny was such a force for them. Losing him will be big for the rest of this contest as they have their backup running backs in there to try to reproduce some stuff. So Geno Smith's in the shotgun, and 3 wide receivers to the right, 2 to the left. The ball is out fast and dropped by Disserly. I think that's Disserly. Yeah, Disserly, the big tight end, drops the ball. Trying to run without the ball, that usually what's happening. It brings up a 3rd and 9 as Seattle's starting to implode a little bit here. All right, so let's keep it going here. So 6:53 on my clock right now as the Seattle Seahawks tight end drops the ball. The backup tight end drops the ball. 3rd and 9 for the Saints. Defense looking to try to do something here. You got Smith in the shotgun running back to his left. 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left, trying to spread out the Saints defense. He lifts his leg, and there is the snap. Saints come with pressure. Geno just checks it down to the backup running back. He gets wrangled out of bounds, and that will be shy of first down. The Saints will force Seattle off the field and force them to kick a field goal. So shout out to the Saints for doing that. As Geno Smith couldn't see nothing down, he just checks it down to the running back, which is, I think that's Dallas, is it? And he just throws him, and Tyrann Mathieu just throws him out of bounds by the shoulder pads. And that's 4th and 3 now for Seattle, as the Saints offense will get another opportunity. Perhaps the Saints offense will benefit from going into a 2-minute offense or a hurry up offense. You know, they didn't look good running I can see why they don't run a 2-minute offense. They don't do it very well. When they did run it before half, it didn't look really crisp at all. So, yeah. All right. And there's the punt by Seattle and the return by who is that? Marquez Callaway. And there's the run. It looked like the guy hit Marquez Callaway in the helmet. It should be there's no flag on that. Is he all right? Looked like he should be all right. But man, that looked like he hit him in the helmet. But they let him march on. So here we go. Yeah, Callaway. Callaway got hit in the helmet on that play, didn't he, family? The guy looked like he hit him in the helmet. I don't know, man. It's just sad, man. No matter how you slice it, it's sad, man. Taysom Hill on the sideline. They don't need every bit of Taysom, man, to help them win this game, because that's what it's a Taysom Hill winning game here. They're gonna need Taysom to win because the Saints are not doing anything anywhere else. They're not imaginative. They're not intelligent. And is that Taysom? Yeah, that looked like Callaway down on the field. I told you Callaway looked like. Is that Callaway on the field, family? Who's on the field? Or is Granderson down? Okay, Granderson's down. And Cam Jordan on the knee stance right there. This is not good. It's not good. All right, fam. Y'all stick with me. I'll be right back in a moment, family. Just hang out with me. I'll be right back, so hold tight. All right, family, we back. And looked like Carl Granderson is all right. Carl Granderson walked off on his own power. He looks like he's fine. Saints at their own 39-yard line. Andy Dalton under center. He turns and hands the ball to Alvin Kamara. He runs left, then runs center, and then he gets ate up right at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a gain of 1 by Alvin Kamara. Nothing's shaking right now for the black and gold right now. So, man, I just don't understand, man. You know, the Saints having some difficulty running up front. And some of it is, you got to credit a lot of it to Seattle. They're gap blitzing and doing some other stuff in there. But let's see. Okay, here we go. 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and you got a guy running up on them. They're saying it's false start against the Saints. So let's see what the call is. It's false start in the Saints. That is unbelievable that the Saints are still false starting in their own building. Do you not know? And that's Andrews freaking Pete. Could you not understand how terribly undisciplined that is for you to be false starting in your own building, man? False starting in their own building. Terrible. Come on, Andrews. All right, here we go. Black and gold. In the shotgun, 2 wide receivers to both sides of the formation. Dalton fires the ball and is picked off, man. It's an interception, man. The Saints offense need to be ashamed of their goddamn selves. The Saints defense just got these people off the field, and the Saints offense is out there turning the goddamn ball over. Dalton threw the ball right to the damn cornerback. Threw it right back to him. Threw it right to him. And Traquan Smith could have did a better job of fighting back to the ball. But my goodness, this just threw the ball. Didn't even the guy jumped the route easily and got the interception on Andy Dalton. My goodness, Andy Dalton, that was not a smart thing to do. And if you're gonna throw it toward the sideline, you don't pin the goddamn ball between the wide receiver and the cornerback. At least try to place it toward the sideline. So the Saints turn the ball over, give it right back to Seattle. Boy, I tell you, this is ridiculous. So the Seahawks at the Saints 48-yard line, and here comes Geno Smith. He fires the ball to DK Metcalf, who picks up about 13 to 14 yards, gets deeper into Saints territory. The Saints offense is jeopardizing the win. They're giving the ball over back to Seattle. This is pathetic. Seattle's trying to go into a no-huddle offense like the dumbass Saints offense is supposed to do. All right, Geno in the shotgun, 2 wide receivers to the left and 1 to the right, running back next to him in the shotgun. That's a snap. Pressure coming. Geno takes it, he shoots the ball right over the outstretched hand of number 1. So, man, listen, man. Dude, this is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. They got to fix this, man. It's ridiculous. All right, so anyway, Geno Smith in the shotgun from the Saints 34-yard line. 3 wide receivers to the left, and there's a flag situation happening. Flags out, they're all over the damn place. That wasn't ran correctly at all. That will be against the Seattle Seahawks, as Geno Smith disciplines one of his offensive linemen. False start against the Seattle Seahawks. It'll back them up 5. That'll help out the Saints. It'll be 2nd and 15 on the play. 4:24 on my clock for the false start against Blight. I think they're going to give Blight the call, the center, the call on that thing. So, man, listen. We'll see what time it is, man. We got to get this. We got to make it shake. We got to make it pop. All right, Geno Smith in the shotgun again. 2 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. He got the running back next to him in the shotgun to his right side, waiting for the snap. There's the snap. Saints come with the pressure. The ball's out, and it's caught by DK Metcalf, pushed out of bounds by Paulson Adebo, but not before getting another first down. So the Seahawks offense is moving the football against the Saints defense on the shortened field. So Saints defense trying to keep the Seahawks out of the end zone because the dumbass offense don't want to score any touchdowns to kind of break the game open. All right, so here we go. Here we go with Geno Smith walking up to the line. He looked like he was in the shotgun. He walks up and sets up to his center, steps back into his shotgun, lifts his leg. Got 2 wide receivers on both sides of formation. Running back there. And there is Geno. He's going to scramble out the pocket and throws the ball up. Wide open wide receiver. DK Metcalf running downfield, but there's a penalty down. It won't count. That's coming back. DK running wide open, and it's going to be against the Seattle Seahawks again. That'll repeat the 3rd down as they got caught up with a holding play. No, yep, the rookie offensive left tackle gets caught holding. No doubt about it, because that guy was going to sack. Davenport ran inside, and then I don't see the holding right there, but right there it is. There he is. When it was up to Pete Werner. I think that was Pete. Yeah, Pete. That was that was Caden Ellis. Yeah, Caden Ellis got grabbed because he was trying to break out to make the play on Geno Smith. What a dumb play that was. 7 penalties against the Sea Chickens. All right, they're in the shotgun now after getting backed up again on that play. All right, Geno gets the snap right there. The Saints come with the pressure. Geno looking around, has some time scurrying around in the pocket to try to see if he can find something, all kind of time, running, trying to create things with his feet, and he gets twisted out of bounds right at the 42-yard line on the play. So Geno Smith couldn't find nothing upfield, but he was able to get to the out-of-bounds line right there, and that'll bring up 4th down. Nothing up the field as the Saints secondary didn't give Geno anything to throw to up the field. And though Geno did use a little athleticism that he still has to kind of make a play to try to keep it alive. So, and Seattle will try to get themselves a field goal in this thing. So we'll see. All right. So, yeah. So Geno gets twisted out of bounds there, and it's not a 4th. It's a 4th and 18. And they'll punt the ball. So as we expect. So 24-19, the defense does what it's supposed to do. And look like the clock is at 0 Did that delay a game, or if did they call a timeout? And there's a flag down. It's going to be delay a game against the Eagles again, because they most certainly did not call a down. It's the Eagles starting to implode a little bit right here. So we need the Saints to capitalize off of this dysfunction. They backed up again. It's now 4th and 23. So that'll give some more room for Marquez Callaway. Hopefully our blockers can open up some lanes for Callaway to run and not let people run through him like that. All right. 4th and 23 for the Seahawks. And there's the snap for him, the punt, and the punt is off. Callaway on the return, and he'll return it at the 10-yard line. Well, he actually fair catched it at the 10, and that's where the Saints will pick up from the 10-yard line. Can the Saints offense get it going, man? Usually in close games like this, the referee's going to start getting involved because the Saints don't want to take the game away from these people. I don't get it. All right. So anyway, we got another flag down on the situation. Flag down, and let's see what it's called against. It's going to be against, there's a block in the back, according to what he was saying, against the Sea Chickens. And there you go. So that'll add on, tack on to them. There's so many penalties Seattle is starting to do. The Saints need to capitalize on all this dysfunction. Andy Dalton walking around there look like he about to go and sweep the floors or vacuum the mat in the Superdome, not be their quarterback. You got no energy there. There's no excitement right there. The Saints offense don't look like it's about to do a damn thing. So hopefully this guy can channel some type of energy and get this stuff going. Saints from their own 21-yard line in the shotgun, they hand the ball to Mark Ingram. He runs to the left, and he stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Nothing shaking. Nothing happened. The Saints are not moving. They're not moving the line. The Saints offensive line is not removing the Seattle Mark Ingram is not. He's running up against a wall here. Nothing's not. It's not happening on the run for the Saints. 2nd and 9, 1-yard gain after Mark Ingram comes to play. Mark Ingram, my goodness, when he goes in there, he don't find nothing. Shotgun for Andy Dalton. 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Blitz, all out blitz. They check it down. Good screen game off of the blitz. Saints pick it up. Kamara running down the field. Martin switches fields. He goes to the left. He got some blocking. Kamara on his feet, and he runs all the way down to the 15-yard line. Smart play because the Seattle Sea Chickens sent the blitz in there, over-aggressed, and Dalton found the proper play, which was the screen to Alvin Kamara, and they made the play work. Perfect play for a blitzing team that they're going to do something. They made them pay for their over-aggressiveness and their aggression. And Kamara gets all the way down to the 15. So good play by the Saints. Smart call by the Saints. That was the proper call. That's the proper play to break the Saints off. And that's smart. That was a smart call right there. All right, here with the Saints. Dalton at the Saints 25-yard line. I'm sorry. He hands it off to Mark Ingram. Ingram dances around and gets nothing, maybe 2 yards at the most. Mark Ingram gets in there and gets nothing. Nada. My goodness. 1 minute and 6 counting down on the clock. Mark Ingram gets in there and gets nothing. He got to be frustrated with that, man. He goes in there and gets nothing, 1 or 2 yards. You can see he visibly frustrated, putting his hands on his helmet. Yeah, he gets in there and gets nothing. All right, so here go the Saints. Andy Dalton. Now the Saints from the Sea Chickens 22-yard line. Dalton in the shotgun. Got 2 wide receivers to the left. 1 goes into motion. And then there's Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill with the throw, and it's completed. And he finally Adam Troutman makes the grab. How about that? Taysom Hill throws the ball. Taysom Hill throws the ball, fam. How about that? How about that?
Be like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that.
Taysom throws the ball.
Lose or winning, I'm a who that.
They listen,
Post-coma, yeah, this is where we do that.
Hill, look at that
where
throw.
we do that. Where we do
Perfectly to
that.
Adam
Where we do that. Where we do that.
Troutman
Where we
for the
do that.
touchdown. That's what I'm talking about.
Boogie like Benson, I'm a
Taysom
who
Hill
that. I'm a
personally
who that.
responsible
Post-coma,
for
this is where
3
we do that.
touchdowns.
Do that. Welcome,
He is the
welcome,
offense for the
welcome.
Saints.
Somebody please better help. Running this thing like elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Fucking on town, duck down. Falcons pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, fucking like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma. This is where we do that. 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 Boogie like this, and I'm a who that.
That's what I'm talking about, family.
Coma. This is where we do that.
Finally, family. Thank you, L-Dub. Shout out to you, bro. They finally listen. They let Taysom throw the ball. Hey, fam, listen. That's been there the whole damn time. That play's been there the whole time. Because every time Taysom comes in the game, they expect him to run the ball. That pass, that play is ready for you all the time. It's ready for you all the time. All right, so anyway, let's keep it shaking and baking, man. We always celebrate. We put the Saints music on, man. We do our thug thing. We put it on. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being with me in the stream. The Saints get the touchdown. They go up 13-19. That should be enough, you know, for in terms of what the Saints defense is doing right here as they starting to stiffen. Now, listen, there's two really interesting factors. Shout out Sample Sound. Shout out, bro. Yeah, it's two really interesting things as the Saints kick the ball off to the Seattle Sea Chickens and goes out the back of the end zone. There's two things. Number one, they can't run the ball anymore because Penny is hurt. Penny's hurt, so their rushing attack left when Penny left. So the pressure's on Geno Smith. So the Saints are going to turn up the pressure on Geno Smith, and he's going to have to carry the day, in which we'll see if he can. He looked pretty decently up to this point, but the Saints are going to start turning the pressure up on Geno because he's going to be tasked with winning this game for him. So they have to be able to reproduce some type of offense, passing, running wise, to keep their offense balanced. They pick up the ball from the 25-yard line. They hand the ball off to their running back, and he gets maybe about 2 or 3 yards as an attempt to try to keep it balanced. Caden Ellis on the stop for Kenneth Walker, who gets the run maybe about 2 yards, maybe 3 after the handoff. So they're going to have to reproduce Penny, which is not easy because remember, Penny came into this game averaging over 6 yards per carry. He was averaging almost 7 yards per carry in this game against the Saints, helping keeping Seattle's offense on schedule, giving them some balance. Now it's just 2 yards pickup. Their running game is going to be suspect. 3 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Geno under center, running back behind him. 2nd and 8, the clock ticking down, and look like Seattle is going to call a timeout right there. Actually, that's the end of the quarter. I'm sorry. End of the quarter. Pressure's on Geno. 31-19. Saints get the score right there before the third quarter clock ended. And man, what can I tell you? The Saints, Taysom Hill, man, is the player of this game. Taysom Hill is the player of this game. I'm gonna keep it $1.15. Don Duck says, we're not the Saints. We are the Taysom Hill football team. Yeah, bro, listen, I know we'll take anything we can get to win the game. What's up, brother John? He says, Taysom, 2 touchdowns, 1 pass, a fumble recovery, and 3 quarters. I know Taysom Hill is the reason why the Saints are winning this game. It's Taysom Hill. It's all Taysom. It's all Taysom. 2 rushes, 1 pass. That's 21 points Taysom Hill is responsible for in this matchup. Without Taysom's 21 points, the Saints would still be losing this game. So the Saints, no offense outside of Taysom. We kind of getting through this thing. But my goodness, we have to figure it out, man. Sometimes you got to win ugly. But the Saints, this game don't give me any indication if the Saints know what they're doing offensively speaking. You know, consistently is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for offensive consistency. I'm not seeing that any in positive sense anyway. All right, Mark says refs are the Saints' best players. No, actually, bro, you must be somebody else's team follower because listen, let me tell you something. The referees are not the Saints' friends. Let me tell you something, bro. I'll be the first to tell you that, you know. And remember, they gave some calls. They had a couple of calls in there that helped the Saints out. But listen, that's far and few in between, bro. You know, you definitely must not watch a lot of Saints football if you think the referees are the Saints' best friends, bro. Oh, no. Mr. Fire D said need to get the ball and get the ball game ball and bonus check this. Well, yeah, Taysom Hill was awesome, man. Jando says Taysom Hill finding the same fantasy numbers is going to be crazy. Yeah, ain't that something? His numbers is going to be ridiculous, bro. Running and catches, whoever got him, they got some value. Coach Shaft said Taysom is getting paid, so he should playing that way. I'm not complaining missing a lot of pieces. Yeah, we are missing a lot of pieces. KT says Taysom Hill would go off the weekend that I benched him. Hello. All right, Carla, what's up? Queen says singing. I don't care how we get there, get a win if we can. There you go, baby. That's what it takes sometimes. You know. General says y'all be sleeping on Hill. Nah, it's not. We ain't sleeping on Hill. We know what Taysom can do. All right, so here we go. The Sea Chickens get the ball back on the snap. Ball is out to the backup tight end. He pushes and look like he'll get the first down. And another flag is down against the Seattle team. I mean, the Seattle Seahawks are really starting to implode. And there's a lot of offensive issues like false starts and he gonna hit him with a false start again. And you expect that, like, two of their tackles are rookies, so you expect those guys to struggle, and they're gonna have some problems there as well. That's why a lot of people aren't expecting Seattle to go very far this year, because they knew they had a lot of young people that needed help. But the most penalty yards per game is the Saints is leading that thing, man. Big time, and Seattle is right up under them. So two mostly heavily penalized yardage teams playing each other today. So that's to be expected. All right, so here we go. It is now a 2nd and 12. Geno's he's in the shotgun, 2 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. They're at the Saints, where they're at their own 23-yard line, I want to say, and Geno takes a shot downfield, and there's going to be a flag on the play. As Lattimore right there is losing his cool, fussing at the receivers. He's fussing at the referee, and he kind of draws back a bit, and the flag is probably going to be pass interference against Marshawn Lattimore on the play. So the guy was tripping and falling as he threw the ball, and let's see what happened. I'm looking at the replay. Lattimore was out there. Laddie hooked him. Yeah, ain't no doubt about it. Lattimore hooked him, and that's what got the flag. You can see his hand in there, and got a grab on him, and the guy grabbed and tried to throw him off. And he twisted himself down. He fell out on the ground. The wide receiver did, and they're going to give him the penalty every time. All right, so it's at midfield now with the penalty, moves him up to midfield. Geno is under center. He got 3 guys in the backfield, 2 wide receivers, 1 to the left, 1 to the right. And let's see what he's trying to do. Usually this is a running play, but no, it's going to pass play. Saints come with the pressure. The ball is out, and it's caught right there by Tyler Lockett for the first down. Easy pitch and catch on the play as the Saints cornerbacks are giving Lockett space. And Geno Smith sees it and throws the ball to him. Just pitch and catch, relatively easy. Very easy as the Debo on the coverage of the play. All right, 1st and 10 for Seattle. They're in Saint territory now. All right, Geno under center, man in motion from left to right. He has 2 wide receivers to the left, and look like they're going to audible and change the play at the line. Geno's changing the play. He got his running back there behind him, but he's under center. He turns play action to the running back, and he has time to throw. He takes another shot downfield, and it's thrown in for a touchdown. Tyler Lockett smoked the absolute piss out of the Saints defensive backs and scores a touchdown. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. As Geno Smith and Lattimore is banged up on the play. Lattimore running, trotting off on the field. Look like he's banged up, and Lockett, and I don't know what's going on here. It's Justin Evans. They was just far back there. Just way back there. Just way back there. It's just bad coverage, man. Bad coverage by the Saints secondary on the play, and now Seattle is Saints. Man, this is not a Super Bowl defense. Anyway, here we go. They're going for the 2-point conversion. It's a play action fake. He's going to roll up to the right and throws it in there. And is it caught? No, it's incomplete. So he tried to find DK Metcalf on the 2-point conversion. Roby says no, sir, and it's 31-25 as it stands. Brother Rich says, Big Q, no club Saint after this victory. The Saints are having difficulty beating this team. This is not a playoff team. They're playing really well. No disrespect to the team, but this is not a playoff squad, man. And the Saints are having this great amount of difficulty. The defense is looking awful. They're giving up these touchdowns. I mean, we had 2 touchdowns that shouldn't have been the case, and And the Saints, once again, the defense surrenders another touchdown to allow Seattle to stay in the game. So with that being said, we got we'll see what the offense looks like when they come back on the field. But good grief, man. Can somebody step up and stay up? You know, can we get somebody to step up and stay up, fam? I know, Nelson. Can we get somebody to step up and stay up in this game? The Saints defense allowing, I mean, dog, they getting toasted on these deep ball shots, toasting them on the back end. You know, this is ridiculous. You know, can we get some people to step up and stay up? Seriously. Big Smoke said we need to score 40 to win the game. Yolanda says stay consistent. Y'all got this. Yep. Yolanda, talk to him, baby. Ricardo said we need safeties. Yeah, Evans got caught in the cloud on that one, bro. You right on that. I was looking at the replay on that. Yeah, he got kind of caught in the sauce on that one. King Chosen One said, you supposed to be back deep. Nothing's supposed to get behind you, bro. What the, you know what? I hear you, bro. He wasn't back enough. Damon says, Q, you're correct. This is not a playoff team. I agree. Family members say that this is not a playoff team right now, bro. When I'm saying this is a team that deserve every bit of the record they got right now. They're a 1-3 team that don't know what they're doing on offense. If they score touchdowns, it's because of Taysom Hill, or they get lucky on a few drives here. They can't stop turning the ball over. They fumble every game. You know, and the defense surrendering deep shots. The special teams is boobish, fumbling and bumbling with the kickoffs. The Saints are overall a mess right now. And the best part of the Saints team is the defense. And you can see breakdowns starting to happen with the defense when stuff starts, when the offense is not carrying its weight. And a lot of that falls on the defense. So the defense has to carry the weight of the offense. And sometimes special team shit like that happens. But at the same time, the Saints players got to understand, y'all got to get back in the coverage. Y'all got to do what y'all supposed to do. And this type of stuff happening a month into the season, this is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. What's up, Andy? Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you, baby. All right. Dre Day say, I agree. Marcus missed. Damn. Yeah, man, listen, the Saints, that's repugnant. VB say, I'm VB in the building. She talking to somebody. They're going to the Seahawks kicking off. Taysom Hill got to return the punts too. He gets tackled down right at the 23 or 24-yard line. Taysom goes down and on the return. So Taysom got to do it all. Taysom got to be the quarterback. Taysom got to be the running back. Taysom got to be the wide receiver and the kick return man, because everybody else don't want to do their damn jobs. So at the end of the day, the Saints, the Seahawks are still in this thing. The Saints have to keep scoring until the clock and eats. Maybe they can have a long drive to eat the clock away, man, and kind of let the defense rest a bit going in this thing. But Seattle's very much still in this game. Saints lose this game, it's going to be hell to pay. I'm going to be honest with you, man, because the offense has a lot of real problems right now that I'm seeing. A lot of problems, man. They don't have an identity. All right, so anyway, Saints pick up the ball from their own 23-yard line. Wide receiver to the left and right, man, and most from left to right. I mean, from right to left, they hand the ball to Alvin Kamara. Kamara goes and picks up about maybe 6 yards on the pickup there, and maybe, about 6 yards that he gains on the play. So Alvin Kamara is doing his thing. He has 16 carries for 71 yards as it stands right now, and he's doing his thing out there, man. They keep it a buck with you. Now, he actually picked up 7 on the play, so it's 2nd and 3 now for the Saints. Maybe they should stick with that formula. Keep Elvin in there, and if Ingram comes in, he gets 2 yards. And Andy Dalton is under center now. Wide receivers left and right. Kamara's there. They're gonna give it to Kamara again. Kamara runs and picks up the first down. Elvin looked to the left, stutter stepped, and kind of went centered, and he was able to pick up the first down. So Kamara picks up the first down and then some, as the Saints get a new set of downs. So the Saints need to work on chewing clock. That should be the focal point of the Saints in this drive, is to eat the clock away, which then in score, eat the clock away, score, eat the clock away, and allow the defense to rest. That's what it comes down to. So the Saints eat as much of that clock as they possibly can away. All right, the Saints now at their own 34-yard line. Dalton in a shotgun checks it down to Alvin Kamara. Kamara makes a little stutter step and picks up about 5 yards on the pass play. So he checks it down to Kamara. Kamara gets 5 yards after shaking a Seattle defender out of his way. And it'll be 2nd and 5 for the black and gold as Kamara goes on to the sideline to get a rest. And boy, what would we be without Taysom Hill and Alvin Kamara? Let me tell you something. All right, so I guess Mark Ingram's going to be back there on the field again. Yep, Ingram's back out there. And hopefully he can get some weight there as Andy Dalton's under center. Saints have a wide receiver to the left and right, and Mark Ingram is in the backfield. All right, they hand it off to Mark Ingram. He runs to the right side. Guess what? Mark Ingram loses yards on the play. He runs into a bunch of white jerseys on the play. Every time Mark Ingram come into the game, it's a minimal game or it's a loss. And once again, it's a loss, and he lost some on it. So it's 3rd and 3 now. When we take him out and put Mark Ingram, it's just not the same energy with Mark Ingram coming there. You don't get nothing with Mark Ingram when he comes in the game. 2 yards. And the Saints say, no, we're going to keep him out there. Cue the hell with what you talking about. 3 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Dalton in the shotgun. Ingram to his left in the shotgun. And there's a throw right there. It's caught and by Marquez Callaway for the first down. He makes the grab to keep the drive alive. So the Saints keep the drive alive and keep the clock twisting and turning. New set of downs. So here we go on the play. So not bad at all for the team. So we're going to keep it moving and grooving on the play. It's a first down, new set of downs. And the Saints are moving the ball. 1st and 10 for the black and gold as they're marching up the field. All of the Saints starting wide receivers are out of the game due to injury. Andy Dalton in the shotgun at the Saints' own 44-yard line. 2 wide receivers to the right, 1 to the left. And, of course, you got that's Taysom now. Taysom's in the game, and Taysom is stuffed right at the line of scrimmage, maybe a pickup of 1 yard on the play there. So it'll be 2nd and maybe 9 yards for Taysom Hill as the quarterback comes in the contest. So Taysom Hill been so big for the Saints, responsible for 3 touchdowns, 2 rushing, 1 passing. In the matchup, he's been a major factor for the Saints in this matchup. So 1 yard pickup on that last play by the Saints offense. Taysom Hill comes in. Of course, Andy Dalton is back out there now for the Saints. Saints got 2 wide receivers to the right. Alvin Kamara is split to the left as a wide receiver. Dalton's back there by himself. There's the snap. They come with the pressure. Dalton throws the ball. It is dropped by Traquan Smith grabbed it, but they're saying it's incomplete pass. And what Traquan Smith, man? Traquan Smith, bro. What is your problem, bro? What is the problem with these guys, man? Traquan Smith dropped the goddamn ball again. Can we bench this sorry guy, man? You can't drop the passes in the clutch moments of the game. That's strictly mental there, bro. That's mental. That is mental. That's all up in his head, man. Another drop by Traquan Smith. Traquan, bro, you can't do that, man. The Saints are now 3rd and 9. Shotgun. Andy Dalton looking. There's a check down to Troutman, who catches the ball, but he's woefully short of the first down as the Saints will have to punt, and the flag is down let's see what the flag is against. Flag is down as Dalton just checked it down to Troutman. Here come the referees involved. We'll see what it is, and look like they're pointing at the Saints. And it'll be holding. No, it's against the defense. It's against the defense, and the defense gives the Saints a first down. So it's holding up against the Seattle Sea Chickens, and it'll grant the Saints a new set of downs on the play. So that's the inexperienced defense doing that kind of stuff. As Wooten is caught, as he got hand to the face, first of all, that's number 1. Then he got caught grabbing his jersey. So, I mean, he could have been hit with 2 penalties. He got 2 penalties, hands to the face, and the holding. 10 penalties for 65 yards by Seattle. And there's Andy Dalton under center, hands the ball to Alvin Kamara, who's running to the left side. And Kamara pushes and gets maybe about 3 or 4 yards as he stays inbound. Saints keeping the clock running. All right. So Mark Ingram, is he staying? Yeah, Mark Ingram staying in the game. He picks up 4 on that run, and Kamara has 74 yards on 17 carries right now. So 75, they're saying. All right, so the Saints do a little bit of the hurry up, and there's a toss right there. Boom, blasted was Keith Kirkwood gets a grab. So good to see Keith Kirkwood making a grab from Andy Dalton on the play and gets the first down. So Keith Kirkwood in the game for the black and gold. Good to see Keith Kirkwood back in that thing, man. And Keith makes a grab. Isn't enough for the first down. He takes a nice hit from Brooks, who knocked him down. Brooks is a good little linebacker for him. He's going to be good down the line. No, they're 3 yards shy, so it'll be 3rd and 3. Not a first down. It's 3rd and 3. 8:40 and ticking on the clock. Dalton under center Saints got one wide receiver to the right and two to the left. Turns and hands the ball off to Mark Ingram, and Mark Ingram is stood up at the line of scrimmage. No gain right there. My goodness, the Saints. Where was the blocking at on that play? It just seemed like the Saints, it's just, man, 4th and 3. They didn't get anything on that. Not anything on that. Anything at all they didn't get on the drive. So 4th and 3, the Saints can't manufacture any points on the drive, and they continue to, I mean, it's the attitude. What about the offensive line attitude? Look like Dennis Allen saying, hurry up. He wants them to go for it and speed it up. All right, so here goes the Saints. Man in motion is there. He reverses, and then, of course, they get the non-disciplined Seattle Seahawks defense to jump offside to give them the first down. So the undisciplined defense jumps offside, but they're trying to say that the Saints had a false start on the play. So they're saying that it's going to be false start on the Saints, and that the Saints jumped offside, and it wasn't the Seattle team. So that'll back the Saints up on the play and said it was Juwan Johnson who jumped offside. And I'm looking at the replay right now. It was the Seattle player jumped into the Saints neutral zone, which spurred Juwan Johnson. Referee said, nah, we done gave y'all guys enough shit to you don't want to win the game. We done try to give y'all a little help. We done helped you out with the touchdown. We done helped you out with the other play. It's time for us to start taking from your ass. And the Saints defense, offense is greatly obliged. So they'll punt the ball back off. Once again, the Saints can't do anything from an offensive standpoint. And the ball takes a Seattle bounce around the 22, 23-yard line. So they did do something good. They did eat up a lot of clock on the drive and left 7:40, where the Saints defense will have to kind of ring them in. So they gave the Saints defense enough time to rest. But listen, it is what it is. All right. Youngblood said, yeah, man, Ingram seems to be done. He's too easily to stop. Yeah, he gets in there and it just don't happen. I mean, that last play really wasn't, Ingram cut to the right and they had Saints blockers was right there, but just looked like, to me, it's just the Seattle won that and stuffed it up. So, yeah, I know that. I seen that, T. Scott. The guy jumped into the neutral zone. I said that, which caused Juwan Johnson to jump. The referees knew that shit. You can look at the replay, but you're going to only get so many of them. At some point, the Saints are going to have to take the game away from the Seattle Sea Chickens, and they're not doing that. Seattle's still in the game. Now, Seattle can come in and hit the shot, the Saints with a deep shot once again, and if they do that, they take the lead. I doubt the Saints offense can score another touchdown to win this game. The way they look and how despondent they look, I doubt the Saints offense can put up another score in this game. Hell, I doubt the Saints offense can get the special teams in field goal range to kick a field goal. The Saints offense is just too topsy-turvy. They're just too up and down, man. Too up and down. Kyle says the O-line been hurting us. Oh, yeah, the O-line, man, listen. The offensive line in this game, the Seattle team has been, in many of these instances, been pushing the Saints offensive line. They don't play with no balls, no hearts, no courage. Where's the guts on this offensive line? They don't play with no type of intensity, no edge. I mean, that has to change, man. It has to change. Yeah, he good on the goal line. Okay, yeah, that's about he averaging 2 yards a rush, so I'm pretty sure he can get it on the goal line. You're right on that. Carolyn says, let us pray. Thank you, Carolyn. Carolyn, you ever heard of that movie, Glory? Did you ever heard of that? Glory? Did you ever hear that? Glory? Let me tell you something, man. And I just said this, and I just turned around and looked at this and him, man. And I just said something, and I said to myself, man, this team is this Saints team, man. I'm gonna have to put the Glory music on if they don't turn this around, man. All right, the Eagles picking up from their own 22-yard line. Geno Smith in the shotgun, running back. Bob, they got 3 wide receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Geno lifts his leg. There's the snap, play action. Geno looks, throws the ball, and it looked like it's caught by DK Metcalf. It is at the Metcalf's at the Seattle's 31-yard line. So My goodness, man. 2nd and 1 now for Seattle from their own 31-yard line. Geno Smith is resurfacing. He re-audible in the plays, talking to his guys, and he's calling and resetting the play at 2nd and 1. Running back is back there. Play action. No, it's actually a handoff to the running back. Running back runs right up the center of the Saints defense and right down the field for a goddamn touchdown. Are you kidding me? They done had it, man. They done had it, man. The Saints defense is now, the Saints offense stank. The defense is imploding. They gave up a deep strike, and now them people punched them right in their goddamn face, right up the center of the defense. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Them people ran right up the center of the Saints defense, and not one person put a mitt or glove or foot or cleat on this man. This man ran up the field and scored the touchdown. 69 yards, and the Eagles just gashed the Saints on a 69-yard run up the center of the team. It's about time. You know what? We just realized this is the 5th game of the season. This Saint team is in trouble, man. They are in trouble. There's still a lot of football left to be played. But the way the offense has been playing the last several series, I doubt that they can score a touchdown. How disjointed they are. You know it's on the Saints offense to take the game. Y'all, we realize that, right? This is phenomenal. You can't have the offense playing bad, the special teams looking terrible, and then the defense giving up quick strikes in the secondary and then gash 69-yard runs up the center of the defense. The center of the defense is supposed to be the Saints' strength. What happened there? Nobody laid a glove on this guy, man. That is awful, man. That is absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. This is pathetic, man. They need to be ashamed of their goddamn selves, playing like that in front of us in the Saints building, and letting a team that ain't even a playoff team get up in here and do this to them and run the score up on them like this. This is pathetic. This is sad, man. This team here, the Saints should have been able to run all over this team. The Saints ain't shit, man, if they let this game get out of their hands, man. This is terrible. Taysom Hill on the return off the kickoff, man. Taysom gets no blocking, of course, and he gets to like the 30-yard line on the return. Saints they're going to try to get out of here with a field goal, man. They're going to try to get out of here. This is pathetic, man. This is awful, man. This is pathetic, man. No heart, dumb, slow, no energy, none of that. None of that, man. They letting this team come up in here in your building and do you like this. Do you like this? Deep shots, touchdowns, and gashing running plays. 32-31, Seattle in control of the contest. Saints pick up the ball from their own 31-yard line. Dalton under center. Turns, hands the ball over to Alvin Kamara, and Kamara runs off to the right, and he picks up about 5 or 6 yards on the carry to keep the clock moving. 6:40 and some change moving. So the Saints go into the rushing attack like we often said that they should go to. But I think let's mix a little Dwayne Washington in there. Well, let's stop running Ingram. We need a north-south battle runner in there. We need to stop running Mark Ingram when you spell Alvin Kamara. We need to put Dwayne Washington in there. But then again, I might be hesitant on that because they didn't give him the ball all game long. Give him in there, he might fumble it. All right, so Alvin Kamara in the backfield, Dalton under center. They turn and hand the ball off to Alvin Kamara, runs to the right side again and gets almost all of the first down. He's 1 yard shy of the first down as he gets to the Saints 40 or 41-yard line. 6 minutes and counting down. All right, so let's keep it going. All right, so here we go. Let's keep it going. Alvin Kamara, man, he walking kind of slow off to the field side of things. Body language, peoples. It looks all kind of sad, man, but goddamn. Come on, Saints, we got you. We need you to do something, family. We need you. Taysom Hill's in the game. With Taysom's in the game, something big happens with Taysom's in the game. 3rd and 1 for the Saints. Taysom in the shotgun. There's Taysom. He turns into a running back. Taysom finds air. Taysom's on the front, and Taysom's running. It's all Taysom Hill. He runs all the way down and into the end zone. It's Taysom Hill. It's a Taysom Hill winning weekend. Taysom Hill all the way down, man. The Saints don't have nothing except for Taysom Hill. Lord,
Winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that.
Taysom Hill
Where we do that.
all
Where
they
we do
have.
that. Where we do that. Where we do that. Where
My
we do
goodness,
that.
man.
Huh? Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome,
Might as well
welcome,
leave Taysom
welcome.
in there.
Somebody please better
Taysom
help.
ran,
Running
broke
this
the tackle,
thing like Elvis. I thank God
3
every day I'm not a
touchdowns
felt.
on the ground
Go to
for Taysom
YouTube
Hill.
live with Big Q and the guys.
One
If you ain't
throw, you
ride or die,
responsible
the
for
bandwagon
4
get
touchdowns.
flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the
Man.
championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons,
My goodness,
get
family.
shut down. Panthers ain't
Taysom
much
Hill is
touchdown.
having a hell of a
The
day
vision really blown to
for the
us
Saints,
now.
man. He
So
is
much hate
doing
on the
an
Saints, you can
excellent job
probably
out
tell.
there.
Ever
The
since
Saints
Bobby
offense
King
ain't
hit the
shit without
NFL,
Taysom Hill.
when things
And
seem
I gotta
fishy,
give it
they
to Elvin
probably
Kamara
smell
too. The Saints
the
trying to go
crooked
for a
referees
2-point
on Roger
conversion.
Goodell. Yeah.
So they're trying to go for a 2-point conversion right there. We need Taysom in there. They got Andy Dalton in there. We got to put Taysom to make something positive shake. So here they go. Dalton under center, turns and hands the ball off to Mark Ingram, and Ingram does get the 2-point conversion. Family said, yeah, bro, he good on the goal line. I said, yeah, you're right. He is good on the goal line because he'll get you 2 yards. That's one thing. And Mark Ingram got you the get you the 2 points. So there it is. So the Saints 39-32 right there. So they'll need more than that. He did do something, said. Shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat, bro. I tell you, the Saints got me all messed up. All right, so anyway, fam, what's going to happen here, man? Can the Saints retain the ball? Can they do it? Y'all think Lattimore is in trouble, bro? He walked off the field kind of gingerly. So the Saints getting banged up here, man. So we'll see what goes on. There is a 5 minutes. 5 minutes is enough time for Seattle to strike. The Saints defense has been showing that they're suspect on the back end and up front anyway. So I'm not really confident about what the Saints could do in terms of stopping Seattle after what I've seen. So 39-32, let's hope that the Saints defense can pull up something to neutralize this team. Something. Yeah, the Fupa chat. Yeah, there you go, Kyle. Yeah. Yeah, man, they got me all messed up here, bro. I'm talking about the super chat. I said the Fupa chat or whatever I said, man. You know what I mean. All right, so here you go. Kick off from left to right for the Saints to kick it off, draw out the back of the end zone, and the Seahawks will receive it at the 25-yard line. 5:22 remaining on the clock. It's 39-32. Right now, Geno Smith runs out to the field. He's looking to orchestrate another drive to hopefully help his Seahawks out. So we'll see what shakes and bakes as he's talking to everybody, trying to get them on the same page. Let's see what happens. We need the Saints defense to rise to the occasion and shut this game off, man. The offense gave us the touchdown. We need to go ahead. Now it's up to the defense to close it down. All right, Geno Smith under center from the 25-yard line. He got the running back there, two wide receivers to the left, one to the right. There's a snap. He hands the ball off to Kenneth Walker. And, of course, he will miss a tackle and get through up until picked up about 6 yards on that gain there before he's grabbed and brought down by a defender, Saints defender. So right now the Saints are allowing a lot, man. Right now in this contest, man, they're allowing a lot of yards right now to be piled up on them. But we got to come away with the win. All right, Seahawks at their own 31, play action, handoff to the running back again. He's dragged down. And he picks up maybe a couple of yards. He's still a yard shy, so to be 3rd and 1 on the play. And, man, listen, Taysom Hill outruns defensive backs. And I tell you, man, the guys, they can barely catch him. They can't do nothing with him. He's responsible for 4 touchdowns. I mean, well, how many? 3 rushing and 1 passing. Taysom Hill's having a hell of a game today, man. He's having a hell of a game. 3rd and 2 for the Seattle Seahawks right there as Geno Smith walks up to the line of scrimmage. He's under center. Look like they're going to try to run the ball to pick up the first down. Man in motion, which is a tight end. And no, it's a pass situation going. Cam's coming for Geno, flushes them out of the pocket. Geno trying to find something. Cam reps up Geno Smith and throws him down as he gets help from Demario Davis. So Cam sacks Geno Smith, and that puts up a 4th down as the Saints get the Seattle Seahawks offense off of the field. So good time right there. Now we got to watch out for the fake punt situation. So watch out. So I don't know why they just didn't try to run the ball. That was a bad call by Seattle. They should have just tried to run the ball. But then Cam stayed on him, man, and him and Demario Davis was able to flip Geno Smith off onto the ground. All right, so here come the punt game right here. Let's see what they ain't gonna try nothing. They're gonna punt it, and there's the punt, and it's away. And receiving that thing on a fair catch is Marquez Callaway around the Saints 32 or 33-yard line. So the Saints defense do something positive thanks to Cam sack and Geno Smith forcing them to punt. And now the Saints offense get the ball back, and let's see what they can do with that thing. So Cam Jordan, man, was coming for Geno Smith, man. He threw his running back out of the way. He threw the damn running back out the way. And Cam went and got Geno, him and Demario Davis, man. Got Geno. So Cam climbing the stairs, man. He climbing the ranking. So big ups to Cam Jordan, gets the sack to help out. Yeah, Carl says 30 plus from, I hear you, bro. All right, so yeah, okay, the Saints 3 sacks on the night. Seattle only 1. All right, Saints get the ball back. It is at their own 32-yard line, and there's the handoff to Alvin Kamara. He falls forward, and Alvin maybe gets about, I don't know where they're going to place the ball at. He tripped forward, depending on where they place it at, him being wherever he okay, they're saying he picked up 4 yards, so it'll be 2nd and 6 for the Saints, as they're going to look to work this clock. Now, Seattle does have 3 timeouts, and they just burned one to stop the clock. They have 3 first downs. They have 2 now, plus the 2-minute warning. So the Saints now, they just have to eat clock and perhaps get another score in there to kind of push this game away. So the Saints defense helping out. No turnovers. We just have to eat clock and handle the business and close out this matchup. So we'll see how it all goes on. All right. So here we go from the Saints' own 36-yard line. Dalton under center, man in motion is Juwan Johnson from right to left. Alvin Kamara hands it off to him. He's running to the left side, and Kamara was still able to pick up a few yards on the play, maybe 2 yards, maybe 3 on the play. That'll bring up maybe 3rd and, maybe 4, something, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3. We'll see. So it's 3rd and 4. Okay, there you go. All right, 3rd and 4 for the black and gold right now. 3 minutes and counting down as the Saints are trying to waste that clock. Look like Seattle's going to use another. No, Seattle burns a timeout, so that's 2 timeouts right there that they burn. They got 1 left plus the 2-minute warning. So the Saints just got to hold on to the ball and keep stacking up them first downs, do what they got to do. Upcoming schedule for the black and gold next. Well, they got Cincinnati next, followed by Arizona, the Raiders, the Ravens, and Steelers as we go into a pretty good stretch of the season. The Saints are in trouble if they can't pick it up. Shotgun for the Saints, 3rd and 14. Dalton in the shotgun, 2 wide receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Kamara in the backfield. He finds Traquan Smith running across the field. He gets tripped down at the Saints 49-yard line. Lift your feet a little bit more, my brother. You still be running, but at least he caught the goddamn ball. That's one thing I can give Trey. At least he caught the ball this time. So as Andy Dalton finds Traquan just running across the damn field wide open, and he was able to make the catch and gain the first down. So it's a positive. All right. So anyway, the Saints keeping the clock moving. They are keeping the clock moving. All right. So first down for the black and gold, 2:34 and ticking. Andy Dalton up to the line of scrimmage. The Saints, Juwan Johnson goes in motion from right to left. It looks like it's going to be a running play because Kamara is back there in the backfield. He hands it to Kamara, runs up the center of the defense, and he does get about 3 or 4 yards before he's pushed back by Puna, whatever the dude name is. All right. So the Saints is counting down, 2-minute warning. Look like they'll stop it at the 2-minute warning. Seattle still has a first down, but the 2-minute warning will stop the clock for the Seattle Seahawks and the Saints. So there it is. We're at the 2-minute warning right now. It is a all Taysom Hill day. That's happening. Taysom Hill responsible for 4 touchdowns, 1 throwing, 3 rushing. Taysom Hill is the star of the day for the Saints because the Saints offense, they're doing a little better this time around running the ball, using the rushing attack, but Taysom Hill is the man he gets the game ball today, no doubt about it. Still 2 minutes left to go in the game. Saints have yet to secure the victory, but if they keep doing what they're doing, they will break the 3-game losing streak. All right, so there it is. All right, VB says all Saints have to do is get 1 more good first down or TD, hold on the ball, and Saints win, go Saints. Yeah, they're trying to break this thing. Taysom Hill is a guy that deserves a lot of credit in this game. Taysom Hill threw a touchdown. He was responsible for 3 rushing touchdowns in the game. Taysom Hill was awesome in this game. Without his contribution, it would have been difficult to win, but the Saints will ultimately look like they'll head on to the win. I don't want to call it just yet, but it looks pretty good. The Saints got to hold on to the ball and finish out the game, close out the game. All right, that's right, Mitra. No turnovers, please. Yes, indeed. Shout out. Travis says, y'all saw. Yeah, I know. I met, bro. Yes, I seen that, bro. And I was saying to myself, at least he caught it. You know what I'm saying? You know, Traquan Smith caught the ball, so and kept the chains moving. All right, Jermaine said, I feel better if we can at least put a field goal on the board to make sure they can't catch us. Yes, indeed, bro. I think the Saints just trying to play keep away at this point and kind of get it going. All right. So anyway, shout out to the fam, man. Almost 700 of us in the building. Feel free to smash the like button. If you please, feel free to smash the like button. Smash the like button. If you please, it helps out the stream. And if you're not a subscriber, please feel free to hit the subscribe button and join the Sports Coma. We do this every damn week. We got shows all during the week. So if you want to chill with us, hit that subscribe button and that notification bell as well. Much love to the Saints family members, and thank you guys very much. All right, and also in the post game, once we get to the post game family, I just want y'all to know that we will be carrying the post game interviews from Coach Payton, Taysom Hill. I'm pretty sure he'll speak. Andy Dalton. We will be carrying those interviews at the end of the stream, so just stick with us. All right, so anyway, as we waiting to get back off that commercial break right here, man, what I noticed about the Saints, man, is that, listen, the Saints, man, it's crazy, y'all. It's simply crazy how the black and gold in this game with it was a topsy-turvy game, man. So much stuff going wrong for the Saints, and right at the same time, it's crazy. So it'll be interesting. Okay, here go the Saints with the ball at their own 48-yard line. I mean, at Seattle's 48-yard line, they handed to Alvin Kamara. Kamara runs to the right side and gets the first down. AK-41 gets the next set of downs. The Seahawks will have to burn the clock as Alvin Kamara jumps forward with a very celebratory first down gesture that helps them realize that this is definitely securing the win for the Saints, as he gets a little crease in the lane in there and gets a good chunk of change on the run right there. So, damn, yeah, very good play by Alvin. And, of course, Seattle burns their final timeout, and they have no way of stopping the clock at this point as they gain a new series of downs. So, Taysom Hill was like I said, was the man with the plan the day he threw a touchdown and ran 3 touchdowns without Taysom, man. I keep saying that because he was so impressive. Taysom Hill, number one, and Alvin Kamara, those two guys were big in the game for us today. Chris Olave did what he did before he went out with the injury, but the Saints missing all 3 of their starting wide receivers and had to dig out a win. So hopefully, I'm just interested to see if we can keep this going in terms of finding some type of synchronicity with our offense. And the Saints going into victory formation right now, and they're going to, and let's see what's going on here. They're going to like a victory formation with a $1:53 on the clock. And the Saints use their own timeout for whatever reason. The Saints stopped the clock here. So they were about to get a delay of game. I think that's why they had to burn the timeout right there. So got to clean out. But yeah, they win the victory formation. Had to use it because they looked like they had an issue with the one. So anyway, the Seahawks got the Cardinals, the Chargers, the Giants, the Cardinals again, and the Buccaneers as their schedule, the rest of their schedule. So the Saints have a very difficult stretch of games that they got coming up with. We got the Cincinnati Bengals next week, followed by, hold on here, the Saints in the victory formation. That'll start the clock, and that'll pretty much help the Saints secure the victory. So, yeah, shout out to Geno, man. Geno played really well in this game, you know, and he did the best he can do. But ultimately, the Seattle defense is the thing that they allowed Taysom Hill to throw on him and rush at him. And you can see, I seen Taysom wincing like he have an issue as well. He was just wincing, and I think Taysom, he's a little bit banged up too. And he got a lot of work in today. So Taysom earned his money in this game today. All right, Dennis Allen yelling at him, focus on the game plan. Focus. All right, and the Saints, as they letting it tick down, they're in the victory formation. And they're going to snap it again and go down on it. And that'll kind of run it into even further down. So, yeah, and it's less than a minute on my clock right here. As the Saints are going to appear to break. They're going to break that 3-game slide that they've been on for this season. So getting a win against Seattle was much needed. We needed this. We needed this win, man. It was an eventful game.
Very frustrating game because of the Saints offense outside of Taysom. Very frustrating. And there's another move right there. The Saints have done a flag against Seattle's defender. That's just a young, stupid move right there. And that gives the Saints even gives them even more yards and puts them close to a field goal or whatever. But I don't think they need it. But yeah, that was just stupid. That's a young, dumb defense. So they'll get hit with the flag. That's something you got to learn from. A lot of penalties against Seattle in this game that really hurt them. It's a personal foul against Seattle's defender, man, and that was just stupid, man, just stupid. Giving the Saints a new set of downs and 15 yards tacked to it puts them within field goal range. So that will definitely conclude. I don't think the Saints will need to kick the field goal. They could just sit on the ball. They don't need to kick the field goal on them to raise the league up. I don't think Dennis Allen going to do that. I think he's just going to kneel on it some more and run the clock out. That's the safest option. All right, 31 seconds left in the game. But Geno Smith, shout out to Geno, man. Geno looked good in this game, man. Geno looked good. He did a pretty decent job. He was responsible for 3 touchdowns in this game today, and he threw for over 260 yards today. So Geno Smith, in his Russell Wilson role, did a pretty decent job for him. They just didn't get the win thanks to the defense looking shitty. And that'll be the nail down. That'll put the nail in the coffin for the Seattle Seahawks and the Saints. Move on, family, and get the victory. All right, so anyway, let's get into some of the final statistics as the Saints get the win. Taysom Hill is the man with the plan. He handles and makes it pop for the team. And Taysom Hill did a hell of a job today for the Saints. 4 touchdowns Taysom was responsible for, and he deserved all the credit in the world. How Taysom Hill played in this matchup, he was awesome. All right, anyway, let's look into family. Let's get into some of the halftime or the final statistics here. Saints get the win, 39-32. They break the 3-game slide. Finally, on the right side, they get the right side of things. They get their first win in the dome and at home. So they're 1-2 in there, and they're now 2-3, moving ahead. So 26-15 was the first downs for the Saints. The Saints were 8-14 on third down. In this matchup, the Seattle Seahawks was 1-19. Despite those terrible statistics, Seattle's offense was able to stay in this game. Saints had 74 plays versus 49 by Seattle, but Seattle still was able to stay in the game despite that. Saints had 438 yards versus 396 by Seattle, 14-13 on the drives by the Saints, 6 yards per play by the Saints, 8.1 by Seattle, 245 the passing wise for the Seahawks, 203 for the Saints. The Saints had 235 yards rushing today. And people ask me, Q, how many times they ran the ball today? The Saints ran the ball for 48 times. And remember that old stat, family. Remember this. When the Saints run the ball as much as they do, they usually get the win. The Saints ran the ball 48 times. That's more than they ran it in a single game this all season long. It was almost 50 times that people ran the ball. They averaged 5 yards per rush, and I know a lot of that's Taysom's running, but still in all it counts is the same. 235 versus 151. A lot of running on both sides. And the penalties is a lot what killed the Seattle team. 12 penalties for 85 yards, Saints only 6 for 57. Turnover, Saints had 2, which was a fumble and interception thrown. Time of possession, Saints controlled much of the clock, 37-35 versus 22-25 by the Seattle Seahawks. So if you look at it, like I said, and go at the rushing statistics, the big number that sticks out to me, 235 yards rushing on 48 attempts. 48 attempts. 5 yards a carry, 235. Remember, when you run it over 30 times a game, you get a win. That's most of the time, 90-something% of the time. The Saints did that. They remember that. They stuck to it. So good for them. So anyway, moving ahead as we go into the individual statistics for the black and gold. Andy Dalton finished the matchup 16-24 for $187, averaged almost 8 yards per throw, 1 touchdown, and a badly thrown interception. He had an 86.6 rating. He was only sacked 1 time in the game, so the Saints kept him upright. Taysom Hill had 1 throw for 22 yards, which was a touchdown. So he found Adam Troutman for the score. The Saints rushing attack, family, 48 carries for 235. They averaged 5 yards per rush, 3 touchdowns. Taysom Hill had 9 carries for 112 yards. He averaged 12.4 yards per rush and had 3 touchdowns when he ran the ball. That is amazing. Alvin Kamara got his the hard way. 23 carries for Alvin for 103 yards, and he averaged 4.5 yards per carry. So Kamara and Taysom were the guys. Mark Ingram, not so much. 9 carries, 16 yards, and he averaged less than 2 yards per carry. So how could other guys like Taysom and Alvin get theirs over 4.5 and 12.4, and Ingram gets in there and average less than 2 yards per carry? And of course, Alvin Kamara had to pick up the slack from a receiver perspective. He had 6 catches for 91 yards off of 6 targets. Chris Olave, 4 catches for 54 yards and a touchdown. The only one, second one, the other one was Adam Troutman, who caught 2 passes. Well, he missed one. He dropped. Adam Troutman really could have had 2 touchdowns in this game. He could have had Chris Olave's touchdown. He could have had 2 touchdowns in this game, but he dropped one in the end zone. But when Taysom Hill went back to him, he was able to catch it to redeem himself. So 3 targets, 2 catches, 232, and a touchdown. Chris Olave, 4 for 54 for a score on 4 targets. Jawan Johnson, 1 for 13. Traquan Smith had 1 for 10 off for 4 targets. Callaway, 3 targets, 2 catches for 5 yards. And Keith Kirkwood got 1 catch off of 1 target for 4 yards as he made his appearance in the matchup. So good game for them. And of course, the fumbles right there. Alvin Kamara fumbled 1 and lost 1 for the Saints. Taysom Hill fumbled, they recovered, and David Onyemata recovered a fumble by Seattle. Top tacklers, Paulson Adebo, 8 tackles. Pete Werner was 7. Tyrann Mathieu, 5. 4 for Davenport, Demario Davis, Justin Evans, and Caden Ellis. Sacks on the game. Cam Jordan had a sack and a half in the matchup. Demario got a half of his sack, and JT Gray had a sack as well in the contest. Now, also moving on, as you can see, the kick return game, Taysom Hill returned 3 kicks for 69 yards. He averaged 23 yards per time. Deontay Hardy, 2 for 31. 15.5 was taken out of the game due to injury. Callaway came in 2 punt returns, 25 yards, 12.5 on the return average. Will Lutz, 1 field goal today for 56, which is longest, responsible for 7 points. Blake Gilligan, 4 punts for 189 yards, average 47.3. 2 touchbacks of the 4, and put none within the 20, but he had what was 62-yard boomer as well. And of course, like I said, the defense really lost the game, the penalties as well for the Seattle Seahawks. Geno Smith did everything he can to help them out, 16 to 25 for 268. He had 3 touchdowns. He averaged a first down every time he threw the ball. Geno looks good. He was sacked 3 times by the Saints, still had a 139.7 rating. The rushing attack for Seattle bludgeoned the Saints run defense. Really, it's going to make their average look even nastier than what it looked prior. They had 21 rushes for 151 yards. They averaged 7.2 yards against the Saints. Rushing attack, that has to change. I don't know what they got to do about that, but the Saints got just bludgeoned today. All right, Kenneth Walker came in the game, and I thought Rashad Penny was a dude. Rashad Penny left with a leg issue. He had 8 carries for 54 yards. He was averaging 7 yards per rush. Then Kenneth Walker comes in there and punishes the Saints defensive interior line, 8 carries for 88 yards. He averaged 11 yards, and that's simply because he had that 69-yard scamper for a touchdown. We got to fix that up, family. We got to do better than that in the end. And, of course, their top guys, Tyler Lockett, who's a baller, had 2 touchdowns for him in the game, 5 catches for 104, 2 touchdowns off of 6 targets. He averaged 21 yards per catch. DK Metcalf, 5 catches off of 8 targets, 88 yards. He had a touchdown, 17.6. He dropped the touchdown that Geno Smith threw to him in the back of the end zone. Bradley Roby was covering him. That was an easy touchdown. DK dropped it. That could have made the difference for Seattle in this matchup. Noah Fant, 3 catches from 5 targets for 49 yards. He averaged 16.3. Dissy, the backup guy, had 2 for 21, averaged 10.5. So what you look at what they were doing, the guys he was going through, every time he threw him the ball, it was a first down. Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks, their 2 inside linebackers, played really well. 12 tackles, 11 for Brooks in the matchup, 8 by Neal, and Diggs had 7. 1 sack in the contest by L. Woods. He got in there 1 time as they kept recycling and taking L out of the contest. So anyway, their field goal kicker Myers put up 2 to help them out. But in the end, the Saints were able to kind of lock it down despite the Sea Chickens scoring 13 in the 4th quarter. The Saints were still able to come away with the win, 39-32. So there you go. So the Saints, man, I'm telling you, the Saints are up and down day for the black and gold today. up and down from an offensive standpoint. It was all Taysom. It was an all Taysom Hill affair. Taysom did a wonderful job for the black and gold today. And really, man, 4 touchdowns he was added by, which is a big win for Taysom Hill when you think about it, man. He was stupendous in this game. Him and Alvin Kamara, he did a great job too in the end. And the only thing I was saying about the Saints is that the Saints have to be able to balance his play skill, which I've been preaching that for some time now, of balancing what Taysom Hill brings to the Saints offense, and utilizing them like that gives him greater value when he can throw it and run it like he did. So he had a very special game today for the Saints to help elevate them. Now, moving ahead, the Saints are going to need every bit of trying to figure out what we can do from an offensive standpoint, because we came out with a win today because of Taysom Hill. But my goodness, family, what do we do next week against the likes of the Cincinnati Bengals? We got to plan and come together on something, but our offense needs to do something. Let me look at some of the family members in the thing. Brother Ernest says Werner is a true dog. Kenneth says, what's up, bro? So he said, for some reason, Hill seems to be the only guy who can find guys wide open running lanes and have time in the timing speed to take advantage. Mike says, when do we get Thomas and Landry back? I don't know, bro. That we'll figure that out later on this upcoming week, but I don't have an answer for that right now. Follow Foco says, go get Sue or Malcolm Brown. Now, the Saints definitely need some help from an interior standpoint. Malcolm Brown, if he's still out there, could be a guy that helps you. I know he can. Yeah, I know Country Rail says, I hate the fact that Olave has hurt me too. What's going on, Gene? Shout out to you, Saints. Saints overcome penalties. Taysom threw 3 touchdowns. Come on. All right, yeah, that's something. Taysom was special today. He's the player of the game, man. And because of his contributions, we win the game. And I'm happy for that, no doubt about it. But we got a lot of stuff to work to do offensive-wise, man. The kind of, not just offensive-wise, all over the place. Defense, we got to work on that. Special teams and offense got a lot of work to do, but the win is a win. Devin says Booger needs to be fired after that roughing call. That was horrible. K Cried 10 says great win with no last minute late flags by the refs. Cheetahs. Yes, great game. Who that? All right, Ernest says Landry and Thomas use the tight ends. All right, Nat says win a win. All right, Ernest says Saints with no weapons wins the game. They just overused the ones we have. That's what you got to do sometimes. All right, Cesar, shout out to your fam. Says good afternoon, everyone. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, I got you, bro. Yeah, 4 TDs. I got you, Gene. All right, Devin says Q, you might need to check up on Big Low. Yeah, the matchup, and I'm gonna go over some statistics momentarily from I guess I could put up on the scoreboard here about what's going on. But I did hear about the fact that the Bucks was up on them by 21-0 that last time I checked. So, man, but you know, like I said, as this stuff started moving into the the season, man, you start finding out who you are, whether that's good or bad, man. So, the Saints have to figure it out. But Atlanta, we know Atlanta was going to struggle this season. We knew that. All right. Shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all being up in this. Kick Rod says, I'm telling you that there's a conspiracy against our team, our fan base by Vegas. If you want the Saints to win, bet on our opponents to win and the Saints. I got you, bro. I hear you, bro. Travis said the Bengals online, not all that. All right. Lathan says Landry probably going to be back next week. All right. Corey says we need another running back to go with Kamara. Indeed, bro. Indeed. All right. Ernest says use the tight ends more and stop forcing the ball to Olave. The team, he said, this is a team sport, not all right. Indeed. Quavadia says Schefter said Thomas playing next week. Okay. Thank you, bro, for that. All right. St. John says I never doubted for a second. All right. All right. L-Dub says I think Malcolm Brown is with the Rams now. Okay. All right. Michael says got to clean up the fumbling. Indeed, Brother Prom says we'll beat the Bengals because we will not play down to them. All right, shout out to you. All right, who else we got? Brother Garrett says, well, on another note, Geno been playing pretty impressive since he became he has been looking good. I got to give him credit. I said that during the previews. I said, man, Geno Smith looks good, man. King Wizard says, was it Geno or our secondary in trouble? A mixture of both, bro. A mixture of both, because really Geno took shots, but really there was supposed to be safeties back there where he was taking those shots. That wasn't supposed to happen. So yeah, we had some numbskullery going back there in the back end of the secondary. And when you got guys out like which is smart for Pete Carroll to take advantage of the Saints secondary in the safety position because Marcus May, your regular starter, isn't there. PJ Williams, who usually plays back there, he's not there. So you have Justin Evans, and then Saints were using JT Gray, who doesn't play that position. So yeah, they were smart to take shots at the Saints safeties like that, and it bear fruit a couple of times. So yes, they were smart to do that. Roger says Cam Jordan 2 years straight game-winning sack. Shane says definitely need to bounce back. Got to get going with the wins and focus on what we do best. Indeed, bro. What is that, Shane? Tell me what it is, bro. That what the Saints do best. Let me know that, bro. Put that in the chat. I'll spotlight you. All right, Melissa, thank you. Says so happy for the win. Shout out to you, Melissa. All right, brother Michael says Gino been playing some good situational football. Indeed, brother Will, what's up, Sam? He says I hope Laddie Dad is okay. Me too. Anthony says going to be facing Trey Hendrickson next week. Would have been nice to keep him along with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Ramczyk. Thank you, Anthony. Shout out to you. What's up, brother Boomin? Shout out. So Jameis needs to worry? No, Jameis don't need to worry. Like I said, I think Dalton doing what he's supposed to do. Just be a placeholder. Scoop says, Q, did McCoy ever get his lunch pail back? They took oh man, brothers. Yeah, McCoy is man, we just got to step it up, bro. All of us. David says Gino next year I'll give the reins to Taysom. I know, bro. I don't know about that, bro. It's still early on. Mike says loving our pass distribution, getting all our weapons involved. Looking forward to having our starting wide receivers back. What's up, CeeLo? Shout out. Say the Saints injuries continue to plague us. Do we need a new strength coach? All right. Oh man, I don't know, bro. We got something going on here. CeeLo said, take the W as ugly as it was. I shall. All right, brother Ernest says Saints secondary walked as Seattle scored. On the other hand, Seattle defense almost caught Taysom. Yeah, the guy did run him down. Instead of grabbing Taysom, he decided to try to shove him through the end zone, but he should have tried to tackle him. You never know what could have happened. He could have fell on and fumbled the ball out the back of the end zone. He just kind of gave up on the play and just meanly shoved them out of bounds. He should have tried to tackle them. That's what he should have tried to did. But anyway, that's a dumbass mistake. We about this thing. And Shane says, I think we have the best defense in the league, just not executing because of bad play calling. All right. Thank you, Shane. Shout out to you. Whereas on Yamada, he was in the game. He did some things, man. Not a lot to speak about, but he was in on some plays right there. So old Yamada wasn't doing too bad. Jando says, why playing, man, with the seconds in the half? Avis says, AK-41 feeling like booby. Swag says, that was a tasty W. Thank you. May I have another, please? Yeah, I know, Michael. L. Woods was looking like an all-pro, man. Maybe we need to try to give up a 7-round draft pick and get L. Woods down here. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Scoop says Coach Rashard needs to give his coach position up and work with the boys only. Farada says, what's up, fam? Says, to me, the coaching needs to get better. Thank you, bro. Richmond, what's up, bro? Says Trequine can't catch. He been needed to go. Yeah, he did catch one. He dropped one, man. Yeah, it's frustrating. So frustrating, man, to watch Taysom Hill. Not Taysom Hill. Traquan Smith out there, man. Him and Adam Troutman, man. Yeah, we found a star, no doubt about it, man. We found a star in Chris Olave, no doubt about it. All right, what's up, Tasha? Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate Tasha in the building. Who that to Universal Love and the rest of the family members as well up in this thing. So anyway, fam, let's get on. Let's listen to what Dennis Allen says, fam. I'm about to chime in. Let the family members hear from Dennis Allen and his thoughts on the Saints operating and getting the win. Here's DA from the Saints. Here we go. Put one in the chat if you can hear it, fam. Here's DA.
We did some really good things in this game. Defensively, I think we've got to eliminate the big plays. That was the kind of the black eye on the night in terms of defensive football. But we won the third down battle. We were able to get off the field on third down defensively. We converted on offense, and then I thought it was a great job by our offense getting us in that 4-minute situation and ending the game. So pleased with the win. Got a lot of things we've got to clean up, but happy to win.
Coach, what's with the scheme that you guys put on during the week with Taysom? There's got to be some kind of strategy you guys work on during the game for that.
Yeah, well, good player. Try to put him in position to do things that he does really well. Our guys went out and executed the play. So it was good to see.
Yeah, Dennis, I was going to ask about that too. I mean, was there something you guys saw in the Seahawks defense that you thought you would use a lot of?
Well, look, we talked earlier in the week, you know, and Pete and I were talking, and he felt like, you know, some of the run game stuff that we could do with Taysom in the game could be really good against this group, and he was right. You know, Taysom was really effective.
Was it to the point that you used him more maybe than you even thought you would at the beginning of the game because the way it was playing out? Or did you expect him to get that many snaps?
Well, look, I don't know that you ever really know exactly how many snaps somebody's going to get. It just depends on how the game's being played out, you know. But I thought we were able to do some things in the running game and utilize him in those areas. And then obviously with what they were doing defensively, you know, trying to stop the run game, we felt like there was an opportunity in the passing game, and you know, we were able to throw a touchdown there. So, look, I got to give, you know, Pete Carmichael and the offensive staff a lot of credit for the game plan that they put together. They operated it very well, and that was a big part of it.
Outside of some of the negative stuff, do you feel like you guys are putting together some of the pieces, putting together the offensive identity you want? Like, do you see progress in that?
Yeah, look, I feel like, you know, I thought we saw a little bit more progress this week. I felt like in the second half last week, you felt a little progress. You know, certainly we'd like to get everybody healthy and have all our weapons out there, but I thought today was, you know, a lot more consistency in terms of what we were doing.
Yeah, 8 of 14 on third down today. You know, how much of a luxury is it to have Taysom in that role, knowing you're in third and short and you can just handle the ball, go jumbo?
Yeah, look, I mean, you know, you have weapons that you feel like you can utilize and do the things that those guys do really well. And I think anytime you have a guy that can play the quarterback position and he can affect the game with his legs, it creates a challenge for the defense, because now you have to play 11-on-11 football. And, you know, and then if you start creeping, you know, safety down too far into the box, you know, he can still do some things in the passing game. So, yeah, it's a good piece to have.
Dennis, how encouraging is it for you to see AK respond the way after his fumble to kind of come back?
Yeah, really encouraging. You know, I would say if there was a, you know, a black eye offensively in terms of what we did offensively, we still, you know, turned the ball over twice. But yet, you know, we did enough things offensively to overcome those things. And look, I thought AK, you know, brought a lot of energy and a lot of explosiveness to the offensive unit this week.
You see Taysom do some amazing things over the years. How impressed were you today compared to everything you see in his career?
Listen, that's a tough question because I've seen a lot of good things out of him, you know what I mean? And so what we saw him do today are things that we, you know, expect that we can get out of that player. And you know, so we're going to continue to try to find ways to utilize that.
That was going to kind of lead into my next question. You talked about Pete this week saying that there was an opportunity to use Taysom. Will it be week by week, or do you think that this could be expanded because of the way he played today?
Well, yeah. Look, I mean, certainly our future opponents are going to look at this game. They're going to have ways that they're going to try to, you know, defend it. And so people are going to make adjustments. But that's always been part of what we've been able to do here with Taysom. And we'll continue to find ways to utilize that. And when it's effective and it's working, we'll keep doing it, you know. So credit Pete for, you know, if it's working, keep calling.
Dennis, is this, at least offensively, the script you think you're going to have to follow to be successful with this team, at least until Jameis maybe returns?
In certain aspects, yeah. I think just being efficient, you know, we were able to run the ball well. We got into a lot of third and manageable situations. We didn't have a lot of, you know, negative plays, which put us, you know, behind the chains a lot. And so we were getting in third manageables, and we were able to convert third downs. And so therefore, when you're running the ball well, when you're converting on third down, you're winning the time of possession battle. That was an explosive offense that we played against, and they've been explosive a bit against most teams that they've played. And so we knew that would be a challenge, and our ability to maintain time of possession on offense was a big part of, us getting that win.
Speaking of those explosive, was there anything that you saw commonalities about conceding, a handful of this game?
Well, they got behind us. I don't think we played a couple of those. One at the end of the half, that's inexcusable. That can't happen. And then the one there in the fourth quarter to lock it. We really got kind of two doubles on that, and he just got on top of us. So we got to work to clean that up. We'll look at the tape, see what we can do better. But I look at the way we played defensively, and I'd say, but for about 4 or 5 plays, it was pretty good. But yet, those 4 or 5 plays, end up being basically 28 points in the game. So those are things we got to clean up.
Did you see anything on the line, or is that?
Yeah, we misfit the run just a little bit. We had pressure on. Hindsight's 20/20. I don't know if I love the call, and so we'll evaluate it, see what we can do better. But look, I think you got to give our guys credit. I mean, our guys came out and competed all the way to the end, and we made enough plays to win the game. And even when guys were going down, we had guys that stepped up and made plays for us.
Dennis, the challenge on the Olave touchdown, is that something you saw, the challenge, or did you get a call down?
Well, there's a process that we go through in those situations. And so we went through the process that we go through. And from our vantage point, there was 3 feet down, before he went to the ground and lost possession of the ball. And 3 feet equals a football move. And so that's possession in the end zone, and felt like that should have been ruled a touchdown. So, but I thought our process worked extremely well in that situation.
How big was that in the game?
7 points big. It was a big play. Yeah, it was a big play, big momentum play, and so the process worked there.
Dennis, I know we've exceeded our Taysom questions probably in this press conference, but why hasn't he played a bigger role as a pass catcher or as a tight end this season? Is that part of the development of Juwan Johnson, or is that part of?
Yeah, look, I mean, each game there's a varying, degree of elements that go into that. We've got some plays, some plays up for him in the passing game, and we got some plays up for him playing the quarterback position. And so, I think it's just kind of a week-to-week deal to figure out, how we can use him and where he can be most effective.
Coach, you talked about how much you want to improve on your pass defense, but in terms of Geno Smith, how much has he improved over the years and become more of a, daily downfield passer?
Well, I think he's playing extremely well this year. The pass early in the game to Fant, was, I thought, right on the mark. I think he's playing extremely well. I think they're doing a lot of really good things with him. He's got a lot of good weapons to throw the ball to. It's a really good offensive team that we just faced, and usually if you're really good on offense, a lot of times the quarterback's playing at a high level, and I think that he is.
Dennis, the way the last 3 weeks have gone, how much did you guys need this one? How good does it feel right now?
Well, look, it always feels good to win in our league, and so yeah, that it feels good. We want to go 1-0 this week. We accomplished that task, and now we got to move on to the next one.
Seattle was 1 of 9 on third downs. Cam Jordan was a big part of that success. Just what can you say about his performance?
I'll let Cam talk about himself. He's pretty good at that.
Do you have any status update on Marshawn with the wrist?
No.
I'm sorry.
Abdomen. Yeah. No, I haven't. I haven't spoke to the trainers. I know they were evaluating him on the sideline, and then at some point told me that he was out. I haven't gotten any other word on that.
I was going to ask the same thing about Olave. I know he's in protocol, but that was kind of a concerning hit to the head. So how's he doing?
Yeah, I haven't visited with him either. I saw him briefly as we just walked in the locker room. He seemed like he was in pretty good spirits. He was excited about the win. So, look, he'll go through the process, and we'll make sure we're following all the steps, and we'll see where he's at.
Were there any noticeable differences in how they handled protocol today? Or did it seem the same? I'm just asking after everything that happened.
Nothing on the field that I noticed that was, extremely different.
You noticed the energy today, but how much did AK step up this past week, leadership-wise, and kind of riding the offense?
Well, look, AK's not really a real vocal person by nature, but part of being a leader is just, coming to work every day. And look, he was ready to go this week. He was feeling healthy and was excited about playing, and you could see it in practice. And so, yeah, I thought it brought a lot of energy to our team.
And this is the second time this season your numbers have been really low at receiver at a late stage in the game. How much does that impact what you can do? How much kind of taking on the fly do you have to do?
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. Obviously losing Deontay early in the game, and then losing Olave, put some stress on the receiver position and stress on the coaching staff to figure out, what we can do and how we can attack them. It's fortunate that we were having some success in some of our, base packages. And so we probably went a little bit more in that direction. Okay, thanks, guys.
Locker room's open.
All right, shout out to the fam, man. That was Coach Dennis Allen giving his thoughts on the team, updating several different things. He spoke about injuries to others. Here's Cam Jordan, man, to give his thoughts. Here's Cam.
I might say all of them. The first question, Cam. Ooh, that any microphones now?
Reminds me of fifth grade.
Cam, 2 sacks today and a win. Tell us how good.
I heard it was 1.5. I heard WD jumped on and at the very end and somehow still have. But I like what you're thinking. At the end of the day, we kept saying it the whole time. We put it on us. We put it on the trenches. We gotta make sure the D line is involved early and often in Geno's face and his life today. And I think we accomplished that.
Hey Ken, what's it like for you from the sidelines watching Taysom Hill when he's having that kind of performance?
Man, you saw him get by. I was like, oh, high knees. There you go. Sean P said at one time he was the fastest quarterback in the last however many years. Probably knowing Sean, he probably put like 35 years on it. But he showed some wheels. It's exciting. That's what we needed. Whatever it takes. I'm not been preaching, all 60 minutes and whatever it takes. It may not have been a win, but that's a win. We can start building off of that. It's cleaned a lot of stuff up. But we can build off of that.
Cam, you guys haven't been 1-4 since 2015. What was the sense?
I don't know. I'm not going to talk about 1-4. We are 2-3.
But going into this week, what was
every chance you have on this wonderful field, on this game we played in the NFL, we've got 17 guaranteed opportunities. Each one becomes more and more increasingly important. We're trying to find a win at whatever it takes. That WIT mentality is going to stick for a long time. So we don't want to be 1-2. We don't want to be 1-3. We can't be 1-4. We have to find a way to win. We found a way to win today.
Cam, I know you guys gave up more yards and more points than you would have liked, but talk about that last drive and the third down play and forcing Geno to go backwards. And does that kind of make up for some of the other things?
I don't think it makes up for anything. The fact that we let one of those big gash runs happen and we've let them happen in the fourth quarter too many times, you can't make an excuse for that. I do love that. And then the Cam Jordan stack, that's just a personal situation. I think that in terms of what our team wants to do, we have to tighten up some things. You can't let them score at the end of the half. You can't let them run a 60-yard touchdown in. And granted, they're a good team. A lot of things are self-inflicting, and we have to clean that up ASAP.
Cam, one thing I was gonna ask too was just that question about the 60-yard.
Which one, the 110 seconds? Okay.
About the 60-yard run, where it looked like there was something in the middle of the line at least. Were y'all?
He had a nice cutback and, you know, whatever it is, I can't wait to break down the film and figure that one out ASAP. You can't have that. I mean, with our defense, there's no way they should have been able to amass the amount of yards they did on the ground that they did.
Yeah, just talk a little bit about getting Malcolm Roach back in the lineup, just kind of the boost he gave to the defensive line.
You saw the juice. I mean, he had zero vertical. I'm pretty sure my 4-year-old daughter could jump higher than Malcolm Roach did off of the celebration. But the explosive abilities that he has, the playmaking ability he has, that's what separates him. I mean, you love that high energy. I mean, granted, he's got like 75 pounds of tape on his ankles, so that's probably the reason why. But I mean, you love to see Roach back in rotation. Big Roach is a playmaker.
And like I asked Coach, 1 of 9 on third down for Seattle, 0 for 1 on fourth down. So what was the key to getting them off the field this late
I didn't know that stat, but I like that. Just that. I mean, I mentioned it earlier at the beginning of this is, you know, relying on getting pressure on them. You know, they have the roll 2 boots, they have all that. We put that on the D-line. There's a couple times we were able to get in his face, take away a tight end coming across. You know, Pete Werner, Demario Davis playing their derrieres off. In terms of covering those tight ends, those mismatches. I think our DBs, we had a couple of guys go down and it was next man up mentality. I mean, Chris Harris popped up like Tuesday and he was already playing Sunday. Draft class 2011, got to love to see it. When you think about, you know, all that we did, all the good things we did, and all the bad things we did, it seems like the good outweighed the bad. But that being said, if we play a sound game, how much farther along will we be?
Cam, y'all lost 7 of your last 9 in the dome. Did it feel though today like some of the?
I'm gonna let you keep control of that stat. All I see is the next game. I'm just trying to get the next win. I do love that dome field advantage felt like that today. I mean, the fans were definitely heard, real clear, real reactive. It was loud as it needed to be, and I gotta love that.
Yeah, y'all held the 1 and 9, I think, on third down.
Yeah, that's what she said. And I was like, ooh, 1 of 9, that's a heck of a number. You know,
the crowd had some impact.
For sure. And I mean, had we held them to 0 now, we might even be a better place. Hit it.
Thanks, Cam. 9-point swing to end that first half of Seattle jumping on top. How big was that turnover to start that second half?
That was huge.
And
Pete Werner?
Yeah, and just getting a turnover, because you talked about that in terms of forcing turnovers that defense wanted to do it more.
Absolutely. If we can get 1, we can get 2, but it starts with 1. And I mean, no matter how it comes, you know, DK, we know what he's doing. He's a monster down the field. His go ball plus his go ball plus his go, and then he's got to go. You know, he comes over the middle. You have to make him pay, and I think they did just that.
Yeah, it seems every week Marshawn is in one of these knockdown, drag-out matchups with a wide receiver 1. Today was DK Metcalf. You know, when you watch him out there just giving it all against that just huge wide receiver, you know, what is that? What do you see from that?
That's our premier CD1. I mean, and so he jumps to the task every week. It's exactly what we expect from Marshawn. Sean's going to do what he does. I mean, I can always rest easy knowing that, you know, we don't have to worry about what kind of coach we're putting on. We're putting Marshawn on somebody, and that's that. And we'll worry about everything else. And then it has to become a combination of him covering it, but he can't cover for 12 seconds. So it's got to be on some part of the D-line too to get to the quarterback.
Cam, I feel like I should ask you about your T-shirt.
Big Dinos? Yeah, One Punch Man. I don't know. It is what it is. Look, I may not be able to finish everything in one blow, so that's why, you know, I went for, in my mind, he's like an anti-hero. I'm not like that. I'm not trying to be a hero. I'm trying to be everybody's worst villain.
Cam, you do have 110 sacks now. What does that milestone mean?
Say it again. Say it again.
You know, in my mind, it should be 110 and a half, but I'm sure that he jumped in at the very last second, which is crazy to me. Good for him. It all comes full circle. I will get it back. Right now, nothing. As long as it ends in a win. You know, there's some stats out there about multiple sack games equals a higher chance of us winning, and that's all I care about is winning. So if that's what it takes, I'm willing to get 5 again. If the Lord does it.
Okay, one more there.
Yes, Red Rifle is next. I call him double R. It's luxurious the way he passes the ball. That's why he's a big Red Rifle. Andy Dalton, draft class 2011. All right.
I'll ask you this because I feel like I might get a good answer. Do you understand what the punter was trying to do when he took off and tried to run?
Yeah, he was trying to give us the ball. And I think he did a phenomenal job in his assignment. I think our special teams did a great job of collapsing that pocket and making a punter feel uncomfortable, which is probably not hard to do. Appreciate it.
All right. That was Cam Jordan, man. Ever young Cam Jordan, man. Talking about it. Let's hear from Andy Dalton now, man. Here's Andy Dalton on this take on the team. Here's Andy.
Hey, Andy, you've been in the league for a while. What's it like just watching the guy Texas perform?
I mean, he's such a weapon, and there's nobody else like him. And if you're a defense, you have to prepare for so much with him. You never know where he's going to line up. So, I mean, his performance today, it's hard to match. All the stuff that he can do and all the stuff he was able to do today to help us win. And, yeah, he's special.
About just getting Alvin back today, just kind of him getting into rhythm and allowing you guys to run football as well.
For sure, yeah. We really wanted to get him going. And, I mean, there's a lot of explosive plays from him in the run game and you shoot on the screen too. You know, big game, got us down there, allowed us to score a touchdown. So, I mean, it's great having Alvin back out there.
Right at the end of the game, when you guys were needing out, Seattle seemed to take exception to that. They had got a flag coming against them. Can you just take us through what exactly happened?
I don't even know what happened. I just know that they kept, when we were taking the knee, you know, I guess they were still trying to go hard in that situation. And I think one of them ended up hitting one of our guys in the head. I don't even know. We got first down. I had to take an extra knee at the end. That's all I know.
And since you become the starter in these last few games, how much is their incorporation of the game plan where you're working to take some certain things like that to preparing for the game plan, at least right from the start of the week?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of communication with everybody and just how we're wanting to play, what we're trying to do, and things that we like. And so I think that's, you know, especially early in the week, we can get that going, and just the open communication with everybody definitely helps.
Andy, how did you feel about the offensive rhythm today for this? It feels like there was a lot more balance, especially establishing the run. And the follow-up on that as well, how hard is it to keep that rhythm, especially when you start losing wide receivers like you did early on?
Yeah, I think we did a great job. I mean, you see the run game. I think DA said at the end, 48 carries. I mean, I don't know if I've ever been a part of that. And our guys up front did such a good job of allowing us to, you know, make positive gains, big gains on first or second down. And, you know, it felt like we were, I mean, a couple of times today we were caught behind the chains, but for the most part, we were in, second and short, third and short situations. And so we got into a great rhythm, and you never want to lose receivers. Guys come down, and you know, it's kind of how we had to play with only 3 receivers left in the lineup. But I thought our guys did a great job keeping the rhythm.
You know, as it pertains to Taysom, you know, kind of cycling in and out of the field, when he has a role like he did today, what is that kind of communication? You know, is it just situations that you're planning on and you know it's going to be coming in, or is it kind of like, you know, you hear from the sideline and you come out? How's that look?
Yeah, I mean, it's different personnel groupings and everything. So I know when I'm still in there. I know when I'm coming out.
I have another one, but that made me think. Have you lined up as a receiver before in the NFL?
I have.
Oh.
It's not my first time.
I will find out how Chris Olave comes out with the injury evaluation, but you got a lot of chances to look at that, I assume, on the big screen. Was that about as good of an effort on the other end of a touchdown pass as you've gotten from a receiver?
It was an unbelievable catch. Defender had his hand in there and he still found a way to come down with it. And so I'm glad that we challenged it. I'm glad we got rolled a touchdown. I mean, it's a great catch by him.
And you just talked about the win. I mean, you guys snapped a free game losing streak here. How good does it feel, and how do you build on this moving forward?
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, we needed a game to kind of get us back on track. We've had some tough ones in the last couple of weeks, but this one was a good week for us to kind of get back in the win column, get that feeling again, and hopefully give us some momentum moving forward.
Non-Saints related, but how big was the TCU win?
Undefeated, man. I love it. The Frogs are playing really well, and so and Kansas is a good team. Everybody hears about Kansas from the past. I mean, this is a different team. So I thought it was fun to watch. We got to watch the whole game yesterday, and found a way to come out with a win, and got to keep going. Got a big one this week against Oklahoma State.
Andy, what was your reaction to that false start call late in the game? Trying to draw the defense outside?
Yeah, I thought we had him. I thought he was in the neutral zone. I think that's what she said. She said that he never got into the neutral zone, but I thought we had him, but I guess she didn't see it.
How much does the energy and the dynamic of the offense change when Alvin is healthy and on the field? Can you feel a difference?
Yeah, I mean, Alvin's one of our best players, and so when you get to have that in the lineup and a guy with his energy and his ability and the things that he can do, I mean, that definitely gives the offense the energy of me.
Taysom, first question for you is, before the start of the week, do you already know of the plays you're going to get in and what you're going to do, or is it a game time decision?
Before the start of the week?
Yeah.
No, I mean, we have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday installed, so it kind of comes in every day. But once you get to Friday, you have a pretty good idea that, hey, this might be a heavier week for me. And going into this game, I felt like I was going to have certainly more opportunities.
No adjustment during the game? You guys have any situation?
We made a few little adjustments, but no, I mean, I felt like that was an emphasis this week to try to get me more involved.
Taysom, I know your role is constantly evolving, but I mean, has it been less pass catching and now more of this than you expected, or this is sort of what you envisioned your role to be?
I mean, look, I think every week is a little bit different, and Jameis has been a little banged up, and so that kind of limited me in what I think the plan was supposed to be at the start of the season. And so, look, I think every week I go in and I prepare for what I'm going to be asked to do, and this is just it's a fluid deal, and I think I anticipate it being that way for the rest of at least the season.
Tyson, what's it like for you just when you have it going like that emotional?
I mean, man, it's so much fun when you get opportunities with your teammates, right? Those are the moments that you remember. Those are the moments you cherish when you can make a play and you see your teammates come and celebrate with you. That's what it's all about. Football's a lot more fun when you're making plays and you win football games, and that was that. Had a lot of fun today.
What's this game like?
I don't know. I mean, look, I think statistically, it's probably one of my best games that I've ever had in the NFL.
A lot of touchdowns today. Did you break down the last one? The long one?
Yeah, look, I think obviously that was a big play. They knew we were going to run the ball, 3rd and short, and so they were clearly selling out to stop the run. And if you get by the first level of defense, there's nobody left. And so once I broke contain, I knew it was a foot race. And I think if I was 5 yards further back, I don't know if I would have got in. But look, we made it work.
Jason, what can you tell us about the touchdown pass you threw? Were you always going to throw that ball, or were you thinking about something running?
No, I was going to throw it. Like we talked at halftime, I think that was kind of just the classic, hey, we want to run the ball to set up the pass game. And so as we came into halftime, Pete and I talked and said, hey, we really like this play, so don't be surprised that'll probably be one of my first plays to get to with you. And he dialed it up perfectly.
Kind of piggybacking off of that, your perfect passer rating today. That's pretty interesting, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you throw one pass and it works out that well, it's easy. I think, look, that was just a culmination of, Trout recognizing the right coverage, running the right route, because, look, if I'm being honest, I personally was expecting a different coverage than what we got. And I suspect Trout was too. But, man, he's a smart football player. He read it perfectly, and the rest is history.
Okay, so you say your role is fluid, but you're being modest. You figure early in the week you would get more involved, but would you ever guess you'd be this involved and have a game like this?
I mean, you always hope, right? I think as you prepare, I think my mindset is that, man, I'm going to take advantage of every opportunity. And I felt like I was going to get more opportunities this week. And so I did my part to make sure I was prepared for when it came up. And, there's a lot of conversation about me right now. But, man, when you can rush the ball for over 200 yards, those guys up front played very well against a really good, defense. And, their D-line was big and physical. The linebackers moved really well. And I felt like offensively we've kind of been right at this tipping point, and this was a game that we were ready for.
I know in your past you said that you were bulked up to play tight end, and you, I guess, lost weight and got a little more lean to play quarterback, and I assume this offseason maybe a little more bulk. Is it hard or easy to kind of yo-yo back and forth? Since I know they said you were going to play tight end, and now it seems like you're playing more quarterback.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a yo-yo, but look, I think at the end of the day, what I've realized is, I weigh like 230, 235 right now. I feel good at that weight, and I'm just going to stay there until somebody tells me otherwise.
Okay, so how long have you guys been sitting on that one to Troutman? I mean, I'm guessing it's been in there for a while. Have you been waiting to break it out? And how important is one like that going forward just to keep them honest, every defense?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've started football games at quarterback, and we've won football games with me playing quarterback. So I think historically what I've been able to do is set up a lot of my QB runs, and I think that we've seen that in how defenses have played me. But certainly it's nice to get a play like that off the ground and have it go well, because they can no longer just key on one thing. And so I think looking forward, man, that makes it challenging for defenses.
And obviously you did for that pass today, but when you run Lewis and Landon out there, if you're going mega jumbo, it's pretty clear what you're trying to do. And how much confidence do they give you as an offense when you can kind of project, it's like, we're going at you, and you can still convert like that?
Yeah, a lot of confidence. We talk about it. We carry plays like that every week, and we say, man, we're gonna stay the course until somebody shows us that we can stop it. And again, those guys come in and they've done such a great job up front to spring me for a lot of runs, a lot of touchdowns, and it's obviously challenging to stop with some of this QB run stuff.
Okay, so how needed was this win today after a 1-3 start to the season, just for this team, psyche, for this offense, just the struggles that they've had all year? How important was this win?
Yeah, look, I mean, it was important. I don't want to overstate or undersell, the importance of this win, but 1-3 doesn't feel great, obviously. And I felt like we needed a game like this just to get some confidence back, and the expectation moving forward is that we just keep this thing rolling. And I think we know that we're a really talented football team, and we just need to continue to stack these wins.
All right, that's Taysom Hill, man, on the win. Of course, Cam Jordan, Andy Dalton, and Dennis Allen, man, on the Saints 39-32 win over the Seattle Seahawks to improve to 2-3 in the matchups. A positive. Saints make it happen in the big way in this matchup. As we went over the statistics early on, let's do a little bit of a scoreboard right here before we get ready to end the stream. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being up in this thing as we keep it moving and grooving, please feel free to hit the like button. If you're in the stream and you're feeling good about the Saints win, feel free to hit the like button. Okay, let's move on to some of these statistics on so far in the NFL thing. Not everybody was fortunate as the Saints. They improved to 2-3, get the first home win of the season, 39-32 over the Sea Chickens. They moving on. Right now, the 49ers are over the Panthers 10-3. As the Panthers are 1-3 right now, the Niners are up over them into 2:34 left in the second before the half. The Cowboys beating the Rams 9-3 right now at the top of the second. Of course, you look at the Eagles with 10:05 in the quarter. They're 14-0 over the Cardinals. Of course, we have the Bengals that play our next adversary, the Cincinnati Bengals. They play the Ravens at 7:20 tonight on NBC. We'll be watching out for that one. Other games, of course, the Giants were able to get the best of the Packers 27-22 as they improved to 4-1. How about the Giants? The Steelers, with the new quarterback at the helm, couldn't handle the business. The Bills was just, of course, the Bills are a good team. 38-3, they beat them. The Chargers improved to 3-2 by beating the Browns 30-28. The Vikings are 4-1, 3-0 at home after beating the Bears 29-22. The Lions lose another one. They're now 1-4 as they get blanked by the Patriots 29-0. And Gillette, as they go down, Patriots improved to 2-3. The Dolphins losing Teddy Bridgewater in the game due to concussion. The Jets get the win 40-17 as both New York teams have winning records. How about that? 40-17 over the Dolphins. The Falcons, my dog, Big Low squad, goes down. They're now 2-3 as well as the Buccaneers get the win 21-15. And the Titans, of course, they are able to beat the Commanders 21-17. The Commanders are just what we thought they are. They ain't commanding nothing but the bottom of the trash can. The Texans 13-6 over the Jags as they get their first win of the year as well. So there you go. And of course, Thursday matchup had the Colts getting the 12-9 field goal battle over the Colts to go over the Broncos to go 2-2. Broncos are 2-3. And the Monday night matchup pits the Raiders at 1-3 against 3-1 Chiefs in Arrowhead Stadium. So that's some of the games that's going on right there. And of course, the big one is the fact that the Saints were able to take care of business against the Seattle Sea Chickens, 39-32 in the matchup, and improve to 2-3 and break a 3-game losing streak, which is most certainly what we needed to do. Okay, so you look at some of the numbers, a final breakdown of it, 26-15. With the first down, Saints were better, 8-14 from the third down, 1 of 9 versus by the Seahawks, 74-49 Saints. As far as the total plays, total yards 438-396, total drives 14-13 Saints. Saints average almost 16 yards per play. The Seahawks 8.1. Saints had 203 yards passing versus 245 by the Seahawks. 235 rushing attempts by the rushing yardage on 48 attempts, average 5 yards per carry against the Bengals, who did rush 151 at 21 attempts and averaged over 7 yards per carry against the Saints. That has to stop. So you might be looking for some change there, some addition to the Saints interior line coming up real soon after that happened. Also, we had some turnovers in the matchup as well, and the Saints' time of possession did a pretty decent job, 37 minutes and 35 seconds versus 22 minutes and 25 seconds by the Seahawks. Of course, you look at the individual statistics. Final, Andy Dalton, 16-24 for 187, almost 8 yards per throw, 1 touchdown and a pick. He was sacked once, 86.6 was the rating. Taysom Hill threw a touchdown, 1-on-1 on his attempts, 22-yard pass to Adam Troutman for a touchdown. He had this touchdown toss first of the season, 158.3 on the rating. And, of course, Taysom led the rushers. He had 9 carries for 112 yards, averaged 12.4 yards per rush. He had 3 rushing touchdowns and a passing touchdown. The game ball goes to Taysom Hill. He also had a 60-yard scamper to help break the game open. Alvin Kamara, 23 carries at 103, 4.5 yards per carry for Alvin Kamara, not nothing shaking for Mark Ingram. 9 carries, 16 yards, less than 2 yards per carry. Not good. Of course, Alvin Kamara also was a team leading receiver. He had 6 targets, 6 catches, 91 yards, average 15.2 yards per catch. Chris Olave, 6 targets, 4 catches, 54 yards, 13.5 on the catch average, and he had 1 touchdown that also helped the Saints. Troutman, 2 catches for 32 yards. He had a score on 3 targets, and you can see the rest of the numbers right there. Of course, the Saints had a bit of problems with the fumbles, but as well, they had a couple of recoveries and one that they lost. 2 turnovers by the Saints in the game, interception by Andy Dalton, and the fumble by Alvin Kamara. They were able to overcome it in a game where usually over the last 3 games, Saints turn the ball over. It didn't help them at all. Paulson Adebo, 8 tackles, and of course, Pete Werner had 7 on the day. Cam finished with 8.5. Excuse me, 1.5. Trying to give him a little bit more. 1.5 for Cam on the sack ratio. 8 tackles by Paulson Adebo is what I'm looking at. Half a sack by Demario Davis. JT Gray got a sack in the game as well, and he got cooked a couple of times. Of course, you go to the other side of things, you can see that Geno Smith finished with 16 of 25 for 268, 3 touchdowns. He was sacked 3 times. 139.7 was his rating, and they rushed the ball pretty good at 21. At 151, averaging 7.2 yards per rush, 1 rushing touchdown. Kenny Walker came in on a 69-yard scamper. He averaged 11 yards per carry, 88 yards, a lot of it on that 169-yard burst for a touchdown. Rashard Penny, who had a terrible injury, he'd probably be lost for the season. He was averaging almost 7 yards per rush to help Seattle's offense, stay on tune, but the Saints absorbed a lot of that and were able to make plays on the back end to kind of help seal the deal. Tyler Lockett and Tyrann Mathieu did his thing on the Saints defense in his tackle situation, but on the other side, Tyler Lockett, 5 catches for 104 for 2 touchdowns. DK Metcalf had 5 for 88 in the touchdown as well. So they got the big guys involved, the Locketts and the Metcalfs, to help them try to get this game in control, and it ultimately didn't work. Their top tacklers, Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks, both of the young linebackers, had solid performance, but the thing that really killed this team was the injuries. The injuries hurt them with the running attack, and of course the errors playing in this thing in terms of the penalties. They had 12 penalties for 85 yards that really hurt them in this matchup. Just dumb penalties, doing stupid stuff, and it ultimately hurt a team like the Seattle Seahawks, where they went down as the Saints claimed to win 39-32. We move on next up against the Cincinnati Bengals. So with that being said, man, we had a lot going on in this matchup, man. Yeah, we did a lot of great work in terms of Taysom Hill did a lot of stuff, man. Taysom Hill single-handedly put this game in his hands, and he was doing it. He throwing it and running it. 4 touchdowns alone for Taysom Hill. Big game for him. Watching him do his thing. Without his contribution, it would have been difficult. Alvin Kamara did a very good job too, running the ball, and credit in part to Pete Carmichael, who stuck with the game plan. Noticeable differences. What did we notice from the preceding weeks to this week? Did the Saints make the necessary adjustments? Well, they did make adjustments. They did. We had some breakdowns in defense that allowed big plays that shouldn't have happened. That can be cleaned up. We did have the penalties that occurred, the interception by Andy Dalton and the fumble by Alvin Kamara, which means every game this season the Saints have committed turnovers that other teams have taken and contributed to their scoreboard. So positives here. I guess I could say overall the adjustment. Watching what the Saints did on offense today from a running perspective under the Pete Carmichael, as the new offensive coordinator of the Saints offense. Today, this guy, he did a wonderful job in rushing the ball. 48 rushing attempts today for 235 yards. We all know the big stat that a lot of the Who Dats know is that when the Saints run the ball over 30 times, they win 90+% of their games. And that was a issue that we were not doing in the preceding games when the Saints bludgeoned the Seattle defense with rushing attempts, and they had 48 of them, so they knew they were soft up the middle. They had a few stops on some, but the Saints ultimately, along with Taysom Hill and Alvin Kamara, were able to drive the offense in part through the rushing attack. 48 attempts, they averaged 5 yards per attempt. That's damn good. That's 2 rushes first down. So the Saints were able to make that pop. So that has not even been a thing. That wasn't even close. So if you look at the overall attempts versus the pass, it's not even close. The Saints had 25 attempts for Andy Dalton versus 48 rushing attempts by the Saints rushing attack. So if that is the focus of the team moving forward, and we can focus on running the ball like we did, and we have success running it with Alvin Kamara, Taysom Hill, and we're going to have to get Mark Ingram going. If not Mark Ingram, my other extra running back on the roster is Keith Washington. We're going to have to get these guys involved in the matchup Dwayne Washington. We got to get Dwayne Washington involved, I feel, because he's a good north-south runner who can spell. Like if you got a guy like Ingram who is struggling out there, get north-south running power guy like Dwayne Washington in there, at least get some carries every now and again to soften them up, especially in the third or fourth quarter. So very happy that the Saints kind of laid on the rushing attack today to kind of get that going. But in the end, man, what can I tell you? The Saints got the win. It wasn't a beautiful win. It wasn't a great win, but they did something different. They switched it up. They started rushing that thing 48 times, baby. 48 times for 235 yards for Taysom and Elvin. So it's a big positive if that will be less. But the question is going forward, will the Saints be focusing on running the ball in part like they did up against the Seattle Seahawks? We shall see, man. That's the big question that I have moving forward. And of course, all of the injury questions about Lattimore and about Chris Olave, all that stuff will be kind of filtered out as we get closer into the rest of the week, as we get prepared and ready for the Cincinnati matchup. So very tough team we got to deal with in Cincinnati. We got other teams, but listen, the focus, the Saints are going to sit back on this one, lick their wounds, and look at what we're dealing with. As all three of our guys, our top wide receivers are down, we should get one or two of them back next week. We'll see how that all shakes. But at the end of the day, Saints come up with the win. We get it 39-32. We improved to 2-3, and we're going into the next one looking for another win to get back to 500. So shout out. All right, Youngblood says Q, Taysom Hill deserves 2 game balls. Indeed, bro. He did his thing, bro. Without him, there is no doubt the Saints would have had a difficult time winning this game. They probably wouldn't have won it. But, I mean, Taysom Hill's athleticism, and he's a playmaker. He's one of the Saints playmakers that they have. And when you talked about Mikes and you talk about the Jarvises, you talk about the Elvin Kamaras, you talk about the Chris Olaves, Taysom Hill is back there, and Taysom Hill has been known to make plays. So we just got to keep stepping up and building on this one. It was does it help the confidence out some, but every win does. But the Saints have to focus on running the ball, just kind of duplicating this game plan. They got it in the win, duplicating the game plan and working on running the ball, getting better at running the ball. I think that's the number one thing they can focus on. So with that being said, the Saints clear out the win. I'd like to give a shout out to all the fantastic family members that was with me for almost 5 hours. Shout out to my guy, Christopher Waterman. Shout out to you, Chris. Appreciate you with your Cash App, my friend. He says, for Q, Kamara, and Hill making the difference today. Thank you, brother Waterman. Appreciate you with that. And with that being said, listen, I'd like to thank all the family members for joining me today. Shout out to all the family members with Super Chats and Cash Apps today. As we, once again, the watch party was on and popping today. We had fun up and down all around. You know, no game would be the same if it wasn't for them type of dramatics when you're dealing with the black and gold. So with that being said, we're going to pop out on that. Listen, I appreciate all of y'all guys. Please feel free to hit the like button. If you hadn't hit it, hit the subscribe button if you hadn't hit that thing. And also feel free to share the show's links in your social media feed. And I'm going to holler at you guys tomorrow on our Monday stream as we recap and I open up the phone lines to hear from you guys on our Monday stream. So who that to you? And I'm going to holler at you later. Peace.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a Falcon. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shame for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees on Roger Goodell. Yeah, fucking like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gon' beat them Saints? Who that? Who that?
Thank you for making Saints Central your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Check out the Pro Shop. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop and Who That too. TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us.